Chapter 1655. After chatting with Ching Ho for a while, Fong Chen returned to the island master's residence. 8-8 reading. 23 inches the mountain behind the island master's residence. Fong Chen stood quietly and looked down. He sighed in his heart. Over the years, he had witnessed the growth of Green Bamboo Island, and now he was about to leave this place. He sighed in his heart. However, this kind of thing would come sooner or later. There was no challenge in staying in the lower realm. His strength had already reached the second place on the universe combat power list. If he activated the dark demonic wheel, even the holy lords of the human race might not be his match. He had no opponents in the lower realm, and his wife was still in the heavenly realm. He had promised Star and Moon that one day he would go to the heavenly realm to find his wife. Now it was time. Unknowingly, 2 more people had appeared at the back of the mountain. One was Princess Xian in a yellow dress, and the other was Bai Qingqing in a green dress. The 2 stood on either side of Fong Chen in silence. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. After a long while, Fong Chen sighed. He knew what the 2 women were thinking, but he pretended not to. He really couldn't promise the 2 women because his wife, Star and Moon, was still in his heart. Ready. Unexpectedly, the 2 women didn't say a word about what they were thinking. Princess Xian had a faint smile on her pretty face. Her beautiful eyes looked at Fong Chen tenderly. Fong Chen nodded and said, "I'm ready." "Aren't you going to say goodbye to the others?" Bai Qingqing asked in a low voice. Fong Chen shook his head and fell into silence. Saying goodbye was easy to say, but difficult to do. In the end, Fong Chen chose to say goodbye. First, he went to see his parents on Earth. On Green Bamboo Island, his parents lived a comfortable life. They were ordinary people with no cultivation foundation, and now they had reached the Chi-Hai realm. Although they were the weakest on Green Bamboo Island, no one dared to underestimate them. Fong Chen had arranged many guards for the 2 of them, and he had also left 2 strands of consciousness on them. Even the great beings on the universe combat power list couldn't kill the 2 of them. The 2 elders also understood Fong Chen very well. Ever since they came to Green Bamboo Island and saw the different worlds here, they had become very familiar with Fong Chen. The 2 elders were very supportive of Fong Chen. They even encouraged him to go to the God realm as soon as possible and make a name for himself. Fong Chen was very moved. He hugged the 2 elders and remained silent for a long time. After bidding farewell to the 2 elders, Fong Chen found Luo Liuli and Fong Tianyu. The 2 of them were no longer on Green Bamboo Island, but in the Luo clan. Ever since the crisis of the void creatures was resolved, the Luo clan's sacred land accepted Fong Tianyu. Right now, Fong Tianyu was happily living with Luo Liuli. Luo Liuli was very reluctant to part with Fong Chen, but at her level, she naturally understood. On the path of martial arts, the ultimate goal should be to pursue the peak of martial arts. It wasn't easy for her son to step into the divine realm, so as a mother, she naturally had to congratulate him. It took Fong Chen a day to say goodbye to his family. After that, he quietly went to Silver Moon City and the place where the black, white, heavenly lords lived in seclusion and left some cultivation resources. After the 2 girls knew about it, they were speechless for a long time. They secretly swore that they would definitely step into the God realm in the future. The villagers of Saint's Village had completely integrated into the life on Green Bamboo Island. Moreover, there was the Coiling Moon Fairy Cave left by Fong Chen. It could be said that the villagers of Saint's Village were very safe. Moreover, their strength was increasing at a very fast speed. Fong Chen left 60% of the resources in his Summer Ring. Although it was only 60% of the resources, it was enough to shock people. After everything was arranged, Fong Chen bid farewell to the old faker. Then he set off to meet up with his clone. Realm Lord Fu Mo personally sent his clone to meet up with him. On the void ocean, the waves were turbulent. Fong Chen and Realm Lord Fu Mo looked at each other. Both of their eyes were full of smiles. I really didn't expect this day to come so soon. Realm Lord Fu Mo smiled. Yes, even I didn't expect that I would step into the God realm after so many years. Fong Qin said. In fact, his experience was also legendary. However, it was also the result of hard work. Fong Qin, you are the most outstanding genius I have ever seen in this universe era. Once you enter the God realm, you must endure until your strength has increased to a certain level. Only then can you save my original body. Realm Lord Fu Mo exhorted. He was very optimistic about Fong Qin, so he didn't want Fong Qin to take the risk. Voila! Realm Lord Fu Mo waved his hand, and a message drilled into Fong Qin's mind. However, he couldn't see it. You will be able to see this message when you enter the immemorial realm. Remember, even if you reach the immemorial realm, don't be careless. The God realm is different from the lower worlds. The competition there is more intense and cruel. The slightest carelessness can lead to death. Also, before you have absolute strength, don't expose our identities. Otherwise, you will be killed. Realm Lord Fu Mo continued. I will. From a small sect in the ancient Sword Continent's divine Wind Nation, they had grown to where they were today. After experiencing so much, Fong Qin was different from his peers. He knew his limits. Moreover, this was the legendary God realm. It was the place where all the experts had gathered for countless years. It was the most prosperous place for martial arts, and also the place that martial artists yearned for the most. My original body is trapped, and my clone has been in the lower worlds for too long. Therefore, I don't know the current situation of the God realm. After so many years, the structure of the God realm must have changed dramatically. After you enter the God realm, the first thing you should do is to find out the specific situation. Realm Lord Fu Mo said. Fong Qin nodded. Realm Lord Fu Mo had said everything that needed to be said. In the end, he glanced at Fong Qin and said, Do you really not plan to leave your clone in the lower worlds? In fact, there were many examples of leaving one's clone in the lower worlds while the original body went to the God realm. Most martial artists were afraid that the God realm would be too dangerous and cause both their original body and clone to be destroyed. Therefore, leaving one's clone in the lower worlds could be considered a form of insurance. Fong Qin shook his head. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of this problem, but in the end he still decided to bring his clone to the God realm. He had his own reasons for doing so. All right, I won't force you. Realm Lord Fu Mo said and prepared to send Fong Qin to the Heaven Continent. However, at this moment, a few ripples appeared in the sky, and then the 5 giants appeared. Fong Qin, let us send you on your last journey. The human race's Holy Master smiled. Don't worry about entering the God realm. We will help you take care of Green Bamboo Island. The group of 7 headed to the Heaven Continent. These 7 people were the 7 strongest people in the lower worlds. They were also the undisputed 7 on the universe's combat power ranking. The Heaven Continent was still so old and had a deep foundation. The group of 7 arrived at the Heaven Continent. Stepping on the Heaven Continent again, Fong Qin's heart was in turmoil. Voila! As soon as he arrived, the golden heart started beating rapidly. In an instant, the heaven's edge appeared. Fong Qin cupped his fists to bid farewell to everyone and jumped into the heaven's edge behind the vortex. Is that the heaven's edge? Yuan-gu looked at it seriously. When can we enter the God realm? Black Blade Monarch asked. This kind of thing can't be forced. Let's leave it to fate. The human race's Holy Master said indifferently. In the heaven's edge, Fong Qin floated in the sky. The gate of guidance appeared. The golden heart beat faster and faster, emitting layers of golden halos that surrounded Fong Qin. Boss. Little Mouse was a little nervous. Stay in the Sumer ring. Don't move. Fong Qin said. In fact, Fong Qin wasn't sure if the Sumer ring could bring Little Mouse into the God realm. However, he had to give it a try. God Realm, I'm coming." After making all the preparations, Fang Chen stepped out and entered the Gate of Guidance. Dong! At the same time, the entire lower worlds trembled. The power of the universe descended and covered the entire heaven continent. In an instant, the Gate of Guidance disappeared, and the heaven's edge also disappeared without a trace. On the heaven continent, the human race's holy master and the other 6 giants looked at each other, shocked. After this, the Green Bamboo Island Master became a legendary existence in the lower worlds. Only a few people knew that he had entered the God Realm, and most martial artists didn't know. Green Bamboo Island was still peaceful. However, on a mountain peak, Princess Xian and Bai Qingqing's beautiful eyes looked through the void in the direction of the heaven continent. Chapter 1656. After recompiling the Universe Combat Power List, the powerhouses left one after another. Only Realm Lord Fu Mo stayed behind to talk to Fang Chen alone. Realm Lord Fu Mo had taken good care of Fang Chen during his growth. Without him, he wouldn't have been able to achieve what he had now. Moreover, he had promised to find a way to save Realm Lord Fu Mo's true body after entering the God Realm. Fang Chen. Realm Lord Fu Mo was very satisfied with Fang Chen. The latter's growth was beyond his expectations. "I thought it would take at least 100 years for you to enter the God Realm, but I underestimated you. However, I underestimated your strength. I didn't expect that in such a short time you would be qualified to enter the God Realm." Realm Lord Fu Mo sighed. He wasn't a match for Fang Chen in a one-on-one fight. He had watched Fang Chen's battle. His concealment skills weren't something ordinary people could compare to. Of course, if he used a hammer, the outcome would be hard to predict. "Realm Lord, when I enter the God Realm, I will do my best to help you save my true body," Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Realm Lord Fu Mo nodded in satisfaction. "Before you enter the God Realm, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me," said Realm Lord Fu Mo. "This is all I can help you with." Hearing Realm Lord Fu Mo's words, Fang Chen was really puzzled and wanted to ask about it. "Realm Lord, I do have something to ask." Fang Chen cupped his fists. "Is there a space-time law in this world?" The scene of that day appeared in Fang Chen's mind. The gray aura surrounding the space-time law was very shocking. "It seems you still know too little about laws and rules," said Realm Lord Fu Mo. "Let me explain it to you in detail. Laws and rules are the foundation of the universe's order. Laws are supreme, and laws are inferior. There are countless laws in the universe, but there are only 6 kinds of laws." Realm Lord Fu Mo's voice was very heavy when he spoke of laws. 6 types of laws?" Fang Chen asked, puzzled. "That's right. Since the beginning of time, since the birth of the universe, the order of the universe has never changed. There are countless laws, but there are only 6 types of laws. They are the only 6 types, and they are irreplaceable." Realm Lord Fu Mo said, "What are the 6 rules?" "Time, space, destruction, creation, reincarnation, fate. These 6 laws have existed since time immemorial." Realm Lord Fu Mo said, "And the space-time law you speak of doesn't exist at all. When it comes to time and space, there are only laws." Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. The 6 great laws that had existed since ancient times. Just hearing about them made one's blood boil. However, the rules are still too far away for you. What you need to do now is focus on comprehending the laws. The more, the better. Realm Lord Fu Mo's voice pulled Fang Chen back from his shock. He frowned slightly and then said, "Realm Lord, then tell me, are there any martial artists who can skip the laws and directly comprehend the laws?" Realm Lord Fu Mo raised his eyebrows and said they should only exist in legends. "Perhaps you'll know the answer when you go to the God world." Fang Chen nodded, but he was even more confused about the aura in his body. What exactly was it? He could clearly feel that it wasn't the aura of true intent. but he didn't know what it was for the time being. Next, Fong Qin asked some questions about cultivation. In the end, Realm Lord Fu Emo left. He told Fong Qin that his clone couldn't enter the God world for the time being. Perhaps one day they would meet in the God world. Not long after Realm Lord Fu Emo left, a group of acquaintances came to Green Lake Island. Fong Qin wasn't surprised at all. After all, his old friends and acquaintances would come to Green Bamboo Island to look for him because of his reputation. The Sky Puppet Race. Fong Qin spread out his divine sense and found that the newcomers were from the Sky Puppet Race. The leader was the patriarch of the Sky Puppet Race. At the edge of Green Bamboo Island, a group of Heaven Puppet Race clansmen had just stepped onto Green Bamboo Island under the lead of their patriarch. Patriarch, do you think Island Lord Green Bamboo will help us? Although Island Lord Green Bamboo joined our Sky Puppet Race, he's high and mighty now. He probably looks down on us. Sai, we have no choice but to ask Island Lord Green Bamboo for help. Don't talk about it. Wait until we see Island Lord Green Bamboo, the Sky Puppet Race's patriarch said. Whoosh! Fong Chen's figure appeared out of nowhere. Everyone, my good friend won't see you, Fong Chen said with a smile on his face. Greetings, Island Lord Green Bamboo. The Sky Puppet Race's patriarch led the group and cupped their fists. Fong Chen waved his hand and said, There's no need to be so reserved. Seeing Fong Chen's gentle attitude, the Sky Puppet Race's members relaxed. Island Lord, we came here to ask for a favor, the Sky Puppet Race's patriarch said directly. The Sky Puppet Race treated me well in the past, and my good brother Qing Ho is also a member of the Sky Puppet Race. Speak. As long as I can help, I will not sit by and do nothing, Fong Chen said with a nod. Hearing this, the Sky Puppet Race's members rejoiced. It seemed that this trip to Green Bamboo Island wasn't in vain. Island Lord, we came here for Qing Ho, the patriarch said helplessly. What happened to Qing Ho? Fong Chen hurriedly asked. Qing Ho is the most outstanding genius of our Sky Puppet Race. He has thoroughly studied the Tao of puppetry of the Sky Puppet Race. After that, Qing Ho brought us to the outside world because the cultivation resources in the Heaven Puppet Race's old site were extremely lacking. After several months, our Sky Puppet Race finally found a place to settle down on an uninhabited island in the Old Flower Islands. Who would have thought that danger would descend at this time? Several life and death realm experts took a fancy to our Tao of puppetry and held Qing Ho hostage, forcing him to refine puppets day and night. They even threatened us to go out and search for materials. If we were delayed, our entire Sky Puppet Race would be annihilated. At this point, the Sky Puppet Race's patriarch's heart was filled with resentment, but there was nothing he could do. In other words, Brother Qing Ho has been held hostage. Fong Chen said gravely. The patriarch of the Sky Puppeteer Race said he's been held hostage for about 5 years. During this time, Qing Ho has been refining puppets. Because of this, his Yuan spirit has been damaged and his cultivation has dropped. It's a tragic sight. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Fong Chen's body. The Sky Puppet Race's patriarch immediately felt incomparably pressured and involuntarily retreated. Where are they? Fong Chen asked. They're in the Old Flower Islands. The Sky Puppet Race's patriarch told Fong Chen the location. The latter said, You can stay at Green Bamboo Island for now. I'll go save Qing Ho. After saying that, Fong Chen's figure disappeared. Old Flower Islands in a remote area. There was an uninhabited island here that was verdant and lush. There was a plaza at the center of the island. In the square, a martial artist with his ribs chained was refining a puppet. He was battered and exhausted. His hair was disheveled and his mind was dispirited. His life force was gradually fading away. When will these days come to an end? Qing Ho was in great pain. He had thought of self-detonating countless times, but in the eyes of a life and death realm expert, he didn't even have the ability to do so. Don't be lazy. Hurry up and work. Just as Ching Ho was thinking, a whip viciously lashed out at Ching Ho's body. Ching Ho's back immediately split open, and he was in great pain. Helpless, Ching Ho could only continue refining puppets. The life and death realm expert, standing in the distance, looked at Ching Ho and sneered. Humph. Trash like you dares to say that you're good brothers with Green Bamboo Island Lord? If you're Green Bamboo Island Lord's brother, then I'm Green Bamboo Island Lord's father. Clearly, this life and death realm expert didn't believe him. Green Bamboo Island Lord was high and mighty. Apart from the human race's holy lords, no one in the lower realms could match him. How could he know a nobody like him? If you don't want to die, hurry up and work. Holding the whip, the life and death realm expert berated. Also, the time limit for your sky puppet race's other groups is almost up. If they can't make it back in time, you'll definitely die. Ching Ho endured the humiliation and continued refining puppets with great difficulty. After refining day and night for several years, cracks had appeared on his yuan spirit, and his life force was fading away. Right now, he was living a life worse than death. When Fong Qin arrived at this desolate island, he just happened to see the life and death realm expert whipping Ching Ho. Chapter 16, 57. Seeing Ching Ho in such a sorry state, Fong Chen's eyes turned scarlet. His fury directly caused the sky to change color. Ching Ho! Fong Chen let out a deep voice. He floated in the sky and walked towards the center of the island. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled on this desolate island. The life and death realm emperor who had whipped Ching Ho frowned, not knowing what was going on. What's going on? In an instant, several other life and death realm emperors rushed over. What a powerful aura! There seems to be an expert nearby. Could it be the helpers of the sky puppet race? What's there to be afraid of? So what if the sky puppet race found helpers? The life and death realm emperors stabilized themselves and raised their heads. Suddenly they saw a shocking scene. A young cultivator bathed in lightning was slowly walking over in the sky. This scene created a very strong visual impact. That is, the life and death realm emperor with the whip had a surprised expression as he asked coldly, "Let's go over." In an instant, the life and death realm emperors arrived at Ching Ho's location. Ching Ho, who had sunk into despair, sensed the changes in the sky and tried his best to raise his head. He was stunned by what he saw. For so many years, he had been trapped here, living a life worse than death. If there was anything he was looking forward to, it would be Green Bamboo Island Lord. "Brother Fong!" Ching Ho roared in a hoarse voice. His face was filled with an excited smile. Fong Chen had really come. This meant that the sky puppet race had succeeded. He was very excited. Dong! Bathed in lightning, Fong Chen quickly walked over. In the sky, terrifying thunderbolts continuously bombarded his body. Lightning flickered around his body as a terrifying aura spread out. Fong Chen arrived at Ching Ho's side and waved his hand. Immediately, all the chains binding Ching Ho broke. "Ching Ho, I'm late." Fong Chen supported the injured Ching Ho and said in a deep voice, "Brother Fong, I didn't expect to see you again." Ching Ho's face was filled with joy. However, his primordial spirit had been severely damaged after all these years of refining puppets. After seeing Fong Chen, he immediately relaxed. Immediately, an even bigger crack appeared on his primordial spirit, and he fell unconscious. Fong Chen supported Ching Ho as a powerful force emerged from his body and poured into Ching Ho's body. After ensuring that Ching Ho's life was not in danger, Fong Chen asked the little mouse to guard him. As for himself, his cold gaze landed on the few life and death realm emperors who were rushing over. "Brat, who are you? You dare to come here and ruin our business?" The whip-wielding life and death emperor loudly berated. The others also threatened Fong Chen one after another. Some life and death realm emperors were even prepared to attack. "He's my brother." Fang Chen pointed at the unconscious Qing Ho and said in a deep voice. At this point, Fang Chen's expression changed drastically. He roared furiously. "How dare you treat him like this? Brat, you can't even protect yourself, and you still want to save your brother? What a joke!" The whip-wielding life and death realm emperor sneered. He thought that Fang Chen was just a random helper that the heaven puppet race had found. "You can die now." Fang Chen looked at the whip-wielding life and death realm emperor and said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared into the void. The few life and death realm emperors looked at each other in dismay, searching for him. Pucci! Fang Chen's palm appeared out of nowhere and directly pierced through the whip-wielding life and death realm emperor's chest. Then the emperor's heart was crushed. Voila! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Fang Chen returned to the distance and stood there quietly. Bang! Holding the whip, the previously arrogant life and death sovereign emperor fell to the ground, devoid of any signs of life. This sudden change made the remaining life and death realm emperor's expressions change drastically. A trace of fear actually appeared in their hearts. "Who are you?" The leading life and death realm emperor asked in horror. "Green Bamboo Island Lord." Fang Chen reported his name. Immediately, the faces of the life and death realm emperors turned pale as they retreated. "You're Green Bamboo Island Lord." Run. They had already personally experienced Fang Chen's methods. Even if they fought alone, they wouldn't be able to kill their companions so quickly. Therefore, when Fang Chen said that he was Green Bamboo Island Lord, they didn't doubt him at all. One of them even roared. Soon after, several figures scattered, preparing to flee. "You want to flee?" Fang Chen didn't plan to let them go. If he let such scum go, who knew how many more people would suffer? Voila! Using the time book, Fang Chen's speed reached the extreme as he punched out several times. Bang! Bang! Wherever the fist light passed, the life and death realm emperors immediately screamed before their corpses fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the few life and death realm emperors were all killed by Fang Chen. To Fang Chen, killing them was like cutting vegetables. Then, Fang Chen quickly arrived beside Qing Ho. "Boss, Qing Ho's Yuan spirit is severely damaged, but his life isn't in danger," Little Mouse said. Fang Chen nodded and said, "I'll think of a way to recover his Yuan spirit. Let's return to Green Bamboo Island first." After saying that, Fang Chen and Little Mouse brought Qing Ho back to Green Bamboo Island. The desolate island became completely desolate. Although the Sky Puppet Race's clansmen had settled down, their hearts were no longer on Green Bamboo Island. In the courtyard, the Sky Puppet Race's patriarch sat on a stone bench with a gloomy expression. It was unknown what he was thinking about. As for the other clansmen, they were pacing back and forth with heavy hearts. "Patriarch, will Qing Ho be all right? I wonder if Green Bamboo Island Lord can successfully save Qing Ho." Just as the atmosphere was extremely heavy, Fang Chen returned. The patriarch immediately stood up and quickly went to welcome Fang Chen. When he saw Fang Chen supporting Qing Ho, his eyes turned red, and he was extremely excited. "Qing Ho!" The patriarch received Qing Ho and cheered. On the side, many Sky Puppet Race's clansmen cupped their fists and thanked Fang Chen. "Thank you so much." Fang Chen waved his hand to indicate that there was no need for this. Then he said, "Brother Qing Ho has been forced to refine puppets these past few years, causing his Yuan spirit to be damaged. Fortunately, his life is not in danger. Everyone, don't worry. I will do my best to help Brother Qing Ho recover his Yuan spirit." Hearing Fang Chen's promise, the Sky Puppet Race's clansmen were overjoyed. 3 days later, Qing Ho woke up leisurely. In these 3 days, Fang Chen had fed him a lot of spirit pills and miraculous medicines, which also played a great role. Although Qing Ho's primordial spirit had not fully recovered. The hidden injuries on his body were completely healed. He's awake. The Sky Puppet Race's clansmen stood in the room and stared at Ching Ho. In front of the bed, Fong Chen was taking Ching Ho's pulse. "Brother Fong." Ching Ho wanted to get up, but he was stopped by Fong Chen. "Brother Ching Ho, rest well for now," Fong Chen said. Ching Ho nodded, feeling warm in his heart. After so many years, Fong Chen had become one of the peak experts of the lower realms, and he was a prisoner. On the other hand, he was just a prisoner. Yet, Fong Chen was actually willing to kill a life and death realm monarch for him. He, Ching Ho, would never forget this kindness. As if guessing Ching Ho's thoughts, Fong Chen chuckled. "Don't think too much. You should recuperate well." The Ching Ho I knew in the past was not so sentimental. Hearing this, Ching Ho nodded heavily. Actually, the hellish torture over the past few years had both advantages and disadvantages for Ching Ho. The disadvantage was that refining puppets for a long time had seriously injured his Yuan spirit. The benefit was that refining puppets day and night had made Ching Ho's accomplishments in the Tao of puppets even more outstanding. The current him had completely grasped the Tao of puppets of the Sky Puppet Race, and he even had a lot of his own comprehensions. Ching Ho believed that it wouldn't be long before he could lead the Sky Puppet Race to rise again in the lower realms. There were joys and sorrows. However, Ching Ho was an optimistic person. The damage to his Yuan spirit wouldn't affect his life. Moreover, he could slowly recuperate. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a big deal. In just half a month, Ching Ho could already move freely. Seeing the scene, Fong Chen was very happy. "Brother Fong." In the past few days, Fong Chen had been preparing to head to the Sky Continent. Ching Ho found the latter with a smile on his face. Chapter 1658. After chatting with Ching Ho for a while, Fong Chen returned to the island master's residence. In the mountain behind the island master's residence, Fong Chen stood quietly and looked down. He sighed in his heart. Over the years, he had witnessed the growth of Green Bamboo Island, and now he was about to leave this place. He sighed in his heart. However, this kind of thing would come sooner or later. There was no challenge in staying in the lower realm. His strength had already reached the second place on the universe combat power list. If he activated the dark demonic wheel, even the holy lords of the human race might not be his match. He had no opponents in the lower realm, and his wife was still in the heavenly realm. He promised Star and Moon that one day he would go to the heavenly realm to find his wife. Now it was time. Unknowingly, two more people had appeared at the back of the mountain. One was Princess Xan in a yellow dress, and the other was Bai Qingqing in a green dress. The two stood on either side of Fong Chen in silence. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. After a long while, Fong Chen sighed. He knew what the two women were thinking, but he pretended not to. He really couldn't promise the two women because his wife, Star and Moon, was still in his heart. Ready. Unexpectedly, the two women didn't say a word about what they were thinking. Princess Xan had a faint smile on her pretty face. Her beautiful eyes looked at Fong Chen tenderly. Fong Chen nodded and said, "Yes, I'm ready." "Aren't you going to say goodbye to the others?" Bai Qingqing asked in a low voice. Fong Chen shook his head and fell into silence. Saying goodbye was easy to say, but difficult to do. In the end, Fong Chen chose to say goodbye. First, he went to see his parents on Earth. On Green Bamboo Island, his parents lived a comfortable life. They were ordinary people with no cultivation foundation, and now they had reached the Chi-Hai realm. Although they were the weakest on Green Bamboo Island, no one dared to underestimate them. Fong Chen had arranged many guards for the two of them, and he had also left 2 strands of consciousness on them. Even the great beings on the universe combat power list couldn't kill the two of them. The 2 elders also understood Fong Chen very well. Ever since they came to Green Bamboo Island and saw the different worlds here, Fong Chen had been very careful. The 2 elders were very supportive of Fong Chen. They even encouraged him to go to the God realm as soon as possible and make a name for himself. Fang Chen was very moved. He hugged the two elders and remained silent for a long time. After bidding farewell to the two elders, Fang Chen found Luo Liuli and Fang Tianyu. The two of them were no longer on Green Bamboo Island, but in the Luo clan. Ever since the crisis of the void creatures was resolved, the Luo clan's sacred land accepted Fang Tianyu. Right now, Fang Tianyu was happily living with Luo Liuli. Luo Liuli was very reluctant to part with Fang Chen, but at her level, she naturally understood. On the path of martial arts, the ultimate goal should be to pursue the peak of martial arts. It wasn't easy for her son to step into the divine realm, so as a mother, she naturally had to congratulate him. It took Fang Chen a day to say goodbye to his family. After that, he quietly went to Silver Moon City and the place where the black, white, heavenly lords lived in seclusion and left some cultivation resources. After the two girls knew about it, they were speechless for a long time. They secretly swore that they would definitely step into the God realm in the future. The villagers of Saint's Village had completely integrated into the life on Green Bamboo Island. Moreover, there was the Coiling Moon Fairy Cave left by Fang Chen. It could be said that the villagers of Saint's Village were very safe. Moreover, their strength was increasing at a very fast speed. Fang Chen left 60% of the resources in his Summer Ring. Although it was only 60% of the resources, it was enough to shock people. After everything was arranged, Fang Chen bid farewell to the old faker. Then he set off to meet up with his clone. Realm Lord Fu Mo personally sent his clone to meet up with him. On the void ocean, the waves were turbulent. Fang Chen and Realm Lord Fu Mo looked at each other. Both of their eyes were full of smiles. I really didn't expect this day to come so soon. Realm Lord Fu Mo smiled. Yes, even I didn't expect that I would step into the God realm after so many years. Fang Chen said. In fact, his experience was also legendary. However, it was also the result of hard work. Fang Chen, you are the most outstanding genius I have ever seen in this universe era. Once you enter the God realm, you must endure until your strength has increased to a certain level. Only then can you save my original body. Realm Lord Fu Mo exhorted. He was very optimistic about Fang Chen, so he didn't want Fang Chen to take the risk. Voila! Realm Lord Fu Mo waved his hand, and a message drilled into Fang Chen's mind. However, he couldn't see it. You will be able to see this message when you enter the immemorial realm. Remember, even if you reach the immemorial realm, don't be careless. The God realm is different from the lower worlds. The competition there is more intense and cruel. The slightest carelessness can lead to death. Also, before you have absolute strength, don't expose our identities. Otherwise, you will be killed. Realm Lord Fu Mo continued. I will. From a small sect in the ancient Sword Continent's Divine Wind Nation, they had grown to where they were now. After experiencing so much, Fang Chen was different from his peers. He knew his limits. Moreover, this was the legendary God realm. It was the place where all the experts had gathered for countless years. It was the most prosperous place of martial arts and the most desirable place for martial artists. My original body is trapped, and my clone has been in the lower worlds for too long. Therefore, I don't know the current situation of the God realm. After so many years, the structure of the God realm must have changed dramatically. After you enter the God realm, the first thing you should do is to find out the specific situation. Realm Lord Fu Mo said. Fang Chen nodded. Realm Lord Fu Mo said everything he needed to say. In the end, he glanced at Fang Chen and said, Do you really not plan to leave your clone in the lower worlds? In fact, there were many examples of leaving a clone in the lower worlds, while the original body went to the God realm. Most martial artists were afraid that the God realm would be too dangerous and lead to the destruction of both their original body and clone. Therefore, leaving a clone in the lower worlds was also a form of insurance. Fang Chen shook his head. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of this problem, but in the end he still decided to bring his clone with him to the God realm. He had his own reasons for doing so. "All right, I won't force you," Realm Lord Fu Emo said, and prepared to send Fong Qin to the Heaven Continent. However, at this moment, a few ripples appeared in the sky, and then the 5 giants appeared. "Fong Qin, let us send you on your last journey." The human race's holy master smiled. "Don't worry about entering the God realm. We will take care of Green Bamboo Island for you." The group of 7 headed to the Heaven Continent. These 7 people were the 7 strongest people in the lower worlds. They were also the undisputed 7 on the universe's combat power ranking. The Heaven Continent was still so old and had a deep foundation. The group of 7 arrived at the Heaven Continent. Stepping on the Heaven Continent again, Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil. Voila! As soon as he arrived, the golden heart started beating rapidly. In an instant, the heaven's edge appeared. Fong Qin cupped his fists to bid farewell to everyone and jumped into the heaven's edge behind the vortex. "That's the heaven's edge." Yuan Gu looked at it seriously. "When can we enter the God realm?" Monarch Blackblade asked. "This kind of thing can't be forced. Let's leave it to fate," the human race's holy master said indifferently. In the heaven's edge, Fong Chun floated in the sky. The gate of guidance appeared. The golden heart beat faster and faster, emitting layers of golden halos that surrounded Fong Qin. "Boss." Little Mouse was a little nervous. "Stay in the Sumer ring. Don't move," Fong Qin said. In fact, Fong Qin wasn't sure if the Sumer ring could bring Little Mouse into the God realm. However, he had to give it a try. "God realm, I'm coming." After making all the preparations, Fong Qin stepped out and entered the gate of guidance. Dong! At the same time, the entire lower worlds trembled. The power of the universe descended and covered the entire Heaven Continent. In an instant, the gate of guidance disappeared, and the heaven's edge also disappeared without a trace. On the Heaven Continent, the human race's holy master and the other 6 giants looked at each other, shocked. After this, the Green Bamboo Island Master became a legendary existence in the lower worlds. Only a few people knew that he had entered the God realm, and most martial artists didn't know. Green Bamboo Island was still peaceful. However, on a mountain peak, Princess Xian and Bai Qingqing's beautiful eyes looked through the void in the direction of the Heaven Continent. Chapter 1659. The Door of Guidance was a passageway that connected the divine world and the lower realm. This passageway was very sturdy. Even the space turbulence couldn't destroy it. After entering the Door of Guidance, Fong Qin felt as if he had arrived in the void of chaos. He was surrounded by a dark void, and stars streaked across his eyes. "Is this the Door of Guidance?" Fong Qin muttered to himself. Soon he felt that something was wrong. Buzz! Suddenly, a terrifying power emerged from the Door of Guidance. This terrifying power invaded his body. "What's going on?" Fong Qin struggled and said in a low voice. The attack of the terrifying power was instantly blocked by the golden halo. At this moment, the golden heart erupted with an incredible power, and the golden luster on his body shone brightly. Suddenly, all the terrifying power was blocked. This, Fong Chun was slightly stunned, but he immediately revealed a smile. He could feel that the Sumer ring was also being attacked, but fortunately there was the golden halo. "How is it?" Fong Qin transmitted his voice to Little Mouse. "Boss, I feel like I'm about to suffocate." Little Mouse's voice was a little hurried. "Hold on for a little longer," Fong Qin said. As time passed, Fong Qin guessed that this terrifying aura should be a test for martial artists. The underworld knight that he met in the edge of heaven last time should have died under this terrifying power. Thinking of this, Fong Qin took a deep breath. He had underestimated the Door of Guidance. He thought that he could enter the divine world by stepping into the Door of Guidance. "Fortunately, I have the golden heart," Fong Qin said to himself. At the same time, he was also looking forward to it. After entering the divine world, he should be able to find out the origin of the golden heart. Just like this, Feng Chen was wrapped in the golden halo and drifted for a long time in the door of guidance. The divine world was vast and boundless. It was an incomparably vast space. Since the birth of the divine world, it had gone through 18 epochs. From its birth until now, countless powerhouses had emerged. There were many powers that had once flourished for a period of time, but as time passed, they gradually fell apart. Prosperity, decline. This was the law of the God realm. Almost all forces had to abide by this law. However, there were a few extremely powerful powers that made one's expression change at the mere mention of them that had existed since ancient times. These forces had existed since the birth of heaven and earth. Over the past 18 epochs, it had never declined. It had always been strong and prosperous, leading the God realm forward. The divine world and hell were vast, and the number of martial artists in the divine world was innumerable. Here, there were many talented martial artists who had ascended from the lower realm. There were also native experts of the divine world. In short, the divine world was a place where experts gathered. In the vast God realm, there were 7 top powers. Of the 7 major powers, 6 of them had existed since ancient times. Furthermore, there were also native powers of the divine realm. As for the remaining major force, there were differing opinions. The reason why this great force was so shocking was because it was established by people who ascended from the lower realm. In the divine realm, martial artists who ascended from the lower realms would be ostracized. Many native martial artists looked down on martial artists from the lower realms. However, the appearance of the bone progenitor broke the balance of the divine world that had existed for 18 epochs. The 6 major powers each guarded an area and did not invade each other. However, when the unknown bone progenitor established a force, it rapidly expanded its territory. In the beginning, the 6 major powers did not care at all. There were countless small forces in the divine world. However, when the bone progenitor's power expanded, the 6 major powers felt threatened. They started a war, wanting to destroy the bone progenitor's power. However, the bone progenitor was too amazing. In the end, it resisted the attacks of the 6 major powers. After that battle, the 6 major powers recognized the bone progenitor's heavenly bone palace. Thus, the heavenly bone palace became the 7th major power of the divine world. All the people who ascended from the lower realms in the divine world were incomparably proud when they talked about the heavenly bone palace. That was because it was established by people from the lower realms. After the heavenly bone palace was completely stabilized, it coexisted with the 6 major powers. However, for countless years, there would always be friction between the 6 major powers. The South Tomb Sword Palace, which was located in the southern part of the divine world, had fought many battles with the heavenly bone palace and suffered heavy losses. From then on, the South Tomb Sword Palace and the heavenly bone palace became mortal enemies. The South Tomb Sword Palace was located in the southernmost part of the divine world. The temperature here was extremely hot all year round and was suitable for cultivators of the law of fire. The South Tomb Sword Palace was also the most proficient in the way of the sword among the 7 major powers. The sword cultivators who walked out of the South Tomb Sword Palace were the strongest in the entire divine world. The South Tomb Sword Palace's territory was vast. Within its territory, there were 7 guiding gates under its jurisdiction. In the entire divine world, there were a total of 49 doors of guidance. Every force was in charge of 7. Since the 18 epochs, there were many outstanding people among the martial artists who ascended from the lower realms. The 6 major powers often found martial artists with potential in the doors of guidance. Through them, they raised the foundation of their sect. However, in this epoch, ever since the bone progenitor ascended, the environment of the lower realms became extremely harsh. There were very few martial artists who ascended to the divine world. Over time, the doors of guidance were almost deserted. However, even so, there were guards guarding the doors of guidance all year round. Today, in the territory of the South Tomb Sword Palace, the seventh door of guidance. As usual, the two guards stood guard in front of the gate of guidance. It had been hundreds of millions of years since the gate of guidance had moved. "It's so boring to guard here every day," said one of the guards wearing a straw hat. The other guard nodded, his face filled with helplessness. "Who asked us to be the lowest level guards of the South Tomb Sword Palace? If we can't break through the bottleneck, I'm afraid we can only stay here for the rest of our lives." If there were people from the lower realms here, they would definitely be shocked. The auras of the two guards were thick, and it was obvious that they were Eternal Realm martial artists. However, Eternal Realm martial artists could only be guards in the divine world who did odd jobs. From this, it could be seen how strong the martial artists of the divine world were. In the lower realms, Eternal Realm martial artists were invincible martial artists who could sweep through everything. Sai, work hard on your cultivation. If you can comprehend the laws, we can escape from the abyss of suffering, said the guard wearing a straw hat. In the divine world, almost everyone had the laws, and to become a disciple of a big faction, the minimum requirement was to grasp the laws. These two guards were sent here to guard the door of guidance because they were unable to grasp the laws. They were deemed to have low potential. I heard from the elders in the palace that guarding the door of guidance was a very popular job. That's not true. A long time ago, martial artists from the lower realms were very strong overall, and it was easy for them to ascend. You also know that with great perseverance, one's talent would not be too bad if he ascended to the divine world. If a martial artist ascended from the door of guidance and was chosen by the sect, he would be heavily rewarded. The other guard pursed his lips and said, "Now it's great. 10,000 years is like a day. There won't be any martial artists ascending." Sigh, I can only complain about it here. From the words of the two guards, it was clear that they were dissatisfied with this job. However, they were too weak and did not have any right to speak in the Sword Palace. "It's noon. Let's go and drink some wine," said the guard wearing a straw hat. The extreme south was very hot, and with the scorching sun hanging high in the sky, it made people feel helpless. The two guards sat in a pavilion not far from the gate of guidance and began to gulp down wine. The door of guidance was a fiery red altar. There were complicated patterns on the altar. It was said that the door of guidance had existed since ancient times. Hiss, hiss, hissed the altar, which had been quiet for tens of thousands of years, suddenly had some subtle movements. The two guards were drinking and did not notice it at all. Dawn, however, after a while, the movement on the altar became louder and louder. A trembling sound rang out, finally attracting the attention of the two guards. "Yes, there's movement from the door of guidance." When the two guards saw the movement on the altar, their faces were filled with disbelief. Then they looked at each other and laughed. Could it be that someone ascended? The guard wearing a straw hat was somewhat excited. Chapter 1660. The vibrations on the fiery red altar became louder and louder. At the same time, fiery red light emerged from the altar. All signs indicated that the door of guidance in the altar had opened, and someone was in the passageway. This scene caused the two guards to shout excitedly. They were just complaining that the door of guidance would not move for 10,000 years. But now there was such a commotion. The two guards were no longer in the mood to drink. They hurriedly ran to the altar and observed carefully. Buzz! The fiery red light quickly gathered together and formed a powerful whirlpool. The temperature in the whirlpool was extremely high. Within the whirlpool, the passageway gradually revealed itself. At this moment, in the passageway, Fong Qin, who was wrapped in a golden luster, was rising. So hot! Fong Qin also felt the scorching heat. He wiped the sweat on his forehead. At this moment, he saw the fiery red whirlpool above his head. Have I reached the exit? Fong Chen's heart moved slightly. A terrifying suction force emerged from the fiery red whirlpool and directly sucked his body out. Voila! Under the gaze of the two guards, Fang Chen's body walked out of the fiery red whirlpool and landed on the altar. Hiss! The golden luster around his body gradually disappeared. Ha ha ha! It's really someone who ascended from the lower realm. The straw hat guard laughed heartily. He was very excited. However, the other guard stopped him. Don't be happy too early. Hearing his words, the straw hat guard was a little puzzled. His gaze immediately fell on Fang Chen. With a glance, he discovered that Fang Chen was a life and death realm warrior. Soon after, the faces of the two guards darkened. What's going on? After waiting for so long, a life and death realm warrior ascended. It was almost impossible for a life and death realm warrior to survive in the god world. Needless to say, this lower realm cultivator did not have much potential. The two guards felt that they were happy for nothing. Their faces were a little gloomy. On the fiery red altar, Fang Chen looked around, feeling the scorching heat of the law of fire in the air. His heart moved slightly. Is this the god world? Fang Chen said to himself. The divine world was indeed incomparable to the lower realms. The power of law was everywhere. Moreover, the god realm gave people a very vast feeling. The power in the guiding channel has tempered my body. Now my physical body is even stronger. Fang Chen was secretly delighted. Fortunately, he had the golden heart. Otherwise, he might not have been able to survive the passage. But now he was finally in the god realm. Fang Chen clenched his fists in delight. Ascending to the god realm after cultivating for less than 100 years was something to be proud of. Just as Fang Chen was lost in thought, the two guards spoke. "Kid, did you ascend from the lower realm?" asked the Straw Hat Guard. Fang Chen nodded. "We are the guards of the 7th Gate of Guidance. Since you ascended from here, you are under our jurisdiction," another guard said. "The 7th Gate of Guidance is located in the territory of the South Tomb Sword Palace. You just ascended and don't know anything. It's best if you don't wander around. Otherwise, if you anger the South Tomb Sword Palace, you'll definitely die." "May I ask what the South Tomb Sword Palace is?" asked Fang Chen curiously. "Humph, don't ask if you don't know," said the Straw Hat Guard coldly. The other guard said, "Bring him to the servant hall first." The Straw Hat Guard nodded and brought Fang Chen away. On the way, Fang Chen was filled with doubts. But every time he wanted to ask, he would be scolded by the Straw Hat Guard. There was no way around it. The Straw Hat Guard was an Eternal Realm expert. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. The most important thing now was to settle down and slowly find out more about the God Realm. As the saying went, the future was long. Before long, the Straw Hat Guard brought Fang Chen to a majestic city. Above the city gate were the words, "Servant Hall." How majestic! Fang Chen couldn't help sighing. "Bumpkin." The Straw Hat Guard mocked. Although he looked down on Fang Chen, he still followed the rules and explained the servant hall to Fang Chen. "Kid, you ascended from the South Tomb Sword Palace's Gate of Guidance. So from now on, you're a reserve martial artist of the South Tomb Sword Palace," said the Straw Hat Guard. "What's a reserve martial artist?" asked Fang Chen. The Straw Hat Guard explained. "The South Tomb Sword Palace is one of the strongest forces in the God Realm. There are countless people who want to join. You can be considered lucky to have ascended from here. Only then are you qualified to enter the Handyman Hall. Otherwise, with your mediocre skills, you wouldn't even be qualified to enter the Handyman Hall." In truth, the reason why the 7 great forces had set this rule was to protect those who ascended. After all, those who had just ascended wouldn't be too strong. It was obviously impossible to compete for a spot among the hundreds of millions of people. That was why those who ascended could directly enter the servant hall. Of course, entering the servant hall doesn't mean that you can become a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. You can live in the servant hall for 3 years. After 3 years, if you don't meet the test standards, you'll be expelled, said the Straw Hat Guard. Once you're expelled, you'll lose the qualifications to join the South Tomb Sword Palace. And you'll become a loose martial artist, continued the Straw Hat Guard. Hearing this, Fong Chin nodded slightly. So this so-called servant hall was actually a place to test a martial artist's strength. 3 years? That's enough. Fong Chen thought to himself. At the very least, in these 3 years, there wouldn't be any danger in the servant hall. Firstly, he could cultivate diligently. Secondly, he could search for information about the God Realm. After entering the city, the Straw Hat Guard brought Fong Chin to a martial artist with a strong aura. Sir, this martial artist just ascended from the 7th gate of guidance. I've specially brought him here, said the Straw Hat Guard very respectfully. Oh. The martial artist who was addressed as Sir was clearly a little surprised. However, when his gaze landed on Fong Chin, he shook his head slightly. You haven't even reached the immemorial realm. Too weak, said the Sir. From today onwards, you'll be in charge of sparring with the disciples of the servant hall. Hearing this, the Straw Hat martial artist's expression changed, but he didn't say anything in the end. After settling Fong Chin, the Straw Hat Guard left the servant hall. This booklet contains the rules of the servant hall. Take a good look. Fong Chen's residence was a solitary courtyard. He couldn't help but praise the South Tomb Sword Palace. Although the servant hall had the lowest status in the South Tomb Sword Palace, the treatment of the disciples was still pretty good. Sitting on a stone bench, Fong Chin flipped through the booklet. The South Tomb Sword Palace has a vast territory. Just a simple look at the introduction of the South Tomb Sword Palace and Fong Chin was incomparably shocked. The territory of the South Tomb Sword Palace was comparable to the entire lower realm. And this was just one faction. There were a total of 7 such factions in the God Realm. Fong Chin didn't dare to imagine. God Realm. Fong Chen's gaze was burning. This was what he was pursuing. Simply put, the servant hall was in charge of all the daily affairs within the territory of the South Tomb Sword Palace. At the same time, it was also in charge of testing martial artists who wanted to join the South Tomb Sword Palace. Of course, for a small fry like Fong Chin, he wasn't qualified to participate in the miscellaneous affairs of the South Tomb Sword Palace. The servant hall has a hall master and a vice hall master. Both of their strengths have surpassed the immemorial realm. However, their positions in the South Tomb Sword Palace are inferior to ordinary disciples. Fong Chin sighed as he read up to this point. The more he read, the more shocked he felt. The power of the South Tomb Sword Palace was too great. After the shock, he continued reading. After a while, he finished reading the booklet. The rules of the servant hall were very simple. That was to absolutely obey orders. And as a sparring partner, what he had to do every day was to be a wooden stake and accompany the disciples of the servant hall to cultivate. Forget it. Let's not worry about it for now. The most important thing should be to step into the immemorial realm. Fong Chin thought to himself. Only after coming to the God realm did he realize that life and death realm martial artists absorb the power of laws very slowly. Only after reaching the immemorial realm could one be considered to be able to start living in the God realm. Moreover, the disciples of the servant hall were all immemorial realm martial artists. If he were to be their sparring partner, he definitely wouldn't be able to handle it. The competition in the God realm is too cruel. This is only the beginning. Fong Chen's gaze was deep as he said in a deep voice. Chapter 1661. After entering the handyman hall, it was rather quiet for the first few days. Fong Chin did not want to waste any time and had been working hard to cultivate. However, on the 5th day, someone came to look for him. Fong Chin, the senior brothers are going to cultivate. Hurry up and be their sparring partner, a disciple of the handyman hall said. Fong Chin nodded, stood up and headed to the square. The entire city was the territory of the handyman hall. As for the disciples, they would usually cultivate in the square. When Fong Chin arrived, there were already many people there. Hurry up, you're the only one left. The elder in charge of the Handyman Hall disciples' cultivation said in a deep voice. Fong Chen immediately jogged over. The elder asked him to stand with a row of people in the center of the square. Just stand with them, the elder said. Fong Chen realized that the group of people in the center of the square were also sparring partners like him. After standing properly, the elder said, "Today, the main purpose is to train your strength. Each of you will choose a sparring partner. The training will begin now." As soon as the elder finished speaking, a disciple came forward to choose. "You, come with me. You look very sturdy. Come with me." Although there were many disciples in the Handyman Hall, there were very few who could be focused on by the Handyman Hall. After a while, the disciples who were focused on training had been selected. However, the elder's gaze fell on a woman in black in the distance. "Emoshinga, it's your turn to choose." The elder's attitude towards the woman in black was very gentle. When he looked at the woman in black, his eyes were full of smiles. Fong Chen heard the whispers of the people around him. "So this woman is the strongest disciple of the Handyman Hall," Fong Chen said to himself. The strongest disciple of the Handyman Hall meant that she would definitely be able to join the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. The Handyman Hall would directly train her as a disciple of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. The woman in black turned around with a cold expression. There was an aura that kept people thousands of miles away from her. It was very cold. She walked to the remaining sparring partners and swept her gaze across the crowd. Finally, her gaze fell on Fong Chen. "I choose him," the woman in black said in a heavenly voice. Hearing this, the elder was stunned. "Shinga, why did you choose him?" the elder asked in confusion. Among the many sparring partners present, only Fong Chen was in the life and death realm. The others were all in the eternal realm. "Shinga, he's too weak. He can't resist your attack." The elder wasn't worried about Fong Chen's life or death, but the cultivation progress of this woman in black called Emoshinga. He was worried that Fong Chen would be too weak and affect Emoshinga's cultivation. Fong Chen sighed in his heart. When he was in the lower realm, he already knew that this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. At that time, he felt that the competition wasn't too fierce. However, after coming to the God realm, he had a deeper understanding of the law of the jungle. If you are too weak, no one will care about your life or death. "I'll choose him." The black-clothed woman, Emoshinga, frowned in displeasure. Seeing this, the elder did not say anything else. After Emoshinga made her choice, the elder waved his hand, indicating for the other sparring partners who were not chosen to leave. Fong Chen could vaguely hear the whispers of the sparring partners who were not selected. They were very happy. "Okay, let's start training," the elder said. It was no exaggeration to say that this batch of disciples would all pass the test soon. They were also very strong. "I'll go first." A fat martial artist suddenly punched out. Dong! Wild power emanated from his body and instantly gathered in front of him to form a terrifying fist aura. After that, it ruthlessly struck the body of the sparring partner opposite him. Crack! The sparring partner's body did not have any strength to resist and was directly sent flying. Dong! The sparring partner spat out blood and died instantly. Too weak. Seeing this, the fat warrior sneered. "Zhuang-heng, you've become stronger again." "Zhuang-heng, even 100 sparring partners won't be enough for you." "Zhuang-heng, you'll definitely be in the top 3 in the test in 3 months." Many disciples were praising Zhuang-heng. Only the black-clothed woman, Emoshinga, did not even look at Zhuang-heng. The black-clothed woman, Emoshinga, carefully observed Fong Chen with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Suddenly, Emoshinga asked, "Did you ascend from the lower realm?" Fong Chen was a little surprised, but he still nodded and answered. Emoshinga nodded slightly and said, "Actually, I admire you warriors who ascend from the lower realm with your own efforts. You shouldn't have joined the South Tomb, Sword Palace." Oh, Fong Chen was a little curious. There are 7 top forces in the God realm. One of them was founded by an ascender called the Sky-Bone Palace. The palace master of the Sky-Bone Palace, the Bone Progenitor, is also one of the top experts in the God realm. He is a powerful warrior who ascended from the lower realm. You should go to the Sky-Bone Palace. After all, only ascenders will be protected there. Hearing this, Fong Qin was shocked. He did not expect the Bone Progenitor to be so powerful. The Sky-Bone Palace that he founded was actually one of the top 7 forces in the God realm. Seeing Fong Qin's shock, Emo Shinga shook her head slightly. After a long time, Fong Qin woke up from his shock. He felt that Emo Shinga was deliberately reminding him. So he asked, "Why are you telling me this?" Emo Shinga fell into silence, her expression a little pained. "Because I once fell in love with an ascender." Hearing Emo Shinga's answer, Fong Qin was stunned for a moment, but he did not say anything else. After venting her emotions, Emo Shinga returned to the main topic. "I will help you while you are at the servant hall. However, I can't help you for long. You will have to rely on yourself," said Emo Shinga. Perhaps it was because Fong Qin was an ascender from the lower realm that brought back her memories. "Thank you." Fong Qin thanked her apologetically. Emo Shinga waved her hand and said, "You are too weak. You will be my sparring partner and observe." With that, Emo Shinga clenched her small, white hands into fists and power surged. So strong. Fong Qin felt his scalp go numb. He activated the perfect sword body to block Emo Shinga's attack. Dong! Fong Qin's body quickly retreated, and pain filled his entire body. Okay. Emo Shinga was a little surprised to see Fong Qin only take a few steps back. Although you are weak, your physical defense is not bad. To put it bluntly, the sparring partners of the servant hall were cannon fodder that could die at any time. This was the first time Fong Qin was a sparring partner, and he saw several of his fellow sparring partners die. Their cultivations were all in the eternal realm. This was the reality. No one would sympathize with the weak. It was normal for sparring partners to die. Fortunately, Fong Qin met Emo Shinga. She had been holding back, so although he was injured, he did not die. Of course, Fong Qin's actions also caused some disciples to be dissatisfied. It was better to say that Zhuang Heng was very strong. After Zhuang Heng killed a sparring partner with one punch, his gaze fell on the black-clothed Emo Shinga. Then he walked towards Emo Shinga. "Shinga, what's the point of having such a trashy sparring partner?" Emo Shinga ignored Zhuang Heng and continued to fight with Fong Qin. She was very pretentious after being rejected and vented her anger on Fong Qin. "Brat, someone like you wants to get close to Shinga? Go to hell." Zhuang Heng suddenly threw a punch with great strength. Caught off guard, Fong Qin did not have time to dodge. Bang! At the critical moment, Emo Shinga blocked Zhuang Heng's attack. "Zhuang Heng, what are you doing?" Emo Shinga's pretty face was a little angry as she said, coldly. Zhuang Heng had feelings for Emo Shinga, so he would be very unhappy if any of the disciples in the servant hall got close to her. As time passed, no one dared to get close to her. But now he attacked a sparring partner, and Emo Shinga was angry at him. "Shinga, he's just a sparring partner." Before Zhuang Heng could finish speaking, Emo Shinga stopped him. "Zhuang Heng, I'm cultivating. Please don't disturb me," Emo Shinga said expressionlessly. Zhuang Heng saw that Emo Shinga was really angry. He wanted to say something, but stopped. He flicked his sleeves, coldly looked at Fong Qin, and then turned to leave. Fong Qin saw a trace of undisguised, killing intent in Zhuang Heng's eyes. He wanted to kill him. "Humph, if you want to kill me, you have to pay a sufficient price," Fong Qin thought to himself. Chapter 1662. In the following days, Fong Qin spent most of his time as Emo Shinga's sparring partner. 8-8 reading. 23 Emo Shinga was very strong. While cultivating, she would also explain things to Fong Qin that he didn't understand. As time passed, Fang Chen's strength also increased. The most obvious thing was his cultivation. Before ascending to the god world, he was only at the 7th level of the life and death realm. Now he had unknowingly reached the 8th level. It wouldn't be long before he reached the 9th level. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. During this time, Amo Shinga also sensed Fang Chen's potential. However, she had too much contact with Fang Chen, causing her to hate Fang Chen. One day, Zhuang Heng found a sparring partner to teach Fang Chen a lesson. This sparring partner was a martial artist who had just entered the Eternal Realm. He was naturally very happy to be rewarded by Zhuang Heng. Bang! The door to Fang Chen's courtyard was kicked open. The sparring partner, Su Sun, swaggered in. His attitude was very arrogant. "Fang Chen, get the hell out here!" Su Sun roared. Fang Chen walked out of the attic with a gloomy face. "What's the matter?" "Fang Chen, you trash! You haven't even reached the Eternal Realm. Yet you dare to come to the servant hall as a sparring partner? You're courting death. If you hadn't eaten dog shit luck and been chosen by Amo Shinga, you'd already be dead." Su Sun refused to accept this. Why did Fang Chen have such dog shit luck while he didn't? In the previous sparring session, he had almost been killed by Amo Shinga. And then, Fang Chen didn't seem willing to pay attention to Su Sun. He turned around and prepared to enter the pavilion. "Fang Chen, you coward! Do you dare fight me?" Su Sun sneered. Not interested. Su Sun was thoroughly infuriated by Fang Chen's attitude. Furthermore, he had come with a mission. All of a sudden, the anger in his heart erupted. "Fang Chen, you're courting death." Su Sun made a move. The aura of the Eternal Realm instantly filled the air. A terrifying law of fire emerged from his body as he clenched his fist and threw a punch at Fang Chen. Bang! Fang Chen was already prepared. Seeing this, he immediately countered with a punch. The two fists collided, and Su Sun's body was forced back. As for Fang Chen, he was forced to retreat. Su Sun was surprised that Fang Chen was able to block his attack. "Now you can die." Next, Su Sun unleashed a terrifying attack. Fang Chen couldn't care less. He used the space-time book and instantly hit himself. Su Sun suddenly realized that he could no longer sense the other party's existence. "I don't believe that you can hide anywhere." Su Sun attacked his surroundings crazily, throwing out punch after punch. Swoosh! All of a sudden, tens of thousands of sword lights shot out from the void, piercing toward Su Sun. Ding, ding, ding! The sword light was blocked by Su Sun, but at that moment, Fang Chen kicked Su Sun. Bang! Caught off guard, Su Sun was forced back a few steps. After stabilizing himself, Su Sun was infuriated. "Brat, you're courting death." Being humiliated by a life and death realm cultivator filled Su Sun's heart with fury. "With my current strength, if I use the dark demonic wheel, defeating this person will be a piece of cake." However, Fang Chen also had his own considerations. He didn't want to cause trouble in the servant hall. However, if Su Sun went too far, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Just as Su Sun was about to attack, Amo Shinga appeared. Scram! Amo Shinga's expression was gloomy. Su Sun's face was pale with fright as he fled in panic. "Are you all right?" asked Amo Shinga. Fang Chen shook his head. "Many thanks. What are you thanking me for? Even if I didn't attack, he wouldn't have been able to kill you." Over the past month, Amo Shinga had gained a better understanding of Fang Chen. In a magnificent courtyard, Su Sun was reporting to Zhuang Heng. Bang! After hearing Su Sun's report, Zhuang Heng's expression was gloomy. He smashed the stone table beside him. "Amo Shinga." Zhuang Heng's expression was ferocious as he burned with rage. "Senior brother Zhuang, with Amo Shinga protecting him, we can't do anything to Fang Chen," said Su Sun helplessly. Zhuang Heng pondered for a moment, then said, "In 2 months, our batch of disciples will be tested. Once the test is over, Amo Shinga will definitely enter the Sword Palace." Su Sun was very smart. Zhuang Heng immediately understood. Don't worry, senior brother Zhuang. When the time comes, I will definitely help you kill this kid. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Especially in the God world, time flowed like water. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Zhuang Heng's batch of disciples began their test. The test of the servant hall was very difficult. However, this batch of disciples all passed. After the test, Amo Shinga and the others officially became disciples of the Sword Palace. They were about to leave the servant hall and head to the Sword Palace. From then on, their futures were limitless. However, after Amo Shinga became a disciple of the Sword Palace, she made a request to the servant hall master. The servant hall master agreed without any hesitation. What a joke! Amo Shinga and the others were destined to become experts in the future. At this time, befriending them was the wisest choice. Amo Shinga, Zhuang Heng, and the others left the servant hall. As for Fang Chen, with Amo Shinga's help, he became a guard of the servant hall's forbidden area. They wouldn't dare to enter the forbidden area of the servant hall, even if they had 100 guts. Although it was said to be a guard, it was actually to create an opportunity for Fang Chen to cultivate alone. From this day onwards, Fang Chen came to the forbidden area of the servant hall. I'll cultivate here for the next 2 years, Fang Chen said to himself as he sat cross-legged. He was very grateful to Amo Shinga. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have such a good opportunity. He knew that Su Sun and the others hated him to the bone and definitely wanted to kill him. However, it was uncertain who would be the one to kill whom in 2 years. I hope I can reach the Eternal Realm within 2 years. With that, Fang Chen closed his eyes and began cultivating. Fang Chen's cultivation mainly focused on the fire laws. After entering the God world, the fire laws he absorbed were even purer. Therefore, it was relatively easier to improve. Moreover, Fang Chen had the King of Fire, the Undying Flames, and had a natural affinity for fire. After half a year of seclusion in the forbidden area, Fang Chen raised his fire laws to the 6-star realm. Raising 2 small realms in a row wasn't a big deal. The most important thing was that he had reached the 7-star realm. In the following time, Fang Chen sprinted with all his might. Finally, after a year of seclusion, his fire laws reached the peak. The 7th-star realm's fire laws were very powerful. With a thought, the power of the fire laws would spread around his body. Now, my undying flames alone can burn a life and death realm ultimate warrior. Fang Chen muttered to himself, his face full of smiles. Now that his fire laws had reached the limit, the next step was to improve his cultivation. Break! Fang Chen growled, and the long river of laws in his qi, si, continued to expand. In a few breaths of time, the long river of laws had finished expanding. At this time, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the life and death realm. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary 9th level, but the peak of the 9th level. Just one more step, and I'll reach the immemorial realm. It wasn't that easy to reach the immemorial realm. Since there was still some time, Fang Chen wasn't in a hurry. He didn't give himself any pressure and continued to cultivate. Outside the forbidden area, servant hall, batch after batch of warriors were gradually eliminated. Batch after batch of sparring partners died at the hands of the servant hall disciples. Su Sun's luck was better. Zhuang Heng liked him, and before he left, he arranged an idle job for him. For more than a year, Su Sun had been waiting for Fang Chen to appear. This damn guy, when will he come out? Thinking of Fang Chen, Su Sun was furious. Such a weak piece of trash was assigned to guard the forbidden area. Who knew how many people were jealous? However, this was the servant hall master's order, and no one dared to go against it. Brat, when you come out, I, Su Sun, will kill you with my own hands. Su Sun said coldly, Roar. Suddenly, the roar of a beast broke the silence of the servant hall. Immediately, countless clamoring noises rang out. Su Sun could vaguely hear someone shouting, Demonic beasts are attacking the city. Oh, bastard, you're courting death. At that instant, a terrifying voice could be heard in the sky, uttering coldly. This was the servant hall master's voice. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The entire Handyman Hall city was shaking violently. Chapter 1663. The vast realm of the gods was not as peaceful as one would imagine. There would often be beast hordes. The beasts of the realm of the gods stood at the top of the entire beast world. They were called divine beasts. Even the most ordinary divine beasts were not comparable to the beasts of the lower realm. The undying bird was an ancient divine beast. Moreover, it was not considered weak among the divine beasts. In the vast realm of the gods, other than the places where the gods lived, the wilderness was basically occupied by divine beasts. Therefore, there would often be divine beasts attacking cities. Just now, the divine beasts attacked cities. However, this was the territory of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. The servant hall master was abnormally powerful and suppressed the beast hordes with his own strength. The beast hordes outside did not affect Fong Chen's cultivation at all. In the forbidden area of the servant hall, other than the two servant hall masters, almost no one was qualified to enter. Usually, the servant hall master would not come in. Therefore, it was unusually quiet here. Fong Chen used the golden heart to cultivate quickly. Speaking of which, the golden heart had been unusually active since coming to the realm of the gods. Moreover, Fong Chen was shocked to find that the golden heart's activity had obviously increased the speed of his absorption of the power of law. Without the help of the golden heart, it would be difficult to break through. The flame law had already been cultivated to 6 stars. It was only 1 step away from 7 stars. This step seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult. Only by experiencing this step personally would one realize the mystery behind it. When the flame law was cultivated to the highest level, it could burn everything in the world. Fong Chen's body was surrounded by the scorching, undying flame. The undying flame was rapidly absorbing the power of the flame law. After coming to the realm of the gods, Fong Chen felt that his comprehension of the laws had become deeper. In fact, this had something to do with the environment. As time passed, the lower realm's cultivation resources became more and more barren. The realm of the gods was different. It was incomparable to the lower realm in all aspects. Here, the power of law was exceptionally rich. Walking between heaven and earth, one could absorb the power of law at any time. In Fong Chen's mind, he had been thinking about the mysteries of the flame law. Finally, after half a year, Fong Chen's mind suddenly became clear. Before that, he did an experiment. Yu 1. He tried to integrate the gray aura that had been transformed from the true meaning of space-time into the law of fire. This test caused Fong Chen to be shocked. After the gray aura fused with the fire maxim, it immediately devoured the fire maxim. The following situation was out of Fong Chen's control. There was a look of panic on his face. He felt as if he was no longer related to the laws of fire and could no longer control the power of the laws. However, while Fong Chen was still in shock, the gray aura suddenly disappeared, and the fire law reappeared. It was just that the flame laws that appeared again were clearly much stronger. This is, with a thought from Fong Chen, a flame appeared in his palm. Instantly, the surrounding air became extremely hot. So hot. According to Fong Chen's guess, this temperature was enough to burn a life and death realm monarch alive. Right at this moment, the long river of laws in his chi sea rumbled. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to a very exaggerated extent. This, Fong Chen looked at his own long river of laws, dumbfounded. The long river of laws had already filled his entire chi sea. This was an unheard of situation. For an ordinary martial artist, when one law reaches the limit, the long river of laws should occupy about 80% of the chi sea. Fong Chen was shocked and said slowly, his long river of laws was obviously much wider than that of ordinary martial artists. It directly occupied the entire chi sea. Regardless, the law of fire is finally complete. Fong Qin sighed. When the law of fire reached the Seven Stars realm, he could control the power of laws at will and form all kinds of attacks. The law of fire was incomparably domineering and fierce. At least, in terms of offense, it could form the greatest help to Fong Qin. In terms of defense, the law of fire was also needless to say. With the undying flame surrounding his body, unless it was a martial artist who was much stronger than him, it was impossible to break through his defense. Whoosh! After the law of fire reached the Seven Stars realm, Fong Chen's cultivation also began to break through. Rumble in his Qi Sea, the long river of laws rolled. Yu too, the aura around Fong Chen's body was rising rapidly. It was a fundamental transformation from the life and death realm to the eternal realm. It was no exaggeration to say that only by reaching the eternal realm would one be qualified to continue living in the divine world. The eternal realm was just the beginning. Seeing the changes in his Qi Sea, Fong Qin smiled. Although he had only reached the eternal realm, he was still very happy. No one knew his situation better than him. To be able to reach the eternal realm in such a short time, it was also thanks to the unique cultivation environment of the divine world. Whoosh! After an hour, Fong Qin exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and then the aura around his body gradually converged. Eternal realm. Fong Qin clenched his fists, and a deafening cracking sound came from the surrounding air. From now on, he was a true eternal realm expert. After reaching the eternal realm, Fong Chen's strength had increased a lot. However, the divine art, heavenly imperial sword art, was obviously not enough for Fong Qin. In the lower realm, the heavenly imperial sword art is the strongest technique. In the divine world, it is only the most ordinary. Fong Qin said faintly. After coming to the divine world, he had to change his mindset. Congratulations, Master, on breaking through to the eternal realm. The dark demonic wheel's spirit suddenly said, with Master's current strength, you can fully activate the dark demonic wheel's power. Oh, Fong Qin smiled. According to his estimation, after reaching the eternal realm, he could at least fight with a second-level eternal realm expert. If he fully activated the dark demonic wheel, he should be able to kill a second-level eternal realm expert. If only the Book of Time and Space could be improved a little more. Fong Qin felt a little regretful. The Book of Time and Space had a total of 18 levels. If he cultivated it to the peak, he did not know what would happen. He was looking forward to it. Calculating the time, the deadline of 3 years was almost up. Fong Qin stood up and stretched his body. The competition in the South Tomb Sword Palace is too fierce. They hate Ascenders and are enemies with the Sky Bone Palace created by the Bone Progenitor. Fong Chen's deep eyes looked at the blue sky as he muttered to himself. He had hoped to join the South Tomb Sword Palace. UU3. However, after listening to Mo Shinga's words, Fong Qin changed his mind. Instead of being cautious at every step in the South Tomb Sword Palace, he would rather leave the servant hall and join a mid-sized faction. When he had enough power, he could cut through all obstacles and reach the Skybone Palace. The divine world was vast. The distance between the South Tomb Sword Palace and the Skybone Palace was too far. With his current speed, he would not be able to reach the Skybone Palace in a few decades. One day, I will stand at the top of the divine world, Fong Qin said to himself. He had thought that after entering the divine world, he would be able to reunite with the star and moon. Now that he thought about it, he was too naive. The competition in the divine world was too cruel. The slightest bit of carelessness could lead to death. Therefore, he had to be careful and take every step carefully. Star and moon, wait for me. Fong Qin clenched his fists. This was his promise to the star and moon. No matter how difficult the road ahead was, he would continue to search for the star and moon. When he thought of the star and moon, Fong Chen thought of the man called Zhou Lei. Fong Chen would never be able to forget his arrogant face. Unknowingly, Fong Qin clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. Traces of blood flowed from his palms. Just as Fang Qin was thinking, a sigh suddenly entered Fang Chen's ears. "Who is it?" Fang Qin turned pale with fright and looked around. He did not discover anything. This made Fang Qin even more confused. The servant hall was a forbidden area. Apart from the 2 hall masters, no one had the right to enter. "Who is it?" Fang Qin asked loudly. Buzz. An ancient aura came from the cave in the forbidden area. Then, a trace of sword energy came to Fang Chen's side. This is... Fang Chen's heart trembled. This trace of sword energy caused his golden heart to beat rapidly. "What's in the cave?" Fang Qin frowned. After a while, he prepared to enter the cave to check it out. However, he also had some concerns in his heart. Chapter 1664. Since it was his first time in the realm of the gods, he had to be careful. Although this was only a forbidden area of the servant hall, it was still considered part of the South Tomb Sword Palace. After Fang Qin weighed the pros and cons, he finally chose to enter, because he felt that the golden heart seemed to be intentionally guiding him in. No one will come to the forbidden area of the back mountain. I'll go in and take a look, Fang Qin said to himself. Then he took a step forward and entered the forbidden cave. Wall of the cave seemed to be another space. Fang Qin felt the space around him distort. Then he appeared in a completely different world. Fang Qin panicked a little as he looked around. "Little fellow, there's no need to panic. The place you're in now is my dreamland." A melodious voice entered Fang Chen's ears. The latter was shocked. He was actually in someone else's dream. What was going on? There was nothing around Fang Qin. He couldn't even feel a trace of energy fluctuation. Hiss, hiss, hiss seemed to want to tell Fang Qin that he was really in a dream. A familiar, dreamy aura suddenly emerged from the void. In an instant, Fang Qin opened his eyes wide. He had the true meaning of dreams, so he was naturally very familiar with the aura of dreams. "I'm really in a dream." Fang Qin didn't dare to imagine how strong this expert was. He actually let him enter his dream unknowingly. Fang Qin, who had a deep understanding of the true meaning of dreams, knew very well that it wasn't so easy to do this. This involved some things related to the laws. It was very profound. "Who are you?" Fang Qin tried hard to calm the waves in his heart and asked in a deep voice, "Who I am is not important. What's important is that I've finally waited for an ascender." The worried voice sounded again. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart moved. Could it be that this person is an ascender? Then why would he appear in the forbidden cave of the servant hall? Didn't the South Tomb Sword Palace have a huge grudge against the Heavenly Bone Palace? Why would he be here? A series of doubts filled Fang Chen's mind. "You don't need to be confused. I'm also an ascender like you. Furthermore, I'm a disciple of the Heavenly Bone Palace." The voice sounded again. "Then why are you here?" asked Fang Qin. "Because back then I charged into the servant hall and killed my enemies." Although he had taken his revenge in the end, he was killed by the experts of the South Tomb Sword Palace's odd job hall. A remnant of his soul hid in the forbidden grounds. "You're a disciple of the Heavenly Bone Palace." Fang Qin was very surprised. He didn't expect a disciple of the Heaven Bone Palace to be hidden here. At first Fang Qin was Heavenly Bone Palace. Was he to Heavenly Bone Palaces, to the Heavenly Bone Palace, to heavenly, to heavens, to heaven, to the Heavenly Bone? "Senior, may I ask how I should address you?" asked Fang Qin respectfully. "When I was in the lower realm, I was known as the Sky River Patriarch." "So it's the Sky River Great Elder." Fang Qin was relieved when he heard this. "Heavenly, heavenly, heavenly, God heavenly his heavens, 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 heavenly, 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 heavenly heavens, heavens." When he was in the lower realm, he was extremely dazzling, an era-suppressing existence. A long, long time ago, he stepped foot into the God realm. Who would have thought that he would actually end up like this? "Ancestor, Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the experts of the servant hall? Fang Chen asked. The Sky River Great Ancestor pondered for a moment and then said, My injuries were too serious back then. Although I have been hiding here all these years, I have been struggling at death's door. I'm not willing to die like this. It wasn't until you appeared that my hope was rekindled. Ancestor, don't worry. Junior will definitely think of a way to save you, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. The Sky River Patriarch said, It's a miracle that my remnant has been able to hold on until now. The reason why I called you here is because I have a request. What is it? While in the dream, a golden scroll appeared. The scroll floated in front of Fang Chen. This scroll records important secrets about the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. I hope you can bring it to the Skybone Palace and hand it to the Bone Progenitor, the Sky River Great Ancestor said. Fang Chen hesitated for a moment and did not reach out to take it. This scroll doesn't have much use for ordinary warriors, but to the Skybone Palace it is of great significance. You are also from the lower realm, so I chose to believe you. I hope you won't disappoint me, the Sky River Great Ancestor continued. Under the Sky River Great Ancestor's persuasion, Fang Chen finally took the scroll. Ancestor, don't worry. I will definitely bring it safely, Fang Chen promised. Seeing Fang Chen put away the scroll, the Sky River Great Ancestor breathed a sigh of relief and immediately warned, You must not open this scroll. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. I know. Fang Chen nodded. You too. After warning Fang Chen, the Sky River Great Ancestor's remnant consciousness turned into a hot light and instantly poured into Fang Chen's body. This is all I can help you with. After saying that, the Sky River Great Ancestor's remnant consciousness disappeared, and the extremely terrifying dreamy aura poured into Fang Chen's body. In an instant, the true meaning of illusion in Fang Chen's body was released. Whoosh! Whoosh! The true meaning of illusion quickly absorbed the dreamy aura. Its level was also rapidly increasing. Grade 7, Grade 8, Grade 9. In the blink of an eye, the true meaning of illusion reached Grade 9. At this moment, a voice reverberated in his mind. Like reality and illusion, like a dream and like an illusion, true and false, false and true. This was the Sky River Great Ancestor's instruction to Fang Chen before his death. Dong! Fang Chen's mind exploded all of a sudden. The terrifying dreamy aura filled his entire mind. Fang Chen's body fell into a stupefied state, and his consciousness was immersed in the sea of illusion. In some ways, the true meaning of space and time had a certain degree of commonality with the true meaning of illusion. Therefore, when he heard the Sky River Great Ancestor's last sentence, the golden heart triggered a great resonance. Rumble, the dreamy aura surrounded him, and the Sky River Great Ancestor's dreamland gradually disappeared. The so-called dream is relative to others. The corner of Fang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Immediately his mind moved. Suddenly he was in a dreamy space. Is this my dreamland? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Immediately he retracted his aura, and his body appeared in the cave. The dreamy power in the air constantly drilled into his body. The true meaning of illusion in his body was rapidly transforming into the illusion law. What a profound law of illusion, he said. Fang Chen was very excited in his heart. By chance, he actually comprehended illusion law. Although the illusion law did not have much offensive power, it was superb in terms of survival. The law of illusion combined with the space-time book made it impossible for low-level Eternal Realm experts to capture his movements. Only now did he have the ability to protect himself. Huff! Fang Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Then he began to look around. Since this place was called a forbidden area, what secrets did it have? Yes, there's a passage ahead. Fang Chen suddenly saw a pitch-black tunnel in front of him. Immediately, he quickly walked toward the passage. Buzz, a terrifying gust of wind came from the passage. Ding! Ding! The wind hit Fong Chen's body, cutting his clothes. "What's in the passage?" Fong Chen frowned. At this moment, the little mouse appeared. "Boss," the little mouse said in a low voice. "Yes." "I feel a familiar aura," the little mouse said. "I seem to know what's in the passage." "You know?" Fong Chen asked hurriedly. The little mouse said, "I'm not sure. Let me go in and take a look." "It's dangerous." Fong Chen stopped it. "Boss, I'm a heaven-devouring divine mouse. After coming to the God world, I absorbed a large amount of God world's aura, and my body became even stronger. Even Eternal Realm experts can't break through my defense. Moreover, with my means, even if I encounter danger, I can escape immediately," the little mouse said. He was originally unwilling, but after thinking about it, he agreed. "You must be careful," Fong Chen warned. "Don't worry, boss. If my guess is correct, you will receive unexpected benefits." The little mouse chuckled. Its body was wrapped in a purple glow, and it jumped into the pitch-black passage. Hiss! A biting cold wind blew fiercely from the passage. Chapter 16:65. After the little mouse entered the passageway, there was no more movement. Fong Chen clenched his fists, ready to act at any moment. He and the little mouse were mentally connected. Although he couldn't sense the exact location of the little mouse, he could sense that the little mouse wasn't dead. "I hope nothing happens to it," Fong Chen said to himself. Time passed in the blink of an eye. About an hour later, the little mouse suddenly sent a voice transmission to him. "Boss, we're rich, ha ha ha." The little mouse's voice was filled with excitement. "What did you discover?" Fong Chen hurriedly asked. "Boss, you'll know in a bit." The little mouse didn't say anything else. After a long wait, the little mouse appeared in front of the pitch-black passageway. Fong Chen's gaze fell on the little mouse. The latter's face was full of smiles. In his palm was a palm-sized egg. "Boss, look at this." The little mouse beamed as it looked at the egg in its palm. "What egg is this?" Fong Chen asked doubtfully. Was this the only thing found in the passageway? The little mouse nodded. "Boss, don't underestimate this egg. The entire servant hall can't compare to it. If my guess is correct, this egg is what the South Tomb Sword Palace truly values. As for the servant hall, it's just a decoration to deceive others." "It's that amazing?" Fong Chen opened his eyes wide in disbelief. To be valued by the South Tomb Sword Palace was enough to show that this egg was extraordinary. But what kind of divine beast's egg was this? "What is this egg?" Fong Chen asked. The little mouse played with the egg and beamed. "This is an ant egg." "An ant egg!" Fong Chen was stunned. "Boss, there are many different races of ants. Do you know what race this egg belongs to?" the little mouse asked. Fong Chen shook his head. The little mouse continued. "Ants are divided into many races. One of them is the royal family of the ants. Furthermore, their name is the Royal Ant Clan. The ants of the Royal Ant Clan will automatically grasp the laws of heaven and earth after they reach adulthood." Hearing this, Fong Chen was shocked. The Imperial Ant Tribe was actually named after the Imperial Ant Tribe. It seemed that the Imperial Ant Tribe was really powerful. The Imperial Ant Clan has very few members, which is a bit similar to our heaven-devouring divine rat clan. Every generation, there will be an Ant Emperor. The Ant Emperor can control all the ants in the heavenly realm. The little mouse continued. All of this was found in his inherited memories. It was also quite shocked. It didn't expect that there would be an ant egg hidden here. The competition in the Ant Emperor clan is very fierce because once you become the Ant Emperor, you'll be able to command all the members of the Ant clan in the entire God realm. Thus, all of the Imperial Ant Clan's clansmen were doing their best. The only way for them to become Ant Emperors is to devour all of the other Ant Emperors, one by one. Little Mouse continued. When there's only one Ant Emperor left, he'll become the new Ant Emperor of the Imperial Ant Clan. In other words, Every generation of the Imperial Ant Clan will only have one Ant Emperor left, said Fong Chen. The little mouse nodded. From a certain point of view, the competition in the Imperial Ant Clan was even fiercer. If you didn't kill others, others would kill you. Thus, the Imperial Ant Clan's clansmen had always been mortal enemies. Why do you know so much about the Imperial Ant Clan? Asked Fong Chen suddenly. The little mouse laughed mischievously. Because we heaven-devouring divine rats feed on the Imperial Ant Clan. Fong Chen was shocked. He looked at the little mouse like he was looking at a monster. After a long while, he did his best to calm down. He carefully combed through the little mouse's words. Finally, he thought of the little mouse's intentions. What you're saying is that we'll incubate this ant egg, and then you'll eat the Imperial Ant Clan? Asked Fong Chen. The little mouse shook his head. Boss, the Imperial Ant Clan is very rare in the divine world. Even those peak powers are unable to resist the temptation of the Imperial Ant Clan. How could I be willing to eat them? We'll incubate the ant egg and then have the Imperial Ant Clan recognize you as its master. We'll raise the Imperial Ant Clan together. Once it matures, we'll help it devour its clansmen. If one day it can become the new Ant Emperor, then it'll be extremely powerful. At that time, with a single order, all the ant clans in the divine world will move out. Even the 7 peak powers will have to think twice if they want to touch Boss, said the little mouse. He wasn't exaggerating in the slightest. Otherwise, the Southern Tomb Sword Palace wouldn't have secretly raised the ant egg here. But why would the Southern Tomb Sword Palace place such an important ant egg here? Aren't they afraid it'll be stolen? Asked Fong Chen. A special environment is needed to raise an ant egg. In the entire Southern Tomb Sword Palace, I'm afraid only this tunnel is suitable for raising an ant egg. That's why the Southern Tomb Sword Palace built a servant hall here to fool others, said the little mouse. Then how do we raise it after we take it away? Asked Fong Chen. Boss, others might not be able to do it, but you're different. The little mouse laughed mischievously. The golden heart in your body is extremely unique. That kind of aura is extremely suitable for raising an ant egg. The environment is 100 times better than this tunnel. Try putting the ant egg into the golden heart. See if you can raise it, urged the little mouse. This was an extremely important matter. Whether they could succeed or not was related to whether they could establish a place for themselves in the divine world. I'll try. Fong Chen took the ant egg. With a thought, he kept the ant egg in his body. Fuse. Fong Chen controlled the golden heart while controlling the ant egg. As soon as the golden heart released a golden halo, the ant egg sensed it and happily swam toward it. A moment later, the ant egg arrived outside the golden heart. Fong Chen tried to fuse with it. The golden heart seemed to know what Fong Chen was trying to do. Crash! The golden heart released a large amount of golden aura that wrapped around the ant egg. In an instant, the ant egg disappeared. Fong Chen hastily looked inside the golden heart and saw that the ant egg was quietly absorbing the golden aura. It works. Fong Chen was overjoyed and shouted excitedly, "Ha ha ha, success!" The little mouse was also very excited. After all, that was the Imperial Ant Clan. In the future, it was extremely likely to become an Imperial Ant boss. The Imperial Ant Clan is extremely important. You can't let others know about it. Otherwise, you'll definitely die. Also, quickly find an opportunity to leave the Southern Tomb Sword Palace. Being in the Southern Tomb Sword Palace didn't feel too safe. Don't worry, I know what to do. After putting away the ant egg, Fong Chen brought the little mouse out of the cave. There wasn't a single person in the forbidden area. No one had noticed that Fong Chen had been here. How long does this ant egg need to be nurtured? Asked Fong Chen. It depends on the situation. Some are very fast, while others are very slow, said the little mouse. Nurturing an ant egg required patience. Fong Chen nodded and sat down cross-legged, calming his joy. After a period of time, Fong Chen's group's trial arrived. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed since they had arrived in the divine world. In these 3 years, Fong Chen's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, he had obtained an ant egg. That was the most important thing. Today was the day of the trial. A servant hall disciple had come to inform Fong Chen very early in the morning. In the servant hall's plaza, Su Sun sneered inwardly. The day he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Fong Chen, I've let you live for 3 more years. You should be satisfied, thought Su Sun. After the trial, he had 100 ways to kill Fong Chen. After I kill you, I'll go to the South Tomb Sword Palace to find Senior Brother Zhuangheng. I'm sure he'll be very happy then, Su Sun said with a sinister smile. Not long after, the plaza was packed with people. There were about 100 disciples in this batch. When Fong Chen arrived, the other disciples were already in place. Fong Chen felt a burning gaze land on his body. He turned his head and was surprised to see Su Sun glaring at him with hatred in his eyes. I'm no longer the weakling from 3 years ago. Fong Chen sneered inwardly. In these 3 years, Su Sun's cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the Eternal Realm. Although he was at the 1st level of the Eternal Realm, he could easily deal with Su Sun. You think you're safe just because you're in the Eternal Realm? What a joke. I'll let you know the difference between the 1st and 2nd layers. Seeing Fong Chen's nonchalant expression, Su Sun's heart was filled with rage. He couldn't wait to attack Fong Chen. Chapter 1666. Not long after, the Odd Job Hall Master arrived. After sweeping his gaze across the crowd, he nodded in satisfaction. If you want to join the South Tomb Sword Palace and become a true disciple, you have to pass our test, said the Odd Job Hall Master. The test was actually very simple. The first test was talent. The South Tomb Sword Palace was a top power in the divine world. Ordinary cultivators were not worthy of their attention. Only the true top geniuses could be selected. The second test was comprehension of the Sword Tao. After all, the South Tomb Sword Palace was a paradise for sword cultivators. It was said that the South Tomb Sword Palace had produced a sword god and was the faith of countless sword cultivators. The third test was one's strength. If you were too weak, even if you joined the South Tomb Sword Palace, you would be courting death. The competition within the South Tomb Sword Palace was even more intense. After all, the South Tomb Sword Palace only had so many resources, and there were hundreds of millions of disciples. With so many people wanting resources, the stronger one would get the resources. Since Fong Chen had already decided to leave the Odd Job Hall, he did not take the test seriously. After the test began, one disciple after another took the test. Most of the disciples failed, but there was a disciple who succeeded from time to time. They were extremely excited. I succeeded. I joined the South Tomb Sword Palace. Seeing the excitement of the disciples, Fong Chen could totally imagine. After an hour, it was Fong Chen's turn to take the test. Soon, Fong Chen's test results came out. Eliminated, said the Odd Job Hall Master expressionlessly. Fong Chen nodded and quickly left. Seeing this scene, Su Sun was extremely excited. Fong Chen did not pass the test, which meant that he would be expelled from the Odd Job Hall. He would not be protected by the Odd Job Hall. This way, wouldn't it be justifiable for him to make a move on him? Kid, I'll let you be proud for a while. Su Sun laughed wildly in his heart. However, Su Sun was a little too proud. He originally thought that he was full of confidence. Who would have thought that he would fail the test when he was just one step away? In the final test, Su Sun used his trump card and temporarily raised his cultivation to the 5th level of the 10,000 Ancient Realm, but he was still a little short. Su Sun's face was pale. Every time he used his trump card, he needed a few months to recover. Damn it! Su Sun was very unhappy. He had actually failed. Not long after, the Odd Job Hall Master announced the end of the test. The disciples who pass the test will have their own elders to escort you to the South Tomb Sword Palace. As for the others, "Leave the servant hall immediately," the servant hall master said in a deep voice. The god realm was just like that. Only the strong survived. When the results of the test came out, the hall master of the odd job hall looked at the disciples who failed the test with an impatient expression. The reality was that they had to constantly curry favor with the disciples who passed. On the square, the disciples who failed the test were vainly begging the odd job hall master to let them stay for a while longer. However, Fong Chen did not waste his breath and left immediately. Looking at Fong Chen's departing figure, a murderous intent flashed across Su Sun's face, and he followed closely behind. Fong Chen had long discovered that Su Sun was following him, but he didn't point it out. His speed was extremely fast, and he soon left the vicinity of the handyman hall. In front of Fong Chen was a mountain range. There were at least tens of thousands of mountains in this mountain range. "Go in." Fong Chen entered the 100,000 mountains. "Kid, you're dead." When Su Sun rushed into the 100,000 mountains, he suddenly realized that he could not find any trace of Fong Chen. "Damn it, where did this kid go?" Su Sun cursed and looked left and right, trying to find Fong Chen. However, at this moment, a voice came from behind him. "Are you looking for me?" Su Sun heard this and quickly turned around. When he saw Fong Chen, his murderous intent was exposed without concealment. "Kid, you know that I'm looking for you, but you still dare to show up," Su Sun said sinisterly. "Do you think you can kill me?" Fong Chen said indifferently, "Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand." Su Sun did not waste any time and directly attacked. Rumble. The aura of a second-level eternal realm instantly erupted. Despair. Su Sun's body was surrounded by sword chi, and a strange long sword appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Sword chi rushed to the sky and condensed into a substantial sword light. This was Fong Chen's first attack since he came to the God world. Dong! Fong Chen gathered all the strength in his body, gathered it on his fist, and punched out. Crack! Fong Chen's fist hit Su Sun's sword light hard. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the sword light, and Fong Chen's body quickly retreated. "I'm still a little weak." Fong Chen looked at the menacing Su Sun. With a thought, he unleashed the illusion law. The power of the law surged and instantly swept through the ground. Insignificant skill. Su Sun's attack was very strong, and it constantly suppressed Fong Chen. After activating the law of illusion, Fong Chen used the space-time book. Crash! Within the law of illusion, Fong Chen was a godlike existence. Where is he? Su Sun was shocked and carefully searched. However, no matter how hard he searched, he could not find any trace of Fong Chen. "Do you think you can escape by hiding?" Su Sun sneered. "Today you will die without a doubt." Who said I was going to hide? Fong Chen's voice could be heard all of a sudden. Immediately after, he used the heavenly imperial sword art. Tens of thousands of sword lights rushed over. Su Sun felt the terrifying power contained in the sword lights, and his face changed greatly. No, Su Sun desperately tried to resist, but he was swallowed by the tens of thousands of sword lights. A miserable scream came from Su Sun's mouth. In the blink of an eye, Su Sun died. Whoosh! Fong Chen breathed a sigh of relief and walked out of the void. "I'm still not strong enough," Fong Chen muttered to himself. Su Sun's strength was weak to begin with, and he could not use his trump card, so he could easily kill him. If he encountered some genius martial artists, it would be difficult. All in all, his first battle in the divine world was fruitful. Next, I have to leave the South Tomb Sword Palace's territory as soon as possible. Fong Chen said to himself, if the South Tomb Sword Palace discovered that the ant eggs had disappeared, they would definitely be furious. At that time, they would definitely investigate the entire territory, and the forbidden area that he had guarded for more than 2 years would definitely be listed as a target of suspicion. Therefore, no matter what, He could not be caught by the South Tomb Sword Palace. Otherwise, only death would await him. In the following time, Fong Qin traversed the 100,000 mountains. The 100,000 mountains were endless. There were often some dangers here. Fortunately, Fong Qin was a space-time cultivator, and his survival skills were superb. Most of the time, they managed to avoid the attacks without any mishaps. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Fong Qin was still traversing the 100,000 mountains. I wonder when we can leave. Fong Qin sighed. Boss, let's take a detour. The core area of the 100,000 mountains is too dangerous. Little Mouse reminded him. Fong Qin nodded. He had already thought of this. That's the only way. For safety's sake, they could only choose to take a detour. After deciding to take a detour, Fong Qin and Little Mouse quickly moved forward. However, in a dense forest, they encountered a battle. The battle was very fierce, and almost all of them were experts at the peak of the Eternal Realm. Who are these people? Why are they fighting? Fong Qin hid outside the forest and secretly watched. The commotion inside was so loud that it was deafening. The terrifying aura continued to sweep across the area. Boss, what should we do? Little Mouse asked solemnly. Experts at the peak of the Eternal Realm could easily kill them. Let's go. Fong Qin said decisively and immediately prepared to leave. However, at this time, the battle in the forest seemed to have come to an end. Dong! The entire ground trembled, and the dense forest was destroyed in an instant. Fong Qin was also nearly hit by the air currents. That was close. Fong Qin got up from the ground and said with lingering fear, Boss, look. Little Mouse cried out. Fong Qin turned his head to look and was shocked to discover a large pit in the forest. Several experts of the Eternal Realm who had been fighting fiercely before were lying in the big pit. They are all dead. Suddenly, a weak voice came from the big pit. Save me. Fong Qin was stunned for a moment. Then he looked over and saw a white-clothed man who was on the verge of death. The other 4 had all died. Chapter 16, 67. The white-clothed man in the pit was covered in blood, and his aura was weak. Beside him, there were 4 warriors who had already fallen. Fong Qin saw the battle clearly from afar. Among the 5, the white-clothed man was the strongest. Seeing the white-clothed man raise his palm with difficulty and ask for help, Fong Qin hesitated. Should he save or remedy it? If this was the lower realm, Fong Qin would have already saved him. However, this was the God realm. He could not do as he pleased. He had to be careful. There is no one else here. I can save him. After weighing the pros and cons, Fong Qin decided to save the white-clothed warrior. He quickly walked into the pit and came to the white-clothed warrior's side. Seeing this, the latter revealed an excited smile. Who are you? Fong Qin asked. The white-clothed man opened his mouth but could not speak. His injuries were too serious. His vitality was fading. There was no hope of survival. With great difficulty, he took out a rag from his bosom and handed it to Fong Qin. Take this to the Black Dragon sect. After saying this sentence intermittently, the white-clothed warrior was completely dead. Fong Qin looked at the rag in his hand with a face full of doubts. Boss, could this rag be a treasure map? Little Mouse asked. After a long time, Fong Qin shook his head and said, I can't see anything for the time being. Then what should we do next? Little Mouse asked. Let's go. Let's leave the 100,000 mountains first, Fong Qin said. He secretly remembered the 3 words Black Dragon sect in his heart. If there was a chance, he would definitely send this rag to the Black Dragon sect. However, not long after Fong Qin and Little Mouse left, countless air-piercing sounds suddenly appeared in the void. Immediately after, many warriors appeared in front of the pit. There was a fierce battle here. Look, it's Junior Brother Shui and the others. The leading warriors quickly came to the pit. After checking, they found that Junior Brother Shui and the others had already died. Check his body, Zhao Yu said. The leader, a martial artist with a face full of stubble, pointed at the martial artist in white not far away. After inspecting the items, the disciples shook their heads. No. The bearded warrior frowned and said, Someone has been here. He must not have gone far. Go after him. After saying that, the many cultivators quickly left this place. Walking through the 100,000 mountains, Fang Chen had no idea that someone was chasing after him and the little mouse. He and the little mouse traveled quickly. The deeper they went into the Sherwan Mountains, the more dangerous it was. Not long ago, Fang Chen had encountered a high-level divine beast of the 10,000 ancient realm. Fortunately, he had used the time and space book to escape in time. Otherwise, he would have lost his life. I wonder when we'll be able to leave the 100,000 mountains. Fang Chen sighed. As long as they left the territory of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, they could use the teleportation formation to head to the Celestial Bone Palace. Once they reached the Sky Bone Palace, they would be safe. Roar! Just as Fang Chen and the little mouse were making their way through, a furious roar suddenly rang out. It was deafening. Yes, there's a divine beast up ahead. Fang Chen's expression changed drastically. The beast's roar caused him to be extremely fearful. Boss, look. The little mouse's eyes suddenly widened as it stared in front of it. Fang Chen followed his gaze and discovered that on a mountain peak in front of him, a figure was fighting fiercely with a divine beast. That's the winged serpent race's divine beast. The lower realms also had the winged serpent race, but they couldn't compare to the divine world. This winged serpent race's divine beast had over 100 heads. Its attack power was extremely high. This winged serpent race's attack power is too strong. Fang Chen sighed. However, what shocked him even more was the figure fighting the winged serpent. Strange, this cultivator's aura clearly hasn't reached the 10,000 ancient realm. How can he deal with the winged serpent? Muttered the little mouse. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at the mountain peak. The figure wasn't as fast as the winged serpent, but every time the winged serpent attacked, it would be forced back by some kind of aura. The winged serpent fled in the blink of an eye. How boring! The figure spread out his hands helplessly. However, at that moment, he saw Fang Chen and the little mouse. You too, whoosh! In an instant, he appeared in front of Fang Chen. Fellow Taoist, we just happened to pass by. We didn't mean to disturb you, said Fang Chen hurriedly. It was a young man. He looked younger than Fang Chen, and there was a hint of immaturity on his face. However, Fang Chen didn't dare to underestimate him. The winged serpent escaped. Come and play with me. The figure stared at Fang Chen and chuckled. Fang Chen shook his head and said, Even the winged serpent can't defeat you. How can I, a mere first-level Eternal Realm martial artist, fight with you? The young man in front of him gave Fang Chen a very scary feeling. Especially when his eyes looked over, Fang Chen felt his scalp tingle. I haven't met a human martial artist in the 100,000 mountains for a long time. I fight with divine beasts every day. The young man said, My father gave me a mission. I have to fight 100,000 battles in the 100,000 mountains before I can leave. Fang Chen was slightly shocked when he heard this. It seemed that the young man's father wasn't an ordinary person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a request. Boy, I'll play with you. The little mouse jumped to the ground and looked at the young man. You haven't even reached the Eternal Realm. Can you withstand a punch from me? The young man smiled. Don't talk nonsense. Do you want to play or not? The little mouse was a little angry when he heard the young man's words. Okay, if you want to play, I'll play with you. After saying that, the young man's body was filled with a dense red light. He clenched his fist and punched out. Suddenly, the surrounding space became somewhat chaotic. So hot. Fang Chen stared at the young man and sensed the flame aura on his body. Bang! The young man's punch shattered the little mouse's purple halo defense, and the latter's body was sent flying. "Hey, your defense is pretty good." The young man was a little curious about the little mouse and continued to attack. Bang! Bang! The battle that followed was almost one-sided. The little mouse was simply no match for the young man. After being attacked by the young man for so long, the little mouse finally found an opportunity and used 3 of his innate divine abilities in one breath. UU3. First was the devouring divine ability. A terrifying devouring power instantly spread out. Hiss! The devouring power collided with the fiery red light around the young man's body, and a dazzling light burst out. Crack! The devouring power was finally defeated by the fiery red light. The devouring divine ability had lost its effect. Next was the second innate divine ability, extreme piercing. The purple spear carried a terrifying power as it pierced through the void and arrived in front of the young man. However, the shocking thing was that the young man was actually able to grab the spear. "The piercing power is quite strong." The young man nodded. As expected, the third innate divine ability was also neutralized by the young man. Fong Qin was somewhat shaken. A life and death expert was actually this powerful. Could it be that the divine world was filled with monsters like this? According to Fong Chen's guess, this young man should be from some major power or major family's younger generation. "I'm not fighting anymore. You're too monstrous." The little mouse finally admitted defeat and stopped fighting. The young man was somewhat curious about the little mouse and carefully observed it. How strange. There's actually an expert like you in the mouse race. Although the young man was young, he had a certain understanding of the little mouse's 3 innate divine abilities. Unfortunately, he didn't know about the heaven-devouring divine rat. "Which race are you from?" asked the young man. "I've been following Boss since I was born. As for which race I'm from, I don't know." The little mouse naturally wouldn't say. The heaven-devouring divine rat was one of a kind in the universe. If the outside world learned of this, it would definitely bring about a fatal disaster. The young man was somewhat curious, but his gaze fell on Fong Qin. "Come and fight with me." His intuition told him that this person's strength shouldn't be below the little mouse's. "I'm not your opponent," said Fong Qin frankly. The young man had a powerful trump card. At most, he would be able to escape unscathed. Chapter 1668. Helpless, he could only fight the young man. "I'm going to attack," the young man said softly. The tender young man softly said. Soon after, he waved his small hand and a fiery red aura immediately spread out. The undying flame appeared around Fong Chen's body, and the rich power of the law of fire revolved around him. Undying flame's law of fire. The young man's eyes widened as he looked at Fong Chen. A human martial artist actually possessed the undying flame in his body. This was not common. Seeing this, the young man punched out. Fong Chen felt that this punch contained a strange fluctuation. He didn't fight it head-on. Instead, he used the time-space book and hid himself in the void. Where is he? The young man looked around in shock. Whoosh! Over 10,000 sword lights emerged from the void, carrying terrifying sword chi as they shot towards the young man. The young man didn't panic at all. He punched out several times in a row. Immediately, the terrifying sword chi was defeated. However, at this time, the young man waved his hand and stopped fighting. Your concealment technique is too strong. If you continue to hide, even I won't be able to do anything to you, the young man said frankly. Fong Chen nodded, not saying anything. My name is Zhou Fa. What's your name? The young man stretched out his hand. Fong Chen. He also stretched out his hand and shook the young man's hand. I feel that you're very interesting. How about we travel together? Zhou Fa smiled. Fong Chen could see that Zhou Fa was inexperienced and didn't have many schemes in his heart. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. Who? Who? Countless sounds of breaking air rang out. Then the cultivators chasing Fong Chen arrived. Right here. A heavy voice came from the void. Countless cultivators landed on the ground, surrounding Fong Qin and the young man. "Kid, hand over the thing." A cultivator with a stubbled face said in a deep voice, his killing intent overflowing, "I was just worried that I wouldn't have an opponent." Zhou Fa smiled without any fear. "It seems you don't plan on handing it over," said the stubbled cultivator. "Kill them." Under the command of the bearded martial artist, everyone attacked with lightning speed. "Brother Fong, watch me." Zhou Fa took the initiative to attack. This time he didn't hold back. Rumble Zhou Fa's body was constantly emitting a strong flame aura. In an instant, the area had turned into a sea of fire. The Eternal Realm experts trapped in the sea of fire screamed in agony. "Ah, Hualing Qingquan, you are from the Zhou clan." Not good, Run. Everyone panicked and tried their best to escape, but it was too late. Now you know it's useless. The temperature in the sea of fire rose sharply, and in the blink of an eye, these Eternal Realm cultivators were refined. Seeing this, Fong Qin was shocked. The natives of the God Realm simply could not be measured with common sense. A life and death realm expert actually had such a fighting strength. While putting away the sea of flames, Zhou Fa came to Fong Chen's side. "Brother Fong, how is it?" Zhou Fa asked. "I admire Brother Zhou's strength," Fong Chen said. Zhou Fa spread out his hands and said, "Actually, it's nothing. In the God Realm, we are born with life and death cultivation. It won't take long for us to reach the Eternal Realm. My talent is relatively poor. I haven't stepped into the Eternal Realm even though I'm in my teens." Fong Chen nodded. He had learned a little about it in the servant hall. Some of the natives of the God Realm had children who were born in the life and death realm. This was because only life and death realm cultivators could resist the pressure of the God Realm. Therefore, the lower realms could not be compared to the God Realm. "Brother Zhou, I heard them say that you are from the Zhou clan. I presume the Zhou clan must be a noble family," Fong Chen asked. Hearing the two words, Zhou clan, confusion appeared on Zhou Fa's face. After a long time, he sighed. "To tell you the truth, the reason why they are so frightened is because they think I am from the real Zhou clan," Zhou Fa said slowly. The real Zhou clan, Fong Chen was still somewhat puzzled. In the God Realm, apart from the 7 peak powers, the Zhou clan is the most authoritative and powerful family. "The Zhou clan I belong to is merely a branch that was driven out of the clan," Zhou Fa said. "As a member of the Zhou clan, they were chased out. This was the greatest humiliation of their branch. I'm sorry." Fong Chen also didn't know that he would ask about Zhou Fa's sad matter. He cupped his hands apologetically. However, Fong Chen had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He didn't know if the Zhou Lei he had met in the Star Ruins was a member of the Zhou clan. "It's nothing. In any case, I'm already used to it. After leaving the Zhou clan, our branch can still live very well," Zhou Fa said calmly. Fong Chen nodded. After thinking about it, he decided to ask. "Brother Zhou Fa, I want to ask you about a person. I don't know if you've heard of him," Fong Chen said. "Who?" "Zhou Lei. You know him." Zhou Fa looked at Fong Chen. Fong Chen shook his head. "I've only heard about him from others. He's a member of the Zhou clan. I'm not too sure about the specifics." Fong Chen clenched his fists, remembering Zhou Lei's name in his heart. There were too many things he needed to do after coming to the God Realm. First of all, he needed to find his wife, Star and Moon. She had given him a token. Within a certain distance, the token would change. But now, the token hadn't changed at all. This meant that the distance between him and Star and Moon was too far. In the following time, Fong Chen and Zhou Fa traveled through the 100,000 mountain range. With Zhou Fa's help, they didn't encounter any danger. However, the 100,000 mountain range was simply too big. They couldn't leave it in a short time. Along the way, they encountered many divine beasts. Fong Chen's strength gradually increased as he fought against these divine beasts. This was especially true for his illusion law. After continuous tempering, it had become even more powerful. 3 months later, his illusion law had reached the realm of 7 stars. Fong Qin could now use the illusion law at will. Roar. While moving forward, they suddenly heard the roar of a divine beast. Zhou Fa wanted to take action, but was stopped by Fong Qin. Brother Zhou Fa, try my illusion law. Fong Qin smiled and took a step forward. In an instant, a huge divine beast appeared in front of Fong Qin. Roar! This divine beast was very powerful. Its appearance caused the ground to tremble. Illusion. Fong Qin opened his eyes and emitted a strong hallucinogenic aura. In an instant, the power of the illusion law in the air emerged. The divine beast that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws suddenly became like a walking corpse. Amazing! Zhou Fa, who was not far away, sighed. The illusion law was very strong. The slightest carelessness would cause one to fall into an illusion. No wonder before he came to the 100,000 mountain range, his father told him to be careful when encountering a divine beast with the illusion law. Of course my boss is amazing, the little mouse said. Boom! Under the effect of the illusion law, the divine beast had no power to resist and was killed by Fong Qin. Brother Fong, your weapon is too outdated. After seeing Fong Qin's star concealing sword, Zhou Fa grinned and said, No one would use such a trash weapon. Could it be that you ascended from the lower realm? Zhou Fa was very curious. This kind of weapon was too trash. The divine world's divine weapons were everywhere. The weapon in Fong Qin's hand was far inferior to the lowest level low-grade divine weapon, yet it was used as a weapon by him. Although divine weapon and divine weapon were only one word apart, the difference was thousands of miles. Only after coming to the divine world did he realize that the so-called divine weapons of the lower realm were simply mortal weapons. The weapons of the divine world were called divine weapons. The lowest level was low-grade divine weapon, followed by middle-grade divine weapon and high-grade divine weapon. Fong Qin's star concealing sword could only be regarded as a rank 9 divine weapon. It was still some distance away from being a divine weapon. Low-grade divine weapons were everywhere in the divine world. Compared to Fong Qin's weapon, it was indeed a bit shabby. I haven't found a suitable weapon for the time being. Moreover, it has been with me for a long time. I can't bear to change it, Fong Qin said. CCC Pavilion Zhou Fa nodded. Brother Fong, when you leave the 100,000 mountain range, come to my Zhou family. I will find someone to help you improve the weapon's grade. Then many thanks, Brother Zhou. Fong Qin cupped his fists and thanked him. Indeed, the strength of a weapon directly affected the strength of a divine beast. Fong Qin was at a disadvantage because of his weapon. The strongest rank 9 divine weapon in the lower realm was inferior to trash in the divine world. Fong Qin sighed. The divine world was indeed the divine world. Chapter 1669. During their journey with Zhou Fa, they didn't encounter any danger. However, when Fong Qin and the others arrived at the core of the 100,000 great mountains, they encountered a strange thing. The scene before them caused Fong Qin and Zhou Fa's faces to change. There were corpses everywhere. Their deaths were too horrible to look at. What's going on? Zhou Fa was somewhat puzzled. He walked over to the corpses and carefully observed them. After observing them, Zhou Fa discovered that there was a large hole in the head of each of the corpses. They were all killed by a blow to the head, said Zhou Fa. Fong Qin nodded. In truth, he had also noticed it. The yuan spirits of these dead cultivators had disappeared. Could it be that they were killed by some divine beast? Fong Qin guessed inwardly. If it was a human cultivator, then such a method would be too cruel. While Zhou Fa was pondering, Fong Qin casually glanced at the corpses and saw an unexpected scene. In the clothes of one of the dead cultivators, there was an item that was exactly the same as the rag he had obtained before. He quickly arrived in front of the cultivator, pulled open his clothes, and picked up the rag. It's exactly the same. Fong Chen's heart shook. This rag was exactly the same as the one he had obtained before. What did this mean? Could it really be a treasure map? Fong Chen racked his brains. Brother Fong, what did you discover? Seeing this, Zhou Fa walked over and asked. Fong Chen glanced at Zhou Fa. He didn't conceal anything and told him everything. What? You're saying that we were chased because of this rag, said Zhou Fa in surprise. Fong Chen also took out the rag he had obtained before. When the two pieces of rag were put together, he immediately made an astonishing discovery. If my guess is correct, these two pieces of rag should be the location of some treasure, said Zhou Fa solemnly. His eyes also flashed with a trace of burning desire. As everyone knew, the 100,000 great mountains contained inheritances left behind by countless peerless experts. The 100,000 great mountains were extremely mystical. It was said that no one had ever truly been able to walk through the 100,000 great mountains. The 100,000 mountains had been extremely strange since ancient times. Over the years, from time to time, there would be martial artists who would find some inheritances in the 100,000 mountains and soar into the sky. When these two rags are put together, the place they point to seems somewhat familiar to me. Zhou Fa pondered. There should be more than two rags on this treasure map. However, when the two pieces of rags were put together, some useful clues could be found. From these clues, Zhou Fa seemed to know the approximate location of the treasure trove. This red line is the spine of the Holy Dragon Mountain Range. If my guess is correct, the treasure should be in the Sacred Dragon Mountain Range, Zhou Fa said in a deep voice. He was very confident in his guess. Then, Zhou Fa's gaze landed on Fong Chen. In his heart, he was quite touched. They had never met before, but the other party was willing to share such important information with him. What do you mean? Zhou Fa asked Fong Chen. I wonder if brother Zhou Fa is interested. Let's go take a look together, Fong Chen asked with a smile. Zhou Fa nodded. Then he cupped his fists and said, Brother Fong, I, Zhou Fa, will remember your kindness. Relatively speaking, Zhou Fa was more familiar with the 100,000 mountains. The Sacred Dragon Mountain Range was one of the more famous mountain ranges in the 100,000 mountains. This mountain range was endless. When Fong Chen and Zhou Fa arrived in front of the Sacred Dragon Mountain Range, Fong Chen realized how big it was. It was no exaggeration to say that the Sacred Dragon Mountain Range had already surpassed the Green Bamboo Island of the lower realms. It's really big, Fong Chen sighed. Brother Fong, this is the Sacred Dragon Mountain Range. Legend has it that a true dragon once appeared in the Sacred Dragon Mountain Range. However, that is a legend from a very, very long time ago. Some elders even said that this legend was passed down from the previous era, Zhou Fa said with a smile. Fong Chen nodded. He secretly remembered what Zhou Fa had said. However, at this moment, a light flashed in his mind. The Black Dragon Sect and the Sacred Dragon Mountain Range. Could there be some connection between the two? For a moment, Fong Chen fell into contemplation. The first rag was given to him by the white-clothed cultivator he saved. Before he died, he asked him to deliver it to the Black Dragon Sect. And now the place the rag was pointing to was called the Sacred Dragon Mountain Range. According to Zhou Fa, a true dragon once appeared in the Sacred Dragon Mountain Range. Black Dragon Sect, Sacred Dragon Mountain Range, True Dragon. Between these three, there was the word dragon. Fong Chen vaguely felt that perhaps the legend of the true dragon was true. Just as Fong Chen was pondering, he was suddenly awakened by Zhou Fa's voice. Brother Fong, what are you thinking about? Zhou Fa asked. Fong Chen shook his head and said, Nothing. By the way, Brother Zhou Fa, I want to ask you something. What is it? Zhou Fa said. Do you know the Black Dragon Sect? Fong Chen asked. Black Dragon Sect, Brother Fong. Are you a disciple of the Black Dragon Sect? Fong Chen shook his head and said, I have a good friend in the Black Dragon sect. I'm going to look for him. So that's how it is. The Black Dragon sect is quite famous on the other side of the 100,000 Great Mountains. However, there is still some gap between them and our Zhou family's branch. I heard from my father that the Black Dragon sect was once very glorious and could even stand shoulder to shoulder with those top forces. But later, for some reason, it gradually declined, Zhou Fa said slowly. Oh, there is such a thing. The Black Dragon sect has a very long history, even longer than our Zhou family. The Black Dragon sect already existed in the last era, Zhou Fa said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart shook even more. At the same time, he was even more certain of some of his speculations. The Black Dragon sect existed in the last era and was once glorious. It just so happened that the legend of the true dragon appearing in the sacred Dragon Mountain range was also passed down from the last era, combining all kinds of information. Fang Chen felt that this was not a coincidence. Someone is coming. Suddenly, Zhou Fa said in a deep voice. Suddenly, several sounds of breaking through the air were heard. Immediately after, 3 cultivators appeared not far away. I was wondering who it was. So it's Zhou Fa from the Zhou family. A golden-haired cultivator said with a smile. Zhou Fa, you haven't even stepped into the immemorial realm, yet you dare to come to the 100,000 Great Mountains? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Why are you in such a hurry to come to the 100,000 Great Mountains to die? The 3 cultivators said with a hint of ridicule in their words. Humph, if the Heaven Weeping sect can come, why can't I? Zhou Fa said coldly without showing any weakness. Fang Qin glanced at the 3 cultivators. Their cultivation was at the lower level of the immemorial realm. The strongest was the golden-haired cultivator, whose cultivation was at the 3rd level of the immemorial realm. Judging from Zhou Fa's tone, he should know these 3 people. Hey, Zhou Fa, you can't be thinking that you can challenge us just because you found a helper, the golden-haired cultivator said with a laugh. He's just a 1st level of the immemorial realm trash. It seems that your Zhou family has really declined. You even took a fancy to this kind of trash. Yeah, any random disciple of our Heaven Weeping sect is stronger than this guy. The 3 people's ridicule made Fang Qin frown slightly. Brother Fang, don't pay attention to them. The Heaven Weeping sect has business dealings with our Zhou family, but a few days ago, for some reason, our Zhou family cut off our business dealings with them, causing them to suffer heavy losses. Since then, they have regarded our Zhou family as a thorn in their side. Zhou Fa explained in a low voice. Zhou Fa, what are you doing in the sacred Dragon Mountain range? The golden-haired cultivator asked with a dignified expression after laughing. Do I need to report my arrival to the Heaven Weeping sect? Zhou Fa was too lazy to pay attention to the 3 disciples of the Heaven Weeping sect. Zhou Fa, I think you're tired of living. This is the 100,000 Great Mountains. Even if we kill you, your good-for-nothing father won't know, the golden-haired cultivator said with a smile. The other 2 also burst into laughter. The word good-for-nothing deeply stung Zhou Fa's heart. You're courting death. Zhou Fa shouted in a low voice and immediately shot out. However, his attack was instantly blocked by the golden-haired cultivator. It seems that you really don't want to live anymore. A ball of icy aura appeared in the golden-haired cultivator's palm. With a wave of his hand, it immediately wrapped around Zhou Fa. Not good. Fang Qin shouted inwardly. Zhou Fa wasn't a match for the golden-haired cultivator. Crash! Using the time-space book, Fang Chen's figure appeared beside Zhou Fa like a ghost. Chapter 1670. Although Zhou Fa had great potential and profound means, he was still an ancient immortal. After all, he had not stepped into the eternal realm and was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of cultivation. On the other hand, the cultivation base of the golden-haired cultivator was at the third layer of the ancient, immortal realm. Although his attack wasn't too outstanding, it wasn't something that Zhou Fa could withstand. After bringing Zhou Fa back, Fang Qin looked at the golden-haired cultivator with a smile. A third layer of the ancient, immortal realm martial artist, bullying a life-and-death cultivator. Isn't that a little too low? The golden-haired cultivator's attack had failed, and he was a little angry. "Kid, who are you?" The golden-haired cultivator asked coldly. "Since you're standing up for Zhou Fa, you should be prepared to suffer our wrath." Another person stepped forward and said, "What's the point of talking nonsense with him? Just kill him." In any case, their heaven-weeping sect had enmity with the Zhou clan. With such a good opportunity, they had to get rid of Zhou Fa. Of the 3 people from the heaven-weeping sect, the golden-haired cultivator was at the third layer of the ancient, immortal realm, while the other 2 were at the second layer of the ancient, immortal realm. The 3 of them emitted powerful auras as they prepared to attack. The dignified heaven-weeping sect only knows how to bully with numbers. "I feel ashamed for you," Fang Qin sneered. Hearing this, the 3 stopped and looked at each other in dismay. "Kid, don't talk nonsense. Do we need to bully with numbers to deal with trash like you? Ridiculous." The golden-haired cultivator was stunned for a moment before he reprimanded. Zhou Fa understood the heaven-weeping sect better. He was currently explaining the heaven-weeping sect to Fang Qin through sound transmission. "Brother Fang, the heaven-weeping sect's most powerful divine art is a sound wave attack. You have to be careful when fighting." Zhou Fa continued. "Also, the heaven-weeping sect's cultivator's biggest weakness is their weak physical body. Under normal circumstances, they rely on sound wave attacks and won't engage in close combat. However, once they encounter a cultivator with a powerful Yuan spirit who isn't afraid of sound wave attacks, they'll be miserable." Hearing this, Fang Qin nodded slightly. It seemed that the heaven-weeping sect's cultivators were afraid of close combat. If that was the case, he had more confidence in dealing with the golden-haired cultivator. "To tell you the truth, I'm a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. I entered the 100,000 mountains this time to complete a mission." Fang Qin directly used the South Tomb Sword Palace's tiger skin to scare the heaven-weeping sect for 3 days. "Who are you trying to fool? How could the Sword Palace of the South Tomb have a disciple as weak as you?" The golden-haired warrior sneered. "That's right. If you are a disciple of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, then I would be an elder of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. I'm also the master of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb." The warrior with the battle axe laughed loudly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the other 2 people's expressions instantly turned grave. "Third brother, don't talk nonsense," the golden-haired warrior scolded. "South Tomb Sword Palace, one of the top 7 powers in the realm of the gods. As for the South Ridge Sword Master, he was one of the strongest experts in the divine realm. The 100,000 mountains was within the territory of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. If the Sword Master of the South Tomb heard about it, he would definitely die. The South Ridge Sword Master was a great devil who killed without batting an eyelid. It was said that there was once a top powerhouse who challenged the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. The Sword Master of South Ridge had killed the other party with a single strike of his sword. Then he had wiped out the other party's entire clan. It shook the entire realm of the gods. There was a very deep enmity between the South Tomb Sword Palace and the Heavenbone Palace. It was said that the Bone Progenitor had once fought with the South Ridge Sword Master. However, no one knew who won or lost. The battle-axe-wielding warrior felt that he had misspoken and hastily shut his mouth. "Brat, you speak too much nonsense." The golden-haired warrior didn't want to waste any more time. His aura fluctuated as he prepared to attack Fang Qin. However, Fang Qin wasn't afraid in the slightest and sneered. "You should think carefully about the consequences of attacking a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace." Fang Qin spread out his hands. Seeing Fong Chen's fearless appearance, the three of them hesitated. If this person was truly a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace, then they absolutely wouldn't dare to attack him. Boss. The other two looked at the golden-haired warrior. The reason they hesitated was because no one had ever dared to pretend to be a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Once this was known, it would be a capital offense. Zhou Fei, who was standing behind Fong Chen, was also stunned. So Brother Fong is a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. No wonder I felt that his background was extraordinary. Fong Chen saw their hesitation and continued. To tell you the truth, my grandfather is an elder of the South Tomb Sword Palace. I made an exception to join the South Tomb Sword Palace. This trip to the 100,000 Mountains is a test for me. Once I complete the test, I can become a core disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Hearing that, the three of them hesitated even more. Could it be that you think there is someone in this world who is tired of living and dares to pretend to be a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace? Asked Fong Chen. Then why are you with Zhou Fei? Asked the golden-haired warrior. I already said that my mission is a bit difficult, so I met Zhou Fei on the way and asked him to help me. If I can complete my mission, I will introduce Zhou Fei to the South Tomb Sword Palace. Fong Chen laughed heartily. To the side, Zhou Fei was stunned for a moment before he understood Fong Chen's meaning. He said very cooperatively, Young Master Fong, don't worry. I, Zhou Fei, will definitely help you complete your mission. The revival of my Zhou family will depend on you, young Master Fong. Zhou Fei's words caused the three from the Heaven Weeping sect to hesitate even more. Boss, he really seems to be a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace, muttered the battle-axe-wielding warrior. This, the golden-haired warrior frowned and asked, Are you really a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace? It's the real deal. Fong Chen patted his chest and said, What proof do you have? Asked the golden-haired warrior. Proof? Do you still need proof? As soon as Fong Chen finished speaking, his figure disappeared. Can you discover me? Fong Chen's voice rang out from the void. His voice echoed in all directions. For a moment, the three from the Heaven Weeping sect were unable to catch sight of Fong Chen. Boss, it seems to be true. A second-level, 10,000 ancient realm cultivator with such ability. Apart from the South Tomb Sword Palace, I'm afraid no other sect's disciple can do this, said another. But even so, it can't prove that he's a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace, whispered the golden-haired warrior. Right now, he was in a dilemma. If the other party was really a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace, he wouldn't dare to attack even if he had 100 times the courage. However, he was somewhat worried that the other party was deceiving him. However, just as he was pondering, a vast aura suddenly came from the distance. Buzz! A 30-meter-tall purple rat phantom instantly appeared. Kill! When the purple rat phantom appeared, Fong Chen also walked out from the void. The purple rat phantom uttered the word kill coldly and then attacked Fong Chen. Dong! The two of them exchanged a punch and the purple rat phantom cried out involuntarily. You're a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Then, before Fong Chen could say anything, he disappeared. The three from the Heaven Weeping sect looked at each other. The last trace of doubt in their hearts was completely dispelled. Even the divine beast of the 100,000 Great Mountains said that he was a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. It shouldn't be a coincidence. Hee, brother, I'm really sorry. The golden-haired warrior laughed mischievously. Yeah, if we knew that Zhou Fei was your subordinate, we wouldn't have dared to touch him even if we had 100 times the courage. Brother, I wonder if the three of us can help you complete the mission. Fong Chen spread his hands and said, Of course, as long as you help me complete the mission, I will do my best to introduce you to the South Tomb Sword Palace. The temptation of the South Tomb Sword Palace was too great. After the three from the Heaven-Weeping sect heard it, their minds were blown, and they didn't doubt it at all. "Don't worry. From now on, we will listen to your orders like Shou Fa," said the golden-haired warrior solemnly. Fang Qin nodded calmly. "Seeing that you're sensible, I'll take you along. However, you have to tell me why you came to the Sacred Dragon Mountain Range." Hearing those words, the faces of the trio warped slightly. Although it was only a slight change, it was still caught by Fang Qin. "This," the golden-haired warrior hesitated for a moment, but still said it. "To tell you the truth, we've obtained some clues. It seems that a treasure is about to appear in the Sacred Dragon Mountain Range. It's not just us. The other nearby sect have also sent their disciples here," said the golden-haired warrior. "A treasure is about to appear." Fang Qin frowned. Behind him, Shou Fa resisted the urge to laugh. Chapter 16, 71. The three from the Heaven-Weeping sect wanted to hug Fang Qin's thigh. What a joke! If they could form a relationship with a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace, their future would be limitless. Most importantly, if they helped them complete this mission, they would have the opportunity to enter the South Tomb Sword Palace. This was a temptation that no cultivator could resist. "Where did you get this information?" asked Fang Qin. According to what the three of them had said, it seemed that the place indicated by the two rags really was the Sacred Dragon Mountain Range. His guess was becoming more and more correct. The Sacred Dragon Mountain Range should be related to true dragons. I'm not sure. In any case, this news has already spread throughout this region. "However," said the golden-haired cultivator. "However what?" "However, the information we received is that the South Tomb Sword Palace doesn't seem to be participating in this battle for the treasure." The golden-haired cultivator was implying why Fang Qin would appear here. Fang Qin chuckled. Soon after, he said, "Since I have encountered it, I will definitely investigate it properly. What other information do you know? Tell me everything. If I'm happy, I'll definitely reward you." The golden-haired cultivator said, "There's almost no other information. Young Master Fang, let's leave this place as soon as possible. It won't be long before the disciples of the other sect arrive. At that time, conflicts will inevitably occur. Let's go." The golden-haired cultivator led the way, while Fang Qin and Shou Fa followed behind. Whoosh! When the three of them weren't paying attention, the little mouse dove into Fang Qin's embrace. Along the way, the golden-haired cultivator and the others scrambled to curry favor with Fang Qin. They already regarded Fang Qin as a true disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. As long as they could befriend him, a meteoric rise would not be a dream. "Brother Fang, are you really a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace?" Shou Fa secretly transmitted. Fang Qin chuckled. "What do you think?" Shou Fa shook his head. He already knew the answer, but he didn't point it out. "If they discover us, a huge battle will be unavoidable," Shou Fa transmitted. "No need to worry." In this way, the group entered the Sacred Dragon Mountain Range. The spine of the Holy Dragon Mountain Range was located in the center of the mountain range. It spanned across several regions and was extremely huge. After entering the Sacred Dragon Mountain Range, the few of them seemed very small. From time to time, they would encounter divine beasts. However, there was basically no need for Fang Qin and Shou Fa to take action. The three from Heaven-Weeping sect would help them deal with them. After traveling for about 3 days, they finally encountered another group of people. According to the golden-haired martial artist's introduction, this wave of people were Luha City's disciples. Fang Qin glanced at them. The few disciples who were green were not very strong. "Hey, isn't this Golden Retriever? Why are you here?" A disciple who was the leader of the green team sneered when he saw the golden-haired man. "Bastard, do you want to die?" The golden-haired martial artist hated being called Golden Hair the most. However, Green Fusion's disciples seemed to be specifically mocking him. "Golden Hair, is there no one else in your Heaven-Weeping Gate?" You actually brought along such trash. Ha ha ha, am I seeing things? Zhou Fa is also here. Could it be that your heaven-weeping sect has already reconciled with the Zhou clan? Their mockery completely infuriated the golden retriever. You are all courting death, the golden-haired martial artist shouted in a low voice. He immediately leaped, and his body floated in the sky. Buzz! A terrifying sound wave attack instantly came out of the golden-haired martial artist's mouth. What a strange sound wave! Fan Qin could clearly feel that the sound wave released by the golden-haired martial artist was very strange. The sound waves rotated in the sky, forming an invisible symbol that enveloped the Luha city's disciples. Ah! Miserable cries came from the mouths of the Luha city's disciples. Some disciples could not withstand the sound wave attack. They bled from their 7 orifices, and their primordial spirits shook. Courting death! A long spear appeared in the hand of the Luha city's leader. Whoosh! The long spear pierced through the void, carrying a rippling power that shattered the golden-haired martial artist's sound wave attack. Go to hell! The long spear stabbed out, and the world changed color. Fan Qin frowned. This Luha city's disciple has actually comprehended the law of spears. Under normal circumstances, it was not easy to comprehend a law that was named after a weapon. The law of spears was similar to the law of swords and the law of sabers. This type of law had a very strong increase in strength, and its attack power was extraordinary. The law of spears, coupled with the long spear, could affect the surrounding flow of time with every stab. Pucci the golden-haired martial artist's sound wave attack was broken, and his body rapidly retreated. Golden-haired, your heaven-weeping sect's sound wave attack is only SOO. The Luha city's disciple sneered as he attacked. With a swing of his hand, the long spear carried the power of the law of spears and stabbed out again. This stab caused the golden-haired martial artist's expression to change drastically. He kept retreating. At the critical moment, Fan Qin made a move. Suddenly, a pair of large hands reached out from the void and pulled the golden-haired martial artist's body into the void. Pucci the void where the golden-haired martial artist was chaotic, and a terrifying vortex appeared. Inside the vortex, there was a heart-palpitating aura of spatial turbulence. What terrifying spear skills! Fan Qin thought to himself. This person's attainments in spear skills were too extraordinary. Moreover, he seemed to be born for the spear. Who are you? The spear-wielding Luha city's disciple was stunned for a moment before he asked. Humph, you have eyes but fail to recognize Mount Tai. You don't even recognize a disciple of the South Tomb, Sword Palace. The golden-haired martial artist sneered. He stood behind Fan Qin, coldly looking at the spear-wielding martial artist. What South Tomb, Sword Palace disciple? The Luha city's disciple cried out in alarm. They stared at Fan Qin with their mouths agape. The name of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb gave them too much pressure. Isn't the South Tomb Sword Palace not participating in this battle for the supreme treasure? Asked the spear-wielding disciple. I just happened to be passing by and came to take a look. I wonder if you can give me some face and drop this matter. Fan Qin smiled. The spear-wielding disciple stared at Fan Qin for a long time. Since this fellow Taoist from the South Tomb Sword Palace has said so, I will spare his dog life for now. Fan Qin cupped his fists and left with Zhou Fa and the others. Seeing Fan Qin's departing figure, the Luha city's disciples stepped forward. Senior apprentice brother, are we just going to let them go? What if this person is a fake? Bang! The spear-wielding disciple ruthlessly slapped the martial artist. Chapter 1672. Before Fan Qin and the others entered the core of the sacred Dragon Mountain Range, they heard a rumor. Young Master Fang, there are some rumors about you outside. The group was resting on a bluestone. Suddenly, a panting cultivator ran over from afar. He was the heaven-weeping sect's disciple with the battle-axe. Yes. Fan Qin frowned and asked. Recently, Countless cultivators have come to the sacred Dragon Mountain Range. There are even disciples from some large sect. Now, there are rumors everywhere that young Master Fong obtained the treasure map of the sacred Dragon Mountain Range. The battle-axe-wielding disciple slowly said. Hearing this, Fong Chen's face turned completely gloomy. This is a framing. The golden-haired cultivator said angrily. His body emitted a terrifying aura. The other heaven-weeping sect's disciple was also somewhat puzzled. Who was the one who spread the news? Only Fong Chen and Zhou Efei looked at each other. Zhou Efei saw a trace of cold killing intent in Fong Chen's eyes. Green He City. Fong Chen made a mental note of Green He City. This matter was definitely caused by Green He City. Otherwise, it would be impossible for this news to spread. Only Zhou Efei knew that he was carrying rags. They want to borrow the hands of other factions to kill me and then incur the anger of the South Tomb Sword Palace? Fong Chen sneered inwardly. If he was really a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace, perhaps this vicious scheme might succeed. However, who would know that he was a fake? The next time we meet, I hope you will still be in good condition. Fong Chen's killing intent was aroused. Although the Green He City's disciples were strong, he was not afraid. Young Master Fong, what should we do now? There are many factions inquiring about your whereabouts. The battle-axe-wielding disciple asked. The sacred Dragon Mountain Range is so big, it will take some time for them to find us. Let's take advantage of this time to hurry. Fong Chen said. Speaking of which, they also had the advantage of time, place, and people. With 2 rags in their hands, they were almost certain that the treasure was on the ridge of the sacred Dragon Mountain Range. In this way, the search area would be greatly reduced, and it would be much better than searching blindly. Moreover, when they joined forces, low-level Eternal Realm martial artists were no match for them, unless the opponent was a mid-level 10,000 Ancient Realm expert. Even so, Fong Chen had the power to protect himself. The group of people stood up and quickly entered the forest. On the way, Fong Chen sent a sound transmission to Zhou Efei. Brother Zhou Efei, I've implicated you this time. Brother Fong, if you consider me a friend, then don't say such things in the future, Zhou Efei said with some displeasure. Hearing this, Fong Chen revealed a smile on his face. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, they had been walking on the spine of the Holy Dragon Mountains for 5 days. Although it took a long time, he still managed to find some clues. In a certain dense forest, Fong Chen discovered that something was wrong. Actually, it was the Golden Heart that had discovered it. Suddenly, Fong Chen stopped in his tracks. He felt that the Golden Heart was beating even faster. This made him very puzzled. Could it be that the treasure is nearby? Fong Chen thought to himself. The others turned around and looked at Fong Chen in confusion. Young Master Fong, what's wrong? The golden-haired martial artist asked. Fong Chen shook his head and said, It's nothing. Let's go. After saying that, the group continued to move forward. However, what no one knew was that Fong Chen's doppelganger had quietly appeared and disappeared into the void. In order not to arouse suspicion, Fong Chen's original body walked with the 3 from the Heaven-Weeping sect, while his doppelganger stayed here. Boss, what did you find? Little Mouse also stayed and asked curiously, There's a problem here. Fong Chen pointed to a piece of ground and said in a deep voice, It's nothing. Let me do it. Little Mouse opened his sharp claws and quickly dug the ground. After a while, he dug a passage. Boss, let's go in. Fong Chen nodded and entered. Little Mouse then restored the layer of soil above and placed the fallen leaves on top. Finally, he drilled into a hidden place and then drilled into the soil. Burrowing was an innate ability of the heaven-devouring divine rat clan. In the dark soil, Little Mouse was extremely fast and soon met up with his boss. How is it? Little Mouse asked. We have to continue diving, Fong Chen said. Okay. Little Mouse nodded and continued to burrow. This time, it took them an entire month. Fong Chen roughly estimated that with Little Mouse's speed, they had at least dived over 100 million li. Over 100 million li. And with such a thick layer of soil, even a peak Eternal Realm expert's divine sense would not be able to scan it in an instant. Huff! Little Mouse directly collapsed on the ground, panting. Boss, what's here? Little Mouse was worried that there would be nothing, and that their efforts would be in vain. If that was the case, he would be really depressed. After working hard for a day, it was almost as tiring as using 3 divine abilities in a row. You should cultivate first, Fong Chen urged. After diving down to this point, Fong Chen already had some ideas. Crash! Just as Fong Chen was observing his surroundings, he suddenly slipped under his feet. Immediately, he and the little mouse both fell down. Bang! Their bodies crashed heavily onto the ground. Fong Chen hurriedly got up, and the undying flame appeared. The pitch-black space suddenly became bright. Fong Chen opened his eyes wide and looked at the surrounding walls. There was a simple cave here, and there were some deep marks on the walls. At first glance, this cave seemed to have undergone the baptism of time. Could this be a cave that existed in the last epoch? The golden heart beat rapidly, and Fong Chen was full of doubts. After diving over 100 million li, they found this cave. And this cave was the main reason why the golden heart was attracted to it. Boss, the marks on the wall seem to be left by a divine beast, Little Mouse said. Can you identify which divine beast it is? Fong Chen asked. Little Mouse shook its head, and its little paws touched the marks on the wall, carefully sensing them. Although the marks are very shallow, I can see that the divine beast that left them must be very strong. Why do you say that? Fong Chen asked. Boss, look carefully. These marks seem to be in a mess, but they contain some complicated patterns, the little mouse said. Hearing this, Fong Chen hurriedly looked over. Suddenly he felt his mind shake. It was as if he was in an illusory environment. Fong Chen was shocked. These messy marks actually contained terrifying profundities of the laws. A divine beast that can leave behind laws and mysteries on the wall with a casual wave of its hand. I'm afraid it might really be the legend of the true dragon passed down from the last epoch, Little Mouse said. The true dragon was an existence that stood at the peak of the beast world. In his inherited memories, he vaguely remembered that the true dragon and true phoenix were peak divine beasts. Marks left behind by the true dragon. Fong Chen's heartbeat sped up. If these were truly marks left behind by the true dragon, then this cave would definitely contain a heaven-shaking treasure. Little Mouse observed for a while, and then shook its head in confusion. Boss, these marks aren't as simple as you think. However, I keep feeling that they are related to the legend of the true dragon, but they aren't left behind by the true dragon, Little Mouse muttered. Fong Chen tried hard to suppress the shock in his heart. He took a deep breath and said, Ever since we entered the sacred Dragon Mountain range, we have been influenced by the legend of the true dragon, causing our judgment to deviate greatly. Perhaps you are right. The marks here are most likely not left behind by the true dragon. Even the supreme existences of the god realm valued the true dragon very much. If there really were marks left behind by the true dragon, the peak experts of the god realm wouldn't be indifferent. After thinking about it, Fong Chen felt that this should be a misdirection. Then what's the meaning of these marks? Fong Chen frowned and racked his brains. In the sacred Dragon Mountain range, the disciples of the various sects had already arrived, and the place became lively. Of course, where there were people, there would be fighting. This place was no exception. Many sects had feuds, and when enemies met, their eyes would turn red. A fight to the death would break out. The battles were endless and chaotic. Chapter 1673. Young Master Fong, we've already asked around. Green He City has sent 35 disciples this time. Lu Hang is the leader of the younger generation in Green He City. His cultivation base has reached the 5th level eternal realm, the golden-haired cultivator said with a smile. As for the other disciples, they are nothing to be afraid of. They are all low-level eternal realm warriors. After this period of understanding, Feng Chen gradually understood the situation here. The extreme south of the God realm was vast. The South Tomb's Sword Palace occupied 80% of the territory. The remaining 20% of the territory was divided among the various large sections. With the 100,000 mountains as the boundary, the vast land south of the 100,000 mountains was the territory of the South Tomb Sword Palace, and to the north of the 100,000 mountains was the territory of the other small sect. Under normal circumstances, the territory of the South Tomb Sword Palace was called the Southern Region, and the territory of the various large sect was called the Northern Region. It was no exaggeration to say that all the sect in the Northern Region combined were not as strong as one of the divisions of the South Tomb Sword Palace. As one of the top 7 forces of the God Realm, the South Tomb Sword Palace did not care about these small sect. If not for the rule of the God Realm that the top 7 forces could not attack a small sect for no reason, the Southern Region would have been unified long ago. And now, because of the legend of the true dragon, the various large sect in the Northern Region sent their disciples into the sacred Dragon Mountains. Feng Chen learned from the 3 disciples of the Heaven Weeping sect. The disciples of the sect in the Northern Region were all in the Eternal Realm. In the God Realm, the Life and Death Realm and the Eternal Realm were the lowest realms. They could not even be called divine spirits. Only those who reached the Life and Death Realm could adapt to the pressure of the God Realm. And in the eyes of the Almighty of the God Realm, the Eternal Realm was equivalent to a mortal. Only those who surpassed the Eternal Realm could be called divine spirits. Each large sect in the Northern Region had a divine spirit in charge. And the overlord of the Southern Region, the South Tomb Sword Palace, had countless divine spirits. Disciples of the Eternal Realm could only be considered official disciples. Only those who became divine spirits could be considered core disciples. Green He City's influence in the Northern Region was not too big, at most on par with the Heaven Weeping sect. Because the credibility of the legend of the true dragon was not high, Lu He City sent Lu Hang to lead a team to investigate. Other than Lu Hang, the others were nothing to be afraid of. LV Hang. Feng Chen secretly remembered this name. With his current strength, he could not fight against a mid-level Eternal Realm warrior. If he encountered Lu Hang, he would run away immediately. Young Master Feng, should we continue with the plan? Asked the disciple with the axe. In the past few days, taking advantage of the chaotic situation, he had already secretly killed 5 disciples of Luha City. If Lu Hang knew about this, he would definitely be furious. Young Master Feng, this is a rare opportunity. I heard that Lu Hang is fighting with his sworn enemy and has no time to take care of his disciples. That's right. I also heard that Lu Hang is currently fighting Gui Ji of the Ghost Dragon sect on a certain mountain peak in the sacred Dragon Mountain Range. The golden-haired cultivator said, Gui Ji is very strong. Although he's only at the 4th level of the 10,000 ancient realm, he was able to resist LV Hang's attack with the help of the Ghost Dragon sect's divine skill. Some time ago, Gui Ji humiliated Lu Hang because of some matters. The 2 of them are sworn enemies. Every time they meet, they will fight to the death. Another black-robed disciple said, It's strange. Although Lu Hang is very angry, he can't do anything to Gui Ji. Ghost Dragon sect Gui Ji. Feng Chen said, The disciples of the Northern Region sect were gathered here. They could use this opportunity to find out how to leave the Northern Region. The plan remains the same. After thinking for a long time, Feng Chen said in a deep voice, The 3 from the Heaven Weeping sect quickly left and sneaked into the darkness, waiting for an opportunity to attack the disciples of Luha City. In the pitch-black cave, after learning about the situation outside, Feng Chen breathed a sigh of relief. For the time being, his main body was not in any danger, and no one would come here. He had to speed up and find the mechanism in the cave. Fan Chen's palm gently touched the messy marks. Immediately, the wild, profound mysteries of the law drilled into his mind. This is the profound mysteries of the law of wind. The wild wind blew through his mind, and it was quite comfortable. Immediately after, Fan Chen's palm moved, and a scorching aura came. This was the profound mysteries of the law of flame. Fan Chen was a little surprised and continued to move his palm. Every time he moved to a place, a profound mystery of the law would come. After a long time, Fan Chen's heart trembled. These marks actually contain so many profound mysteries of the law. While being shocked, Fan Chen was secretly delighted. What was the most important thing to comprehend the law? Needless to say, the most important thing was to comprehend the profound mysteries of the law. So far, Fan Chen had only comprehended two laws, the law of flame and the law of illusion. The more laws one comprehended, the more chances they had to come into contact with the laws. This is great. Fan Chen smiled brightly and immediately told Little Mouse that he wanted to comprehend the law. Little Mouse stood guard at the side, while Fan Chen sat cross-legged in front of the wall. His hands were placed on the marks on the wall. A gentle breeze blew, and the golden heart beat rapidly. The law of wind in the air in the cave quickly rushed over. Hiss, hiss, hiss a moment later. The law of wind revolved around Fan Chen's body. He opened his eyes as if he was in a dream. So simple. Fan Chen did not dare to believe that he could comprehend the law of wind so easily. Actually, for people of the divine realm, comprehending the law was very simple. The hardest part was the laws. Continue. With this success, Fan Chen was even more confident. In the following time, he constantly moved his palm. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. He comprehended all 5 elemental laws, followed by the law of darkness, the law of ice, and the law of force. In a short 6 hours, Fan Chen comprehended 8 types of nomological laws. They were the law of metal, law of wood, law of water, law of earth, law of darkness, law of ice, and law of force. The most important one was the law of sword. When he comprehended the law of sword, it was as if his entire being had been sublimated. The golden heart was no longer the same as before. It was as if he had opened a door to the peak of the sword Tao. Vast knowledge of the sword Tao poured into his mind. After comprehending the law of sword, Fan Chen took the initiative to stop. There were still many profound mysteries on the wall. However, Fan Chen did not want to continue comprehending. Comprehending so many laws all at once would cause his foundation to be unstable. The slightest carelessness would cause him to go berserk. He would wait until he had completely stabilized these laws before deciding whether to continue comprehending. The 5 elemental laws resonated with each other and were activated together to produce an unexpected effect. Fan Chen stood up and looked at the 5 completely different laws around him that were fusing with each other. He felt that it was inconceivable. Of course, the happiest thing was that he had comprehended the law of sword. Who left these traces here? Fan Chen was even more puzzled. These traces were definitely not left behind by an ordinary person. Buzz. While Fan Chen was pondering, the 5th level of the sword scripture was naturally formed. The chants of the sword scripture quickly circulated in his body. Then, Fan Chen felt that his mind was filled with the aura of the sword Tao. My strength has increased by 10,000 times. Fan Chen was delighted. The 5th level of the sword scripture had increased his strength by 10,000 times. That was truly a pleasant surprise. I really didn't expect there to be such a harvest. Just discovering a cave had allowed Fan Chen to gain so much. How could he not be happy? While Fan Chen was comprehending the law of sword, the sacred Dragon Mountain Range was also shaking. In a certain region of the sacred Dragon Mountain Range's spine, a golden light broke out of the ground and disappeared into the horizon. This scene caused a huge commotion. All the martial artists felt the shock brought about by the golden light. A priceless treasure had appeared. Many martial artists roared as they crazily searched the sacred Dragon Mountain range. They were certain that the golden light that had broken out of the ground was the priceless treasure they had been searching for. The entire sacred Dragon Mountain range was in an uproar. On a certain mountain peak, Lu Hang and Gui Ji, who were fighting fiercely, had stopped their battle as well. Gui Ji, the battle ends here. We'll fight another day, said Lu Hang. What? Are you afraid of Lu He City's Lu Hang? If he lost to a martial artist whose cultivation base was lower than his, wouldn't he be ridiculed? Gui Ji teased. He knew that Lu Hang was searching for a priceless treasure, so he was intentionally humiliating him. Chapter 1674. LV Hang wanted to search for the priceless treasure, but Gui Ji refused to let him. After we met, you didn't say anything and just directly attacked. Now you're telling me not to fight? What do you take me, Gui Ji, as? A burden to vent your anger? A cold smile hung on Gui Ji's black face. He knew LV Hang was very anxious because he was the leader of Green He City's disciples. If it weren't for him, the other Green He City disciples wouldn't be able to obtain the priceless treasure. So no matter what, he had to personally take action. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any chance. Gui Ji had also guessed that, and he was purposely tangling with LV Hang. In any case, their ghost dragon sect had several senior apprentice brothers. By blocking LV Hang, they would have one less competitor. Gui Ji, you're courting death. LV Hang's expression was icy as he suddenly punched. This punch contained a terrifying power of law. Boom! Gui Ji also punched, colliding with LV Hang's fist. Space shook, and LV Hang and Gui Ji both retreated several steps. The current situation was that neither of them was able to do anything to the other. Although LV Hang's cultivation base was a minor realm higher than Gui Ji's methods were inconceivable. Fuck! LV Hang clenched his fists in fury. Even if he went all out, he would only be able to slightly suppress Gui Ji. There was no way he could force Gui Ji back. Furthermore, time was extremely precious to him. If he wasted any time, the priceless treasure might be snatched away by the other sect. Gui Ji, just what do you want? LV Hang suppressed his fury and icily asked, Just tell me what I want. Gui Ji grinned. For some unknown reason, seeing LV Hang's gloating expression made Gui Ji extremely happy. Gui Ji, don't make a mistake. LV Hang's words were somewhat threatening. I want to see just what ability you, LV Hang, have, sneered Gui Ji. Suddenly, a strange aura spread out of LV Hang's body. Following that, a strange laser shot out of his eyes. Not good. Gui Ji's heart shook. Sensing how terrifying that laser was, he quickly dodged. Boom! The strange laser beam hit the mountain peak, causing it to collapse and turn into ruins. By the time Gui Ji stabilized himself, LV Hang had already disappeared. Damn it! To think that this fellow actually has such a method. Gui Ji cursed. However, he could also conclude that LV Hang could not use this method indefinitely. Otherwise, LV Hang would have used it against him. Strange, that aura just now was completely different from Green He City's. What's going on? Gui Ji racked his brains. LV Hang used his trump card and successfully escaped from Gui Ji's entanglement. Following the secret signal left behind by the Luha City disciples along the way, he quickly went to find them. Before long, LV Hang arrived at a dense forest. However, what he saw were a few corpses. What happened? Lu Hang's face was cold as he walked to the corpse. Someone is targeting our Green He City's disciples. Lu Hang said coldly. Could it be the Heaven Weeping sect? LV Hang briefly checked before continuing his search. At several gathering points, Luha City's disciples were all killed. Lu Hang was completely enraged. Before he came out this time, he vowed that he would definitely lead the disciples back without any injuries. And now, other than him, all the other disciples of Luha City had died. Who is it? Lu Hang roared furiously. Swish! However, at this moment, a golden light streaked across the sky. Priceless treasure! Lu Hang's eyes widened and his heartbeat quickened. At this time, he couldn't care about anything else. He leapt up and chased after the golden light. The entire Holy Dragon Mountain range was in chaos. Many sect disciples were frantically searching for the priceless treasure. Fang Chen and the 3 Heaven-Weeping sect disciples had long since separated. Brother Fang, why did you separate from them? Zhou Efei was puzzled. Luha City's disciples have been killed. If Lu Hang isn't stupid, he'll definitely suspect the Heaven-Weeping sect. It's very dangerous for us to be with them, explained Fang Chen. Zhou Efei nodded. Brother Fang, are we going to chase after the priceless treasure? Fang Chen shook his head. Let's not talk about whether or not that golden light is a priceless treasure. Even if it is, it's still a hot potato. Once we obtain it, we'll definitely be attacked by everyone. Then we can't give up, said Zhou Efei. Wait for the right time. In fact, Fang Chen's idea was correct. Now, everyone's eyes were on the priceless treasure. They were all desperately searching for the priceless treasure and had no desire to continue fighting. This was a delicate balance. Once someone snatched the priceless treasure first, this balance would be broken. At that time, they would definitely become the target of public criticism, and the entire Holy Dragon Mountain range would definitely flow with blood. Fang Chen's idea was to wait and reap the benefits. He would wait for them to fight until both sides were injured, and then he would quietly snatch the treasure away. Of course, Fang Chen actually had a trace of doubt in his heart. Was that golden light a priceless treasure or not? The chaos outside did not affect Fang Chen in the cave hundreds of millions of li underground. After comprehending so many kinds of law energies, Fang Chen's strength had increased a lot. Now that he had reached the 4th level of the sword scripture, his strength had increased by 10,000 times. If he used the heavenly imperial sword art now, his power would definitely increase explosively. Now he was not afraid of even a 3rd level 10,000 ancient realm martial artist. After a short rest, Fang Chen continued to explore. However, at this moment, the cave suddenly trembled. What's going on? Fang Chen asked in a panic. Boss, I think I found a mechanism. Little Mouse's voice came from the side. Fang Chen hurried over and discovered that the little mouse was playing with a protruding rock with its claws under a rock. I accidentally touched the rock, and this thing popped out, Little Mouse said. A mechanism. Fang Chen carefully came to the bottom of the rock. Boss, let me try, Little Mouse said. Immediately, his little claws grasped the protruding stone. With a slight force, the stone turned with his claws. Creak! As the stone turned, the cave shook even more violently. It really is a mechanism. Little Mouse was very excited and continued to exert force. However, at this moment, the stone suddenly exploded. Boom! A terrifying force swept Little Mouse. Oh no! Fang Chen was blown out of the rock by the explosion. He shouted loudly and desperately rushed to the bottom of the rock. Crack! The rock turned into fragments and scattered in the cave. With a bang, Little Mouse's body fell heavily to the ground. How is it? Fang Chen ran to Little Mouse's side, very worried. The latter's body was covered in dust, and his claws were full of blood. His breath was a little weak, and traces of purple light emerged from his body. Hearing Fang Chen's call, Little Mouse slowly opened his eyes. Cough! Little Mouse coughed twice and grimaced. Boss, is this a fake mechanism? Little Mouse asked. It hurts too much. Fortunately, the body of a godly mouse is strong enough. Otherwise, the terrifying impact just now would have killed me. Little Mouse said with lingering fear. Fang Chen also felt some lingering fear. The impact just now was clearly very strong, and the explosion seemed to have been arranged beforehand. As long as you're fine. He couldn't help but sigh at the tyrannical body of a godly mouse. Boss, I'm fine. Why don't you see what we godly mice eat? Ha ha ha. After a short moment of pain, Little Mouse grinned and laughed. After confirming that Little Mouse was fine, Fong Chun raised his head and carefully examined the fragments of the explosion. While he was puzzled, he also made a shocking discovery. Behind the fragments, he saw traces of a door. That's... Fong Chun quickly walked over, wanting to push open the stone door. Boss, could it be a trap? That fragment, just now, was definitely a trap. An ordinary martial artist would definitely have been blown away. Fortunately, Little Mouse was here. Let me do it. Little Mouse walked in front of Fong Chun, preparing to help him open the stone door. You're injured, said Fong Chun. Little Mouse laughed mischievously. Boss, we godly mice not only have powerful bodies, but also astonishing recovery abilities. Don't worry, let me do it. After saying that, the little mouse exerted force and pushed the stone door. Chapter 1675. The stone door slowly opened, and nothing unexpected happened. Fong Chun heaved a sigh of relief, and with the power of law surrounding him, he carefully walked through the stone door. After entering the stone door, he saw a large pile of ores. This is... Fong Chun's eyes widened as he looked at the ores. These ores were shining and contained divine power. Ha ha ha, we're rich. Boss, these are God's spiritual stones. Little Mouse jumped excitedly. God's spiritual stones. Fong Chun was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. God's spiritual stones were like spirit stones in ancient sword continent and purple crystals in the lower realm. It was the common currency of the divine world, and of course it could be used for cultivation. The divine power in the divine world was very violent, and to absorb it, one needed to be strong enough. This also caused many weak warriors to be unable to absorb the divine power in nature. The divine power in these God's spiritual stones was very gentle and suitable for absorption. Of course, only the large sect would be so extravagant as to let their disciples absorb the God's spiritual stones for cultivation. Fong Chun had been in the divine world for so long, but he had never seen a God's spiritual stone. For eternal realm warriors, God's spiritual stones were still relatively rare. Of course, almost all the sect in the northern region had a reserve of God's spiritual stones. Looking at the mountain of God's spiritual stones, Fong Chun was overjoyed. So many God's spiritual stones. He was very excited. God's spiritual stones could not only be used for cultivation, but also for other things. In short, without God's spiritual stones, it was almost impossible to move an inch in the divine world. With God's spiritual stones, one could get the best cultivation environment. These were the reasons why the large sect was getting stronger and the small sect was getting weaker. Fong Chun roughly estimated that there were at least 1 million God's spiritual stones here. We're really rich. Fong Chun laughed. God's spiritual stones were divided into low, middle, high, and supreme grade. Similarly, a supreme grade God's spiritual stone could be exchanged for 100 high grade God's spiritual stones, 10,000 middle grade God's spiritual stones, and 1 million low grade God's spiritual stones. The pile of divine spiritual stones in front of him, looking at their color and quality, should be low grade divine spiritual stones. It would be great if it was a supreme grade divine spiritual stone. The little mouse pursed its lips. Be content. 1 million lower grade, divine, spiritual stones. To the current me, it's no different from sending charcoal in snowy weather, Fong Chun said. Immediately, Fong Chun placed the 1 million low grade, divine, spirit stones into his spatial ring. A bright smile appeared on his face. These 1 million pieces of low grade, divine, spiritual stones were enough to support his cultivation for a short period of time. While all of a sudden, a phantom appeared on the wall of the stone room. This phantom was an expert with a very strong aura. Fated person, when you came here, it means that you have already obtained the 1,000,000 pieces of low-grade divine spiritual stones that I left for you. The illusory figure laughed heartily and said, "This place is a treasure trove. Back then, I really wanted to spend the rest of my life here. What a pity." There was some regret in the illusory figure's words. Want to enter the stone room? You have to comprehend more than 5 kinds of laws from the marks on the outside wall. Only then can you open the stone room. The illusory figure continued, "On the path of cultivation, everything has to rely on one's own efforts. Therefore, I didn't leave behind any inheritance, only some trash." Fang Chen was taken aback for a moment. The trash that the illusory figure was talking about was that pile of low-grade, divine, spiritual stones. Fang Chen was speechless in his heart. Such a precious thing was actually just trash in the eyes of the illusory figure. Don't know if this trash is useful to you or not. In short, I still kept it. The illusory figure continued, "If you haven't become a true deity, then you can walk to the left wall and lightly knock 3 times. If you're already a deity, then those things that I left behind are useless to you. If you can't control your curiosity, you'll definitely regret it." The illusory figure spread out his hands and said, "After so many years, I'm finally free. I hope that the successor can find a true dragon." After saying this sentence, the illusory figure dissipated. His last sentence had successfully piqued Fang Chen's curiosity. If the successor is looking for a true dragon, could this person be related to the legend of a true dragon? Fang Chen frowned. What did he mean by free? A series of questions floated in his mind. However, Fang Chen still suppressed his curiosity. This was because this powerhouse's personality was just too strange. "Boss, let's give it a try." Fang Chen knew that in the divine world, the eternal realm wasn't considered a true deity. He was within the range that the illusory figure had mentioned. Arriving in front of the left wall, he stretched out his hand and hesitated for a moment. Finally, he gently knocked 3 times. Immediately, a secret compartment appeared in the wall. Within this secret compartment was a spatial ring. Fang Chen picked up the spatial ring and dripped his blood to bind it to him. Immediately, he saw the things within the spatial ring. "Boss, what's inside?" Little Mouse asked curiously. Fang Chen's face was filled with shock. He took a deep breath and said, "There are medium-grade divine spiritual stones and high-grade divine spiritual stones inside the spatial ring. In addition, there were top-grade divine spiritual stones." After checking, he found that there were 10,000 medium-grade divine spiritual stones, 100 high-grade divine spiritual stones, and 1 top-grade divine spiritual stone. Fang Chen vaguely felt that this was the number that the powerhouse had deliberately left behind. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental. Looking at the sparkling divine spiritual stones, Fang Chen's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. "Boss, there's only divine spiritual stones and no divine techniques?" Little Mouse continued to ask. Fang Chen continued to check. Suddenly, he found that in the corner of the spatial ring, there was something emitting a golden light. "What is this?" Fang Chen took out the golden object and showed it to Little Mouse. The latter's eyes widened in excitement. "Boss, this is flame dragon marrow." "What is flame dragon marrow?" Fang Chen asked. "Boss, this flame dragon marrow is good stuff. In the beast world, there is a kind of divine beast that has the bloodline of a true dragon. However, they have never been recognized as the flame dragon race. And this flame dragon marrow is the bone marrow of the flame dragon race. The flame dragon race is proud of their hard bones, so there are often powerhouses of the god realm who capture them to refine divine tools. And this flame dragon marrow is even harder than their bones. It is absolutely an excellent material to refine divine tools." Little Mouse smiled. It seems that the powerhouse had put in a lot of thought and left behind some practical things. Flame dragon marrow to find a true dragon. Fong Qin looked at the flame, dragon marrow, and muttered. What was the connection between these two things? Who was that powerhouse? Fong Qin couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. In the end, he simply stopped thinking about it. He carefully put away the flame dragon marrow, and then carefully checked the spatial ring. After confirming that there was nothing else, he said, "There's nothing here. Let's go." After saying that, Fong Qin and Little Mouse left the stone room. However, the moment they left the stone room, a faint golden light appeared out of thin air and then drilled into Fong Qin's body. Dong! The golden heart throbbed, but Fong Qin didn't care. "Boss, do you want to continue comprehending the laws here?" Little Mouse asked. Fong Qin shook his head. He had already comprehended 8 laws. If he continued, it would just be a waste of time. The most important thing right now was to leave this place and see what that golden light was. Fong Qin always felt that everything here was related to the golden light that broke out of the ground. However, he wasn't sure what the specific relationship was. Crash! Fong Qin and Little Mouse broke out of the ground and finally returned to the surface. Fong Qin took a deep breath of fresh air. With a heavy heart, he looked at the sky with his deep eyes. "Boss, what do we do now? Do we go fight for the treasure?" Little Mouse asked. Fong Qin was just about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. "We've run into some trouble." After saying that, he took Little Mouse and disappeared into the void. Not too far away, Fong Qin's main body and Zhou Fa just happened to run into LV Hang. "Zhou Fa, I didn't expect to meet you here." LV Hang sneered. He still didn't know that the Fong Chan in front of him was the rumored disciple of the South Tomb, Sword Palace. "LV Hang, what do you want?" Zhou Fa asked. This LV Hang was a genuine hypocrite. "You should know what I want." LV Hang eerily smiled. Zhou Fa was a bit anxious. Facing LV Hang, he didn't have the slightest strength to resist. "Brother Zhou Fa, think of a way to stall for time." Fong Qin secretly sent a sound transmission. Chapter 16, 76. LV Hang blocked Zhou Fa's path. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to capture him. "Say, if I capture you, can I exchange a city with your Zhou family?" LV Hang asked with a smile. He had thought of this when he saw Zhou Fa. Everyone kicks a man who is down. Back then, before the Zhou family had been driven out, they had been so glorious. How could a weak sect like Green He City dare to show off in front of them? But now, their Zhou family branch had left the clan and came to the northern region. Although they still had some influence, they didn't have much deterrence. Zhou Fa was the Zhou family patriarch's most beloved son. Using him to exchange for some resources of the Zhou family was a good idea. "Humph, in your dreams," Zhou Fa said coldly. LV Hang was too shameless. He wanted to capture him to threaten the Zhou family. Seeing Zhou Fa's reaction, LV Hang laughed. He liked to see other people's flustered and exasperated expressions the most. "I don't have time to waste with you. After capturing you, I still have to snatch the treasure." However, at this moment, Fong Qin, who had been silent all this time, opened his mouth. "You won't have the chance to snatch the treasure," Fong Qin said. "Whether or not you can leave this place safely is another matter altogether." "Who are you? How dare you talk to me like this?" LV Hang's face darkened. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air came from the distance. Suddenly, a ripple appeared behind LV Hang. Following this, a terrifying fist glow whizzed through the air. Bang! Seeing this, LV Hang hurriedly raised his fist to block. Although he blocked in time, he was still forced back by the fist. After stabilizing his body, he turned his head and saw a figure appear behind him. "I was wondering why a first-layer Eternal Realm trash dared to challenge me. It turns out that reinforcements have arrived." LV Hang sneered. "Do you think that with reinforcements I'm afraid of you?" The person who had come was naturally Fong Chen's clone. In order not to attract attention, he had changed his appearance slightly. "Is that so? I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of here today," Fang Chen said indifferently. Seeing Fang Chen's nonchalant expression, LV Hang was furious. "Brat, I want to see how you'll block my Lu Hang's attack." Lu Hang sneered, although he had used his trump card on Guizhi. However, a mere first-level Eternal Realm cultivator was nothing in his eyes. "Then you'll have to see clearly." As soon as Fang Chen's actual body finished speaking, his figure disappeared into the void. Lu Hang was rather surprised, not expecting that this boy's concealment means were so tyrannical. Dream laws. LV Hang could sense a hint of the power of the laws of illusions. "This alone isn't enough to deal with me, LV Hang." Before LV Hang could finish speaking, he felt a terrifying power coming from behind him. Fang Chen exerted all his strength and punched out. His entire body was instantly filled with an extremely dense law of force. Dong Fang Chen was secretly speechless as he repelled Lu Hang with one punch. As expected of the law of force, to be able to increase one's physical strength so much, Fang Chen said to himself, the power of his punch was comparable to that of a second-level Eternal Realm expert. In other words, he could crush a second-level Eternal Realm martial artist with pure strength. If he used a divine skill, even a third-level Eternal Realm martial artist would be no match for him. LV Hang's cultivation was very high at the 5th-level Eternal Realm. However, Fang Chen did not use his doppelganger yet. He wanted to see how strong he was in a one-on-one fight. "Your strength is not bad, but that's all." LV Hang licked his dry lips and attacked with lightning speed. Rumble. The rich law of force around LV Hang condensed into a fire dragon. The fire dragon contained a terrifying power. The fire dragon spun in the sky at an astonishing speed. "Brother Fang, be careful. This is Luhi City's divine skill, heaven-extinguishing fire dragon," Zhou Fa warned loudly. "Heaven-extinguishing fire dragon? That's all there is to it." Fang Chen looked up at the fire dragon in the sky and took out the star-concealing sword. Whoosh! Displaying the heavenly imperial sword art. Tens of thousands of sword lights instantly shot out. The law of sword was attached to each sword light, increasing the power of the sword light by 100 times. Facing LV Hang's full attack, Fang Chen did not dare to hold back. Crack! The fire dragon in the sky rushed into the tens of thousands of sword lights in an instant. Cracking sounds could be heard as the sword lights continued to shatter. Fang Chen had long realized this, so his doppelganger also attacked. Swoosh! A red light shot out from his doppelganger. The red glass sword was unsheathed, and the sharp blade cut through the sky, carrying with it a terrifying law of sword. The doppelganger attacked from the front and back. The 5th level of the sword scripture was activated, and the law of sword was integrated into the law of sword. Vaguely, a sword domain formed in front of Fang Chen. In this domain, Fang Chen was absolutely invincible. "You're courting death." The heaven-extinguishing fire dragon was activated to the extreme. One fire dragon after another floated in the sky, blocking Fang Chen's attack. Dong! Every time the fire dragon and the sword light collided, the ground would tremble. Damn it! How can a trash of the first level of the Eternal Realm explode with such power? LV Hang thought as he attacked. He concluded that Fang Chen must have a secret. If I can get my hands on his secrets, my strength will definitely soar. LV Hang's killing intent surged. He jumped up, surrounded by fire dragons, and appeared in front of Fang Chen. "Kill!" LV Hang roared, his aura shaking the sky. As expected of a 5th level of the Eternal Realm martial artist, Fang Chen sighed inwardly. Even if the doppelganger and the doppelganger joined forces, they could not defeat LV Hang. LV Hang's attack was beyond Fang Chen's expectation. The gap between the Eternal Realm and the Doppelganger was huge. After a few hundred attacks, LV Hang was finally angered. Die. LV Hang's eyes were scarlet as he displayed a shocking attack. Fang Qin had no choice but to escape into the void. Kacha, a crack appeared in the void. LV Hang's attack was too strong. Bastard, don't run if you have the guts. LV Hang cursed. Do you think I'm an idiot? If you have the ability, suppress your cultivation to the first level of the Eternal Realm. Let's have a fair fight. Fang Chen's voice came from the void. Hearing this, Lu Hang looked up to the sky and roared, madly attacking the surrounding void. Fang Chen would sneak attack LV Hang whenever he had the chance. A fifth level of the Eternal Realm has a strong defense. It's not realistic to rely on sneak attacks to break through my defense. After a fierce battle, Fang Chen had a rough understanding of his own combat strength. Then he took out the Dark Demonic Wheel. Buzz! He activated the Dark Demonic Wheel. Suddenly, a vast power emerged from it and swept across the land. Darkness enveloped the land. LV Hang felt his primordial spirit tremble. He widened his eyes and looked at Fang Chen, who was covered in darkness. What kind of attack is this? LV Hang's body trembled as he quickly retreated. His intuition told him that this attack was too strange and could not be resisted. Heaven extinguishing fire dragon art. LV Hang used all his strength to execute the heaven extinguishing fire dragon art. Suddenly, 9 fire dragons appeared in the sky, spewing scorching flames as they attacked the dark aura. Crack! Without any resistance, the 9 fire dragons were all extinguished. Run! Seeing this, LV Hang leaped and disappeared into the void. Hiss! The extremely tyrannical dark aura gradually dissipated in the void. Fang Chen's face was pale as he put away the Dark Demonic Wheel. Although I won't faint, it's still a bit strenuous to activate the Dark Demonic Wheel, Fang Chen said. Zhou Fa ran over and asked, Brother Fang, are you okay? In fact, Zhou Fa was also shocked. He did not expect Fang Chen to be so strong that he could force LV Hang to retreat. A first level of the Eternal Realm had forced a fifth level of the Eternal Realm to retreat. Even he felt inferior. I'm fine. Let's go. Although LV Hang had escaped, it would not take long for him to react. His Dark Demonic Wheel had a time limit and could not be activated for a long time. Once he returned, he would be in danger. Let's go. Zhou Fa supported Fang Chen and quickly left. About a quarter of an hour later, the furious LV Hang returned. Seeing the empty land, LV Hang's anger burned. Damn it! The next time we meet, I will make sure you die without a burial ground. LV Hang said angrily. If it wasn't for Guizhi, who could compete with him when he used his trump card. The furious LV Hang did not lose his mind. Chapter 16, 77. The golden light appeared many times in the sacred Dragon Mountain Range. Finally, on the 9th appearance, it was obtained by a disciple of the Heaven Weeping sect. Ha ha ha, I got the treasure. The disciple of the Heaven Weeping sect laughed wildly. In his hand was a golden ball of light. He didn't even have time to see what was inside the ball of light before he was attacked by other cultivators. Put down the treasure. You are not qualified to get it. Kill him and snatch the treasure. Die for me. In an instant, countless attacks landed on the disciple of the Heaven Weeping sect. Crack! Without any resistance, the disciple of the Heaven Weeping sect was killed instantly. After his death, there was a frozen smile on his face. In the sacred Dragon Mountain Range, all the cultivators were paying attention to the treasure. Once someone obtained it, they would have to bear the anger of others. Kill. After killing the disciple of the Heaven Weeping sect, a cultivator obtained the ball of light. Suddenly, the battle became chaotic. All the cultivators joined the battle. Fang Chen, who was hiding in the distance, sighed inwardly. Right now, this treasure is definitely a hot potato. No matter who obtains it, They will not end up well, Fangchen thought to himself. To obtain the treasure, he had to reap the benefits. Buzz! The golden heart suddenly pounded. Following it, a golden glow flickered inside his body. Fangchen didn't pay attention to it. His gaze was fixed on the battlefield. Pucci! One cultivator after another fell into a pool of blood. Their deaths were very cruel. Fangchen couldn't bear to watch. Brother Fang, after experiencing so much, you won't feel anything, Zhou Fei said calmly. It seemed that he had experienced a lot. In fact, it wasn't that Fangchen hadn't experienced such a bloody storm. However, Fangchen sighed inwardly. Eternal realm cultivators were supreme existences in the lower realms. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them ancestors. Yet, in the god world, so many Eternal Realm experts had fallen in a casual battle. This made Fangchen realize that Eternal Realm cultivators couldn't establish themselves in the divine world. Unless he became a true god, his life would be in danger at any time. Fangchen nodded and said, Brother Zhou Fa, let's not participate in the supreme treasure. With my strength, even if I try to snatch the supreme treasure, I'll just be courting death. This time's tempering is over. It's time for me to return, Zhou Fa said. However, to be able to witness such a brilliant battle before returning, this trip was not in vain. Fangchen was about to speak when he saw Lu Hang. Hu Hang's body carried a monstrous aura as he instantly rushed into the battlefield. Kill! The supreme treasure is mine. Lu Hang's eyes were scarlet as he smashed a heaven-weeping sect disciple who had just obtained a supreme treasure with a punch. Then, he held the supreme treasure in his hand. LV Hang, you're courting death. In just a short while, the heaven-weeping gate had already lost several disciples. The golden-haired martial artist rushed over. When he saw the scene, he bared his teeth. My heavenly weeping sect will fight to the death with you, LV Hang. However, LV Hang simply couldn't care that much. With the supreme treasure in hand, LV Hang was very excited. Besiege Lu Hang. Suddenly someone shouted. Among them was Gui Ji. LV Hang, hand over the supreme treasure. Gui Ji's body surged with a black aura as he said, coldly. Seeing Gui Ji, LV Hang's face was gloomy. Gui Ji, are you going to stop me? LV Hang asked. At this time, whoever persisted until the end would be the winner. LV Hang had obtained the supreme treasure with great difficulty. He would never give it up. You alone can't protect the supreme treasure. Gui Ji smiled sinisterly. Kill. The people of the Black Dragon sect also arrived. The supreme treasure belongs to my Black Dragon sect. The experts of the Black Dragon sect carried a terrifying aura. As soon as they appeared, they caused everyone to tremble. Run! LV Hang did not hesitate as he suddenly punched out, creating a chaotic situation, and then took the opportunity to escape. Kill LV Hang! The purpose of everyone's battle was the supreme treasure. Now that the supreme treasure was gone, the battle was naturally over. LV Hang, you can't escape. Gui Ji laughed sinisterly and immediately chased. In the sacred Dragon Mountain range, a chase unfolded. LV Hang relied on his experience to quickly escape. Behind him, Gui Ji and the disciples of the Black Dragon sect aggressively chased. Rumble in the dense forest. There would be earth-shattering sounds from time to time. Every once in a while, LV Hang would be stopped and a battle would erupt. Pucci, finally, after being stopped once, LV Hang was besieged by the disciples of the Black Dragon sect. He was heavily injured and the supreme treasure was snatched away. Leave the supreme treasure behind. Gui Ji quickly rushed over and roared furiously. Countless disciples of the sect changed their target to the disciples of the Black Dragon sect. No one cared about the heavily injured LV Hang. He secretly snuck behind a hidden bluestone and sat on the ground. Whoosh! Damn it, the supreme treasure is mine. LV Hang said solemnly. He was unwilling to give up. But right now, he had to work hard to heal his injuries. Once his injuries were healed, he would fight for the supreme treasure. You have no chance. Fong Qin appeared behind LV Hang like a ghost. Who? LV Hang turned pale with fright. When he saw Fong Qin, a vicious light flashed in his eyes. It's you. You didn't expect this, did you? Fong Qin smiled at LV Hang. Zhou Fa appeared the right time. Fong Qian walked over to LV Hang, not concealing his killing intent. Zhou Fa, if you dare touch me, aren't you afraid that my Green Union City will exterminate your Zhou family? LV Hang threatened Zhou Fa. Zhou Fa sneered. Even now, you still dare to threaten me? Boom! As Fong Qin approached, LV Hang sent out a punch. Bang! He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to escape, but he was overthinking it. His punch didn't cause any harm to Fong Qin. Just as he was about to flee, there was a loud bang as Fong Qin suddenly appeared and sent him flying with a punch. Despicable bastard, if you have the ability, then wait until I'm healed and we'll have a fair fight, roared LV Hang. Hearing LV Hang's words, Fong Qin wanted to cry. A fair fight is ridiculous. Your cultivation is at the 5th level of the Eternal Ancient Realm, while I'm only at the 1st level. This fight is unfair, said Fong Qin indifferently. If you dare touch me, Green Union City won't let you off. At this point, LV Hang could only use Green Union City to scare Fong Qin and Zhou Fa. Unfortunately, the two of them weren't afraid of him. LV Hang, you have the ambition of a wolf. You actually tried to capture me to threaten the Zhou family. If I, Zhou Fa, don't kill you, how can I survive in the northern region? Zhou Fa took a step forward and arrived beside LV Hang. If you want to kill me, LV Hang, you'll have to pay the price. Lu Hang laughed wildly as a terrifying aura gushed out from his body. Not good. Zhou Fa shouted in his heart and wanted to retreat. Buzz. Fong Qin tried to activate the gray aura attached to the true meaning of time and space. Poochie. Fong Qin cut through LV Hang's aura like tofu. The gray aura instantly swallowed up LV Hang's aura. Then, LV Hang's body was shredded without any resistance. I can't accept this. LV Hang roared before he died. Zhou Fa's scalp went numb. The gray aura just now made him feel extremely uneasy, as if his primordial spirit was being burned. It was a deep tremor. Even when facing his father, he didn't have such a terrifying feeling. He glanced at Fong Qian with lingering fear. Fortunately, they were friends and not enemies. Not to mention Zhou Fa. Even Fong Qian's heart was shaken. What is that gray aura? Why is it so powerful? Fong Qin just wanted to test the gray aura attached to the true meaning of time and space, but it erupted with such amazing power. In that instant, Fong Qin felt that the beating of his golden heart had become rapid. What a wonderful feeling! Fong Qin closed his eyes and carefully sensed the remaining aura in the air. At that moment, he felt that the true meaning of time and space was like a fish in water in his hands. It was like the first ray of light from the beginning of the world. It was extremely shocking. Brother Fong, I admire you. At this moment, Zhou Fa cupped his fists and said. He had regained his calm, and his face was full of admiration. LV Hang was ambitious. Not only did he want to capture me, but he also wanted to deal with Brother Fong. Now that he's dead, he deserves it, Zhou Fa said. Fong Qin nodded. He didn't think too much about LV Hang's death. His mind was full of the scene, just now racking his brain. Chapter 1678. Zhou Fa was clearly wrong. The reason Fong Qin was frowning wasn't because he was worried about being discovered by Green City after killing Lu Hang. Instead, he was pondering what the gray aura attached to the space-time true intent was. Why was it so powerful? No matter how he thought about it, he still couldn't figure it out. In the end, he stopped thinking about it. Brother Fong, The fight for the treasure seems to have reached its final stage. Should we take action? Asked Zhou Fei. With Zhou Fei's strength, he naturally wouldn't be involved in the fight for the treasure. However, if Fang Chen was added into the mix, things would be different. Zhou Fei's gaze was fixed on Fang Chen, waiting for his decision. Listening carefully, he could faintly hear the sounds of fighting not far away. Forget it. Let's not get involved, said Fang Chen after thinking for a moment. Zhou Fei nodded, although he was somewhat unwilling. However, in front of him, he had no choice but to submit. If that's the case, let's leave this place first, said Zhou Fei. Fang Chen nodded and left with Zhou Fei. In the chaotic battlefield, Gui Ji was holding a ball of light. He wanted to flee, but he was besieged by everyone. You're courting death. My ghost dragon sect won't let you off, roared Gui Ji. Humph, the treasure belongs to my Black Dragon sect. The Black Dragon sect's disciples were the first to bear the brunt. The entire battlefield was extremely chaotic. With the help of the Ghost Dragon sect, Gui Ji was barely able to escape. Continuing like this wasn't a solution. Gui Ji's expression was incomparably gloomy. As long as they could leave the 100,000 mountains, they wouldn't dare provoke the Ghost Dragon sect. However, this was the Sacred Dragon Mountain range. The upper echelons of the sect wouldn't be able to rush over. They could only rely on themselves. Senior apprentice brother Gui Ji, what should we do? A disciple beside Gui Ji hurriedly asked. Under the siege of everyone, the Ghost Dragon sect's disciples were forced to retreat. Pucci just as they were asking Gui Ji. Several of their disciples were killed by the Black Dragon sect's disciples. Cover me. Gui Ji clenched his teeth. As long as he could safely return the treasure to his sect, even if he lost a few disciples, it wouldn't matter. By time for senior apprentice brother Gui Ji. The Ghost Dragon sect's disciples roared as they desperately blocked the attacks of the other sect's disciples. Pucci, the battle became more and more intense. One by one, the Ghost Dragon sect's disciples fell into a pool of blood. Taking advantage of the chaos, Gui Ji's figure flashed and fled. Don't let Gui Ji escape. The Black Dragon sect's disciples took the initiative to attack Gui Ji. At this moment, Gui Ji had already fled far away. Seeing the golden light in his hand, a sinister smile appeared on Gui Ji's face. As long as Gui Ji was able to escape, he would be able to easily leave the 10,000 huge mountains. Swoosh, however, just as Gui Ji was in high spirits, he suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing in front of him. Then he subconsciously clenched his fists. Instantly, he was shocked to discover that the golden ball of light in his palm had already disappeared without a trace. Damn it, who is it? Gui Ji roared furiously as he scanned his surroundings. Clenching his fists tightly, he frantically attacked the void around him. However, no matter how he attacked, he couldn't find anything. Not long after, the Black Dragon sect's disciples hurried over. They had Gui Ji surrounded in the center. Gui Ji, hand over the treasure, said a Black Dragon sect's disciple coldly. Gui Ji, you've seen it too. If you don't hand over the treasure, you won't be able to escape. That's right. Hand over the treasure, and you'll still have a chance to live. Otherwise, only death awaits you. The surrounding cultivators all spoke out. They stared at Gui Ji with burning gazes, ready to attack at any moment. Gui Ji's face was cold. He had a bellyful of resentment that he had nowhere to vent. The treasure has been snatched away, said Gui Ji in a deep voice as he resisted the anger in his heart. Humph, don't make a fool of yourself with such petty tricks. That's right. When we arrived here, no one discovered it. Tell us, who snatched away your treasure? Gui Ji, your lies are too lacking. Many cultivators didn't believe Gui Ji's words. They felt that it was an excuse from Gui Ji. He knew that he wouldn't be able to escape the pursuit of these people, so he deliberately stayed here to deceive them. Unfortunately, for the sake of the treasure, they didn't care about that. I'm telling the truth. Just now, someone in the void stole my treasure, said Gui Ji angrily. One of the Black Dragon sect's disciples stepped forward and stared at Gui Ji. Gui Ji, with your strength, you were able to fight Lu Hang to a draw. Among the people present, no one was confident that they could steal the treasure from your hands without anyone noticing. According to what you said, the person who stole it was at least a high-level 10,000 Ancient Realm expert. The Black Dragon sect's disciple paused for a moment before continuing. But everyone knows that there are no high-level 10,000 Ancient Realm experts among the disciples who entered the Sacred Dragon Mountain range this time. Everyone nodded in agreement with the Black Dragon sect disciples' words. If you don't hand over the treasure today, don't even think about leaving this place alive. After saying that, some people couldn't hold themselves back and attacked. At the tail end of the Sacred Dragon Mountain range, Fang Chen's true body and Zhou Fa were rushing over at full speed, preparing to leave the 100,000 mountains. Brother Fang, once we leave the 100,000 mountains, why don't you come visit my Zhou family? Asked Zhou Fa. Fang Qin pondered for a moment before nodding. He made such a decision for a reason. First, he had just arrived in the divine world and was unfamiliar with everything here. He might be able to get the information he wanted from the Zhou family. Second, the most important thing so far was to go to the Skybone Palace. Fang Qin hoped to leave the extreme south through the Zhou family. Brother Fang, which power are you from? Asked Zhou Fa curiously. I'm a rogue cultivator, said Fang Qin. Zhou Fa was full of admiration. I really admire Brother Fang. A rogue cultivator can grow to such a level. While Zhou Fa and Fang Qin were chatting, Zhou Fa's doppelganger had quietly returned to his body. At this time, a smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. The 100,000 mountains was very vast. After half a month, Fang Qin and Zhou Fa walked out of the Sacred Dragon Mountain range. Whoosh! Zhou Fa took a deep breath and a smile appeared on his face. There were many powerful auras outside the Sacred Dragon Mountain range. Fang Qin was a little puzzled. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Zhou Fa's voice. Father. Looking in the direction of Zhou Fa's voice, there were several groups of experts in the wasteland ahead. One of them should be experts from the Zhou family's branch. A middle-aged man exuding a luxurious aura saw Zhou Fa and took a step forward, arriving beside him. Fa, are you all right? Asked Zhou Hua. Father, I'm fine. Zhou Fa smiled. By the way, Father, let me introduce you. This is my good brother. His name is Fang Qin. During this experiential training in the 100,000 mountains, it was thanks to Brother Fang that I was able to return safely. Many thanks. Zhou Hua cupped his fists towards Fang Qin. It was nothing. Fang Qin nodded. Let's go back. Zhou Hua glanced at the other powers in the wasteland, then left with Zhou Fa and Fang Qin. As time passed, the experts who were fighting for the supreme treasure also returned. Look, someone's coming out. All of a sudden, one of the experts said. Immediately, the faces of the Ghost Dragon sect's elders turned gloomy. That was because they saw Gui Ji covered in blood. His aura was weak. Gui Ji, an elder, quickly went to support Gui Ji. What happened? Another elder asked. Who was it that injured you like this? Not long after Gui Ji came out, more cultivators appeared one after another. Among them, the Black Dragon sect's disciples roared furiously when they saw Gui Ji. Gui Ji, bring out the supreme treasure. Gui Ji, who was supported by the elders, instantly fainted due to his injuries and his running through the night. Supreme treasure. The eyes of the other sect's elders lit up when they heard the word supreme treasure. What happened? Elder Black, the supreme treasure of the Sacred Dragon Mountain range, appeared, but it was snatched away by Gui Ji, said a Black Dragon sect's disciple. The elders of Green He City and the other powers all looked at the Ghost Dragon sect. Chapter 16, 79. After hearing the Black Dragon Sect's disciples' words, the Ghost Dragon Sect's elders were secretly delighted. They did not expect the treasure to be obtained by Gui. Unfortunately, Gui Ji was unconscious, and they were unable to confirm it. However, in their hearts, they were certain that Gui Ji had obtained the treasure. How could they spit out what they had obtained? Therefore, after hearing the Black Dragon Sect's elders' words, the Ghost Dragon Sect's elders' expression became gloomy. Fair competition. My Ghost Dragon Sect's Gui Ji obtaining the treasure only means that you're too incompetent. Elder Ghost sneered. What? You want to join hands to deal with my Ghost Dragon Sect? My Ghost Dragon Sect is not afraid of you. If you want to start a war, then go ahead. The Ghost Dragon Sect's elder directly spoke ruthlessly. In an instant, the other sect's upper echelons looked at each other in dismay. To be honest, what the Ghost Dragon Sect's elder said was somewhat reasonable. When the younger generation fought over the treasure, they, as upper echelons, could not participate. Now that Gui Ji had obtained the treasure, logically speaking, they should give up. However, that was a treasure related to the legend of the true dragon. Especially the Black Dragon Sect, they truly did not want to give up. Elder Ghost, everyone is very curious as to what the treasure is. I wonder if you can take it out for everyone to see so that they can give up? Black Dragon Sect's Elder Black laughed mischievously. That's right. Take out the treasure and let us all admire it. I believe that Elder Ghost is someone who can see the big picture. You should know what to do. There was actually a sect that was openly threatening the Ghost Dragon Sect. This caused the Ghost Dragon Sect's elders to be even more furious. Don't even think about it, Elder Ghost said coldly. He flung his sleeve and prepared to leave with Gui Ji. However, he was stopped by the Black Dragon Sect's people. Black Dragon Sect, what is the meaning of this? You want to start a war with my Ghost Dragon Sect? Elder Ghost said coldly. You've repeatedly humiliated my Ghost Dragon Sect. Do you really think that we're afraid of your Black Dragon Sect? Elder Ghost, you've misunderstood. We only want to see what the treasure is. Why can't you satisfy such a small request? Elder Black Dragon Sect's elder deliberately dragged everyone into this to pressure Elder Ghost. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Elder sneered Elder Ghost. Elder Ghost's aura fluctuated as he prepared to attack. Elder Ghost, you're wrong to say that. Before Elder Black could finish his words, he sensed a terrifying aura approaching. Yu won. In the blink of an eye, a shadow appeared in the sky. Ghost Dragon Sect Leader. Seeing the phantom of the Ghost Dragon Sect Leader, Elder Hayes' face changed greatly. The higher-ups of the other sect were also intimidated. The strength of the Ghost Dragon Sect Master was too strong. He could be considered a very influential expert in the North region. They did not dare to challenge the Ghost Dragon Sect Leader. There's no reason for us to spit out what we got from the Ghost Dragon Sect. If you have any objections, feel free to look for me. After speaking, the Ghost Dragon Sect Master waved his hand and brought Gui Ji and the others away from the wasteland. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Although the northern region wasn't big, it was only when compared to the entire southern region. In a certain territory of the northern region, there were many cities. One of the splendid cities was the headquarters of the Zhou clan's branch. This place was impregnable, its defenses extremely strong. The Zhou family's old nest was located here. The patriarch of the Zhou clan brought Fong Qin and Zhou Fe to the clan. In a certain quiet courtyard in the Zhou clan city, autumn had arrived, and the entire courtyard was covered with red maple leaves. Fong Qin sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, looking at the red maple leaves on the ground. At this moment, his clone was studying the golden ball of light. I wonder what kind of treasure it is, Fong Qin said to himself. Immediately, he took out the golden ball of light. Buzz! In an instant, within Fong Qin's body, a strand of golden light that was invisible to the naked eye flashed and disappeared. Finally, it drilled into the golden ball of light. Fong Qin stared at the ball of light. After pondering for a long time, he said, "There's a very strong restriction around this golden ball of light." After examining it for a long time, Fong Chen's face revealed a trace of a smile. Fortunately, his attainments in array formation were not weak. Moreover, this restriction could be broken by using the law of fire. Otherwise, he really couldn't do anything about it. Yu too. With a thought, the undying flame surrounded his body. Then it began to burn the golden light. After a while, the golden light gradually disappeared, and it was replaced by a dragon scale. Yes, it was a golden, palm-sized dragon scale. This dragon scale contained a terrifying aura. It was somewhat similar to the aura Fong Qin felt in the cave hundreds of millions of miles below. True dragon scale armor? Fong Chen's eyes widened. Looking at this dragon scale, huge waves surged in his heart. He never expected that the treasure that caused everyone to fight over was actually a dragon scale. Fong Qin tried to let his mind enter the dragon scale, but it was rejected by the dragon scale. What's going on? Fong Qin was puzzled. He didn't know what this dragon scale was used for. At this moment, he remembered what the phantom had said to find the true dragon. Could this be a clue to finding the true dragon? Fong Chen's thoughts were in a mess. "Boss, this dragon scale is really not simple," Little Mouse said in a deep voice. As a divine beast, his perception was very sharp. If even Little Mouse said it was not simple, then it must be extraordinary. "Is this the true dragon scale armor?" Fong Qin asked. Little Mouse shook its head, then took the dragon scale, opened its small mouth, and bit it. Fong Qin hurriedly stopped it. What a joke! The teeth of the godly mouse were so hard. What if it bit the dragon scale? Bang! Little Mouse's teeth bit on the dragon scale. With a bang, it bared its teeth and threw the dragon scale to Fong Qin. "Boss, this dragon scale is very hard. I can't bite it with all my strength," Little Mouse said with some shock. Fong Qin knew better than anyone what Little Mouse's words meant. Little Mouse's teeth were so hard that they could at least bite an ordinary divine artifact. Yu-3. However, it couldn't bite the dragon scale. This also meant that the dragon scale was very hard. In my inherited memories, there was a mention of a true dragon. Little Mouse frowned and tried hard to think. "Tell me," Fong Qin hurriedly asked. "A true dragon only exists in legends. It is said that it soars between heaven and earth and is one of the most powerful divine beasts in the universe." The little rat said, "According to the inherited memories of our heaven-devouring divine rat clan, even heaven-devouring divine, rats would be somewhat afraid of a true dragon of legend." This, Fong Qin was shocked. How strong was a true dragon that even the godly mouse was afraid of? And this dragon scale, was it left behind by a true dragon? Fong Qin was full of doubts and racked his brains to think. However, at this moment, Zhou Fa came. "Brother Fong." Seeing Zhou Fa come, Fong Qin hurriedly put away the dragon scale and stood up. "Brother Zhou Fa." After the Zhou family's patriarch brought Fong Qin and Zhou Fa back, he let Fong Qin rest here and took Zhou Fa away. He believed that he should be asking about something in the 100,000 mountains. "Brother Fong, after the family learned that you saved my life, we are very grateful to you." Zhou Fa said with a smile, "I propose to let you stay in the Zhou family. The elder group has already passed. Brother Fong, are you willing to stay in the Zhou family? As long as you stay, my Zhou family can give you all the resources." Zhou Fa asked. Fong Qin fell into silence. After a long time, he shook his head and sighed. "I'm sorry, Zhou Fa, I can't join the Zhou family." "Brother Fong, do you think that my Zhou family's conditions are not good enough?" Zhou Fa asked. "No, my destination is the Heavenly Bone Palace. I just happened to pass by the northern region," Fong Qin said. Hearing this, Zhou Fa suddenly realized, but immediately he seemed to have thought of something. Brother Fong Qin, if you want to go to the Heavenly Bone Palace, I'm afraid you won't be able to go in a short time. Zhou Fa said. What's going on? Fong Qin asked in surprise. Brother Fong, you don't know much about the northern region, so I will explain it to you. Zhou Fa said slowly. First of all, if you want to go to the Heavenly Bone Palace from the northern region, there are only 3 ways. Which 3? Chapter 1680. Fong Chen was silent. How could he not know the dangers of the divine world? However, he is an ascender. Only by reaching the Heavenly Bone Palace can he be considered safe. Moreover, he is a space-time cultivation system martial artist and can be considered a disciple of the Bone Progenitor. After reaching the Heavenly Bone Palace, he will definitely be valued by the Bone Progenitor. At that time, he can rely on the Bone Progenitor to find the star and moon. He listened quietly, waiting for Zhou Fa to say the 3 methods. The first method is to go to the Heavenly Bone Palace on foot. Zhou Fa said, not to mention the danger. Just the distance between the extreme south and the extreme north is enough to make people despair. Even if it is a true god, it is impossible to reach it without 10,000 years. So, don't even think about the first method. The outside world is not something that the 100,000 mountains can compare with. Even my father does not dare to face such danger calmly. The first method is not suitable at all with Fong Chen's current strength, so he directly gave up. Next, it is the second method. By a flying divine tool, travel through the void and go to the Heavenly Bone Palace. In this case, relatively speaking, it was much safer. Moreover, using a flying divine tool can greatly shorten the time to go to the Heavenly Bone Palace. It's just that. Zhou Fa paused. But what? Fong Chen asked. He seemed to see some hope and hurriedly asked. I will first tell you the grades of divine tools. You will know that, although this one seems simple, it is actually more difficult. Zhou Fa said, in the divine world, divine tools are the most common weapons. Divine tools are divided into 4 grades: low grade, middle grade, high grade, and top grade. It is the same as the division of divine spiritual stones. Low grade divine tools are almost like trash. Only those very poor rogue cultivators will use them. As for middle grade divine tools, they are relatively better. Many disciples of some sect in the northern region use them. As for high-grade divine tools, they are very precious in the northern region. Only the most outstanding disciples are qualified to use them. Zhou Fa continued, a low-grade divine tool costs about 100,000 low-grade divine spiritual stones, and a middle-grade divine artifact would require at least 10 million low-grade divine spiritual stones. As for high-grade divine artifacts, they are priceless. Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like his understanding of the divine realm was still too little. What grade is the flying type divine artifact? Fong Chen asked. Flying divine artifacts are different from ordinary divine artifacts. Due to the special environment of the god realm, flying divine artifacts are rather popular, so it's only natural that they're more expensive. Zhou Fa spread out his hands and said, of course, sometimes it's useless to have divine spiritual stones. You can't buy a flying divine tool at all. The price of a low-grade flying divine artifact is comparable to a mid-grade divine artifact. This is based on the premise that someone is willing to sell it, Zhou Fa said. Yu, why is that? Is it just because he's popular? Fong Qin was somewhat puzzled. Zhou Fa glanced at Fong Qin and continued, think about it. The speed of a flying divine tool is extremely fast. When martial artists encounter danger, if you have a flying divine tool, you can travel 10,000 miles in a flash. It's equivalent to having an extra life. How can it not be precious? After listening to Zhou Fa's explanation, Fong Chen roughly understood. Tens of millions of lower-grade divine spiritual stones was a huge sum for a low-level eternal realm warrior. Wanting to earn so many low-grade, divine, spiritual stones was not something that could be done in a short period of time. However, Zhou Fei still underestimated Feng Qin. The value of the divine, spiritual stones he obtained from the underground cave had already exceeded 10 million. However, Feng Qin did not reveal it. Then what about the third one? Feng Qin asked. The third one is also the easiest one. Because this kind of teleportation is a cross-region teleportation, the amount of divine spiritual stones consumed each time is incomparably huge. Furthermore, it's very difficult for the teleportation formation to maintain this state for a long time. Therefore, every 100 years, the northern region will open a teleportation array to other places. At that time, you can pay a certain amount of divine spiritual stones and go to the Skybone Palace you want to go to. Zhou Fei said with a smile, If Brother Feng is willing to stay, my Zhou family is willing to give you all the resources to help you in these 3 years. After 3 years, we can also help you pay the teleportation fee. Zhou Fei said, 100 years is too long, I can't wait. Feng Qin shook his head. Zhou Fei waved his hand and said, Brother Feng, don't be in a hurry to refuse. I haven't finished yet. It has been 97 years since the last teleportation array was opened. In other words, the teleportation array will be opened again in 3 years. Think about it. 3 years is nothing to us martial artists. Hearing this, Feng Qin was a little surprised. Although the Skybone Palace accepts hundreds of people, your strength is too weak. It's a waste to go there. Maybe you can't even join the Skybone Palace. Zhou Fei said, If you stay in the northern region, not only will you have the support of my Zhou family, there are also opportunities waiting for you. Opportunities. Every 5 years, the divine ivy tree in the northern region will drop some green vine liquid. After 3 years, it will be the time when the divine ivy tree drops the green vine liquid. If Brother Feng chooses to stay in the northern region, my Zhou family will definitely fight for a drop of green vine liquid for you. Zhou Fei said, What is green vine liquid? Feng Qin was a little confused by Zhou Fei's words. He didn't know anything about it. What is the most important thing for an eternal realm martial artist? Zhou Fei asked. You too. Cultivating the law and comprehending the law at the same time. Feng Qin answered truthfully. The divine ivy tree is the oldest divine tree in the northern region. There was once an expert from the South Tomb Sword Palace who wanted to dig out the divine ivy tree by force, but failed. Since then, the South Tomb Sword Palace has never asked about the divine ivy tree. So far, the divine ivy tree has become a cultivation resource shared by many sects in the northern region. Every 5 years, the divine ivy tree will drop 3 drops of green vine liquid. If you can swallow the green vine liquid, you will have a great chance of comprehending the law. Zhou Fei said. His words caused Feng Qin to be stunned. Swallowing the green vine liquid could make a martial artist have a great chance of comprehending the law. This was amazing. If that was the case, then the green vine liquid was too precious. Is it true? Feng Qin asked. Zhou Fei nodded heavily and said, Of course it's true. A monstrous genius once appeared in our northern region. After swallowing the green vine liquid, he comprehended the law on the spot and was accepted as a disciple by God. The law is the foundation of the universe's order. Although there are only 6 kinds of law, they are ever-changing. It is very difficult to comprehend the law. Green vine liquid. Feng Qin's eyes flashed. Brother Feng, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Think about it carefully. Seeing that Feng Qin was a little tempted, Zhou Fei said with a smile. Late at night, Feng Qin was lying on the bed, thinking about Zhou Fei's words. In fact, with his wealth, he could easily buy a flying divine tool and leave. However, he also thought of another point, and that is safety. UU3, crossing the entire divine world, even with a flying divine tool. He will encounter danger on the way. The means of those powerful gods are not something an eternal realm martial artist can imagine. After hearing Zhou Efei's words about the green vine liquid, Fang Qin was a little tempted. Zhou Efei is right. With my current strength, even if I go to the Heavenly Bone Palace rashly, I may not be able to join it, let alone find the star and moon. Fang Qin said secretly, "If I stay, I can improve my strength while fighting for the green vine liquid." After thinking for a long time, Fang Qin made a decision. He is going to stay in the Zhou family. No matter what, he will wait for 3 years. Even if he doesn't get the green vine liquid after 3 years, he can still leave by using the teleportation array. This method is much safer than other methods. Moreover, he can take this opportunity to devote himself to cultivation. After making the decision, Fang Qin felt a lot more relaxed. Star and Moon, I am too weak now. It is difficult for me to protect myself. Wait for me. It won't be long before I come to pick you up. Fang Qin secretly vowed. At the same time, Fang Qin began to plan his next life. First, he needs to improve the quality of the star-hidden sword and the red glass sword. Originally, he could have used divine, spiritual stones to buy divine tools, but these two weapons have been with him for so long that they have developed feelings for him. For this matter, I can ask Zhou Efei for help. Fang Qin said with a smile. For the Zhou family, these things are just trivial matters. At the same time, in the Zhou family study, the Zhou family's patriarch was asking Zhou Efei. Chapter 1681. Early the next morning, Zhou Efei came to Fang Qin's residence. Seeing Fang Qin with a smile on his face, Zhou Efei's hanging heart was completely relieved. Brother Zhou Efei came quite early, Fang Qin said. Brother Fang, I can see some good news on your face. I wonder what Brother Fang's decision is? Zhou Efei asked. Fang Qin nodded and said, I choose to stay. However, I also have conditions. Brother Fang, tell me, Zhou Efei said. I want to cultivate quietly in the Zhou family. I don't want to be disturbed, and I don't want to be ordered around, Fang Qin said bluntly. These were all thought of yesterday. If he stayed in the Zhou family and was ordered around by the higher-ups, it would be boring. Don't worry, Brother Fang. I have thought of all these for you. You can cultivate with peace of mind. I'm sure no one will disturb you. Zhou Efei's face was full of smiles. He was very happy. Zhou Efei was naturally the happiest person that Fang Qin could stay. Especially after having a heart-to-heart talk with his father last night, he became even more determined. Brother Fang, since you have decided to stay in the Zhou family, then our Zhou family also has to show some sincerity, Zhou Efei said. Your weapon is not good enough. The Zhou family has already prepared a low-rank divine artifact for you. Fang Qin was stunned. He did not expect that the Zhou family would prepare a low-rank divine artifact for him. Seeing Fang Qin's expression, Zhou Efei thought that Fang Qin was dissatisfied. I'm sorry, Brother Fang. There aren't many middle-rank divine artifacts in the Zhou family. Brother Zhou Efei, that's not what I meant, Fang Qin said with a smile. My weapon has been with me for a long time. I don't want to give it up. Can I ask Brother Zhou Efei to help me get the Zhou family's refiners to help me improve the quality of my weapon? That's easy. I'll take you to see Master Yi. Master Yi is the Zhou family's dedicated refiner. He specializes in refining divine artifacts for the Zhou family. It is said that Master Yi can easily refine middle-rank divine artifacts. However, he was unable to get his hands on a high-grade divine artifact. Even so, Master Yi's status was still very high. Master Yi liked peace and quiet. His residence was located in the Zhou clan's main camp in a relatively quiet plot of land. There was a mansion here with the words Yi Mansion written on it. After entering the mansion, Zhou Efei took Fang Qin directly to Master Yi. Yu 1, Master Yi. Efei? How come you have time to come here? Master Yi, whose face was full of wrinkles, said with a smile. It could be seen that he was very fond of Zhou Efei. Master Yi, this is my brother, Fang Qin. He wants to ask you to help him upgrade the grade of his weapon. Zhou Fei said. Oh, it's not difficult to raise the grade. However, you already know my rules. Master, Yi nodded. Of course I know. How many divine spiritual stones do you need? My Zhou clan will pay for it, Zhou Fei said. Show me your weapon. Master, Yi looked at Fang Qin and said. Fang Qin took out the hidden star sword and red glass sword and handed them to Master Yi. Master Yi frowned. The quality of these two swords was too low. They were no different from scrap metal. Upgrading them to low-grade divine artifacts requires a total of 200,000 divine spiritual stones. But since he's F.A.'s friend, I naturally have to give him a discount. 150,000 divine spiritual stones will do, said Master Yi. Brother Fang, you can leave your weapons here. The Zhou clan will pay 150,000 divine spiritual stones for you, said Zhou Fa. Fang Qin shook his head and shifted his gaze to Master Yi. Master Yi, how many divine spiritual stones do I need to upgrade these two weapons to mid-grade divine artifacts? Fang Qin clasped his hands and asked, Upgrade them to mid-grade divine artifacts. Master Yi was stunned for a moment. Then he said, A lot of materials are needed to upgrade them to mid-grade divine artifacts. A single weapon requires at least 5 million divine spiritual stones. Even if you're F.A.'s friend, you'll still have to fork out 10 million divine spiritual stones. Fang Qin knew that the divine spiritual stones master Yi spoke of were low-grade divine spiritual stones. Master Yi, I only have 4 million divine spiritual stones. Can you help me upgrade a weapon? Asked Fang Qin awkwardly. Zhou Fa was surprised. How did Fang Qin have so many divine spiritual stones? 4 million low-grade divine spiritual stones was a huge sum for an eternal realm cultivator. Of course, said Master Yi with a smile. Previously, Fang Qin had obtained 1 million low-grade divine spiritual stones, 10,000 mid-grade divine spiritual stones, 100 high-grade divine spiritual stones, and a single top-grade divine spiritual stone. According to the current exchange rate of the divine world, it was exactly 4 million low-grade divine spiritual stones. Furthermore, Fang Qin guessed that the exchange rate of top-grade divine spiritual stones for low-grade divine spiritual stones was definitely not this low. There should be a premium, but he didn't want to care about that. 3 days from now, bring 4 million divine spiritual stones and come to me for your weapons, said Master Yi. You too. Fang Qin nodded and left with Zhou Fa. In the end, he chose to upgrade the quality of the hidden star sword first. As for the red glass sword, he would wait until he earned enough divine spiritual stones. There were countless shops in the Zhou clan city. Fang Qin found one of the more famous shops and changed his appearance slightly. Mister, what do you need? As soon as he entered the shop, the staff immediately asked, I want to exchange for low-grade divine spiritual stones, said Fang Qin in a low voice. What kind of divine spiritual stones do you want to exchange for? Asked the staff. Top grade. Hearing this, the staff's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, Mister, please follow me. The staff brought Fang Qin to a room on the second floor. After a light knock, a voice came from the room. Deacon Li, this mister wants to exchange for low-grade divine spiritual stones, said the staff. Before he finished, he was interrupted by Deacon Li. You came to me for such a small matter, said Deacon Li somewhat impatiently. Deacon Li, he has a top-grade divine spiritual stone. The impatience on Deacon Li's face instantly disappeared and was replaced with shock. What top-grade divine spiritual stone? He suddenly stood up and walked over to Fang Qin. He chuckled and said, Little friend, do you really have a top-grade divine spiritual stone? Fang Qin nodded and didn't waste any time. He directly asked, What's the exchange ratio here? Ha. The exchange ratio through the proper channels is 1 to 100. However, those are all priceless. We can give you the greatest benefit here. 1 to 150, said Deacon Lee. Fong Chen frowned and didn't say anything. Little friend, if you really want to exchange, I can make the decision and give you a ratio of 1 to 200. What do you think? Said Deacon Lee hurriedly. He was afraid that Fong Chen would leave and go to another shop. One had to know that top-grade divine spiritual stones were truly priceless in the northern region. UU3, very few people were willing to use top-grade divine spiritual stones to exchange. Fong Chen pondered for a moment and agreed to Deacon Lee's offer. Okay, when do we exchange? Asked Fong Chen. How much do you want? Asked Deacon Lee with a smile. He was very friendly to Fong Chen. 1 piece. Deacon Lee's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment. However, he was satisfied. After being here for so many years, this was the first time he had seen a top-grade divine spiritual stone. Although it was only 1 piece, it was still a huge sum. Okay, I'll get someone to prepare it right away, said Deacon Lee with a smile. There are other divine spiritual stones. Fong Chen took out all the divine spiritual stones he had. Deacon Lee beamed with joy after seeing it. The purity of this top-grade divine spiritual stone was very high. It was more than twice as high as the divine spiritual stones in the outside world. However, he only got it at a ratio of 1 to 200. This was a great deal. In his heart, he had already regarded Fong Chen as a great benefactor. Little brother, there are a total of 4. 1 million low-grade, divine, spiritual stones here. Take that 100,000 as a gift from me. Deacon Lee handed the spatial ring containing the divine, spiritual stones to Fong Chen. If you have any more top-grade, divine, spiritual stones in the future, you can come to me to exchange at any time. The price I'll give you will definitely be better than outside. Okay. Fong Chen nodded and left. Deacon Lee, you're giving away 100,000 divine spiritual stones at once. The staff at the side hesitated for a moment before speaking. What do you know? This is called casting a long line to catch a big fish. The profit this top-grade divine spiritual stone will bring to our shop is definitely not as simple as 100,000 low-grade divine spiritual stones. Deacon Lee scolded. Send someone to secretly follow this person and find out where he came from. It was impossible for ordinary people to exchange top-grade divine spiritual stones unless they had some special channels. Chapter 1682. After leaving the shop, Fong Chen quickly blended into the crowd. It was his first time in the divine world, so he had to be careful. Therefore, he had to be on guard. His cultivation was too high, and if he could take out the supreme grade divine spiritual stones, it would easily attract Deacon Lee's attention. After a while, Fong Chen sensed that someone was following him. He sneered and immediately quickened his pace. The martial artist who was secretly following him closely followed. Suddenly, Fong Chen walked out from the crowd. Then he quickly turned and walked into a very remote alley. Then he used the space-time book and merged into the void. At this moment, the martial artist who was secretly following him quickly appeared. When he realized that he had lost track of him, his face was a little gloomy. Damn it! He cursed inwardly and turned to leave. Fong Chen, who was hiding in the dark, saw it clearly. Humph! With a cold snort, Fong Chen returned to the Zhou family's residence. What he had to do now was to wait 3 days and find Master Yi to get the hidden star sword. After deducting the 4 million divine spiritual stones he gave to Master Yi, he still had 1 million left. 1 million divine spiritual stones should be enough for now, Fong Chen said to himself. However, at this moment, Little Mouse appeared. Boss! Little Mouse looked at Fong Chen with a heavy heart, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. What's the matter? Fong Chen asked. He knew that Little Mouse would not be like this if there was no special situation. Boss, I seem to be about to break through and need to absorb a lot of energy. I found that absorbing the divine spiritual stones can quickly replenish the energy in my body, Little Mouse said. Fong Chen was taken aback when he heard this. After coming to the divine world, he only cared about himself and forgot about Little Mouse. Little Mouse was a heaven-devouring divine mouse and naturally needed a lot of energy. During this period, he did not pay much attention to Little Mouse. After a moment of silence, Fong Chen looked at the little mouse apologetically and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Take these God spiritual stones." With that, Fong Chen handed the remaining 1,000,000 divine spiritual stones to the little mouse. But Boss has just arrived in the deity realm. He needs godly spiritual stones. The little mouse was unwilling to accept. Fong Chen shook his head and laughed. "Don't tell me you still don't believe in your boss's abilities? I'm sure the Zhou clan definitely has a way to earn divine spiritual stones. Low-grade divine spirit stones are nothing to the Zhou family. But no buts. You're my brother. If I don't help you, who else should I help? Besides, I'm still waiting for you to protect me after you break through." Fong Chen laughed. Hearing Fong Chen's words, the little mouse gladly accepted the divine spiritual stone. "Boss, don't worry. I feel that the breakthrough this time is completely different from the past. Perhaps there will be unexpected gains." The little mouse laughed. Fong Chen gently rubbed the little mouse's head. He didn't say anything. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Fa brought Fong Chen to Grandmaster Yi's residence once more. Grandmaster Yi just so happened to walk out of his forging room. He had a faint smile on his face. "Ha ha ha, you've come just in time. I just finished refining." Grandmaster Yi smiled when he saw Zhou Fa and Fong Chen. "Grandmaster Yi, may I ask if Brother Fong's weapon is complete?" Zhou Fa cupped his hands. Crash! A pitch-black, long sword suddenly appeared in Grandmaster Yi's hand. This long sword emitted a tyrannical aura. Fong Chen's heart trembled. This was a divine item? "I'm in a very good state this time. This divine item is the one I'm most satisfied with so far. Although it's only a middle-grade divine item, it can still be considered one of the best." Grandmaster Yi played with the hidden star sword for a while before handing it over to Fong Chen. The latter grasped the hidden star sword. Immediately, a series of sword cries rang out incessantly. Fong Chen could clearly feel that the hidden star sword was very happy. So strong! Fong Chen felt the aura coming from the hidden star sword. He was very shocked. "Congratulations, Brother Fong," Zhou Fa said with a smile. Fong Chen put away the hidden star sword. He took out 4,000,000 low-grade divine spirit stones and handed them to Grandmaster Yi. "Many thanks, Grandmaster Yi." Fong Chen cupped his hands in thanks. "Haha." After receiving the hidden star sword, Fong Chen and Zhou Fa bid farewell to Grandmaster Yi and returned to the Zhou family's residence. "Brother Fong, you seem very happy," Zhou Fa asked. Fong Chen didn't say anything. He just smiled. "Brother Fong, what are your plans next?" Zhou Fa continued to ask. "Plans?" Naturally, he planned to earn enough divine spirit stones. Fong Chen suddenly remembered and asked, "By the way, Brother Zhou Fa, is there any way to earn enough divine spirit stones?" "Earn divine spirit stones." Zhou Fa nodded. He could understand Fong Chen's idea. "There are several ways to earn divine spirit stones." Oh. Hearing this, Fong Chen was overjoyed. "The first way is to do missions. My Zhou family can be considered a force. From time to time, we will release some missions for the disciples to complete. As long as you complete the mission, you will be able to obtain the corresponding divine spirit stones. However, this kind of mission generally doesn't earn too many divine spirit stones." Zhou Fa said, "What about the other methods? Our Zhou family's property is very big. It is almost spread all over the northern region. The second method is to manage our Zhou family's property. Although you can earn a lot of spirit stones by doing this, it will waste your cultivation time. Zhou Fa said, only those disciples with average potential who feel that they have no room for improvement will do this. Fang Chen nodded. He directly rejected the second method. He did not have the time to manage the property. He was still waiting to find the star and moon. Increasing his strength was currently the most important thing. There is another method. Actually, relatively speaking, it is more suitable for Brother Fang. Zhou Fa said with a smile, in my Zhou family's headquarters, there is a very perfect management system. This management system is the result of countless research and repeated experiments by our predecessors. It is specially used to cultivate our younger generation of disciples. Zhou Fa said, oh, what is it? Fang Chen's eyes lit up and he asked. Next, Zhou Fa began to introduce the management system of the Zhou family's headquarters to Fang Chen. One tower, one ranking. One tower referred to the Zhou family's Heavenly Cycle Star Tower. According to legend, the Heavenly Cycle Star Tower was created by one of the Zhou family's ancestors. The real Heavenly Cycle Star Tower possessed boundless power and was extremely shocking. However, it was in the Zhou family's main clan. As for the Zhou family's branch that Zhou Fa belonged to, the Heavenly Cycle Star Tower they possessed was a replica. Even so, it was enough to temper the eternal ancient realm disciples. The higher the tower, the more rewards one would receive. One platform referred to the stone gambling platform. The stone gambling platform was specially managed by the Zhou family's elders. Any irreconcilable conflicts or personal grudges between the Zhou family's disciples could be carried out on the stone gambling platform. However, once one stepped onto the stone gambling platform, one must use divine spiritual stones as the wager. Of course, the stone gambling platform's opening principle was that both sides had to agree. Otherwise, it would not be opened so easily. In fact, the existence of the stone gambling platform indicated a very big problem: the survival of the fittest and the respect of the strong. If one was strong, one would be able to obtain more divine spiritual stones. On the other hand, if one was weak, one would not be able to enjoy preferential treatment. All in all, the stone gambling platform had greatly motivated the younger generation of disciples to improve themselves. As for the first ranking, it was the most important ranking in the Zhou family. The ancient ranking was a ranking list of the Zhou family's eternal ancient realm disciples. There were a total of 100 places. Anyone who could enter the ancient ranking would receive different rewards. It was said that if one could enter the top 50, they would receive a fixed amount of divine spiritual stones every month. There was never a lack of cultivation resources. The ancient ranking was a list that every Zhou family's disciple dreamed of. Everyone wanted to enter it. However, it was also the list with the most intense competition. After listening to Zhou Fa's introduction, Fang Chen suddenly understood. 88. Oh, this management system was really good. On one hand, it could increase the disciples' motivation. On the other hand, it could also allow the outstanding disciples to obtain more resources. How is it, Brother Fang? With your strength, entering the ancient ranking shouldn't be a problem, right? Zhou Fa said with a smile. Let me familiarize myself with it first, Fang Chen said. Here, I know you need this. Zhou Fa took out a small booklet from his bosom and handed it to Fang Chen. What is this? Chapter 1683. After returning to his residence, Fang Chen started flipping through the booklet. He flipped to the first page and saw the rankings on the ancient list. With a single glance, 100 names appeared before his eyes. Fang Chen's gaze landed on the top few names on the ancient ranking as he continued reading the list. First place, Zhou Feiyang. Second place, Zhou Chang. Third place, Zhou Xishuan. Fourth place, Zhou Fengyang. Fifth place, Zhou Qin. First place, Zhou Kaiyun. The top 5 on the ancient list were all high-level eternal realm martial artists. For the time being, Fang Chen could not compete with them. Zhou Xishuan was the only female disciple among the top 5. After looking at the ancient list, Feng Chen understood that if he wanted to be on the ancient list, he had to be at least at the 4th level of the Eternal Realm. With his current strength, he could fight with a 4th level of the Eternal Realm martial artist, but it would be difficult for him to defeat them. Feng Chen then looked at the detailed information on each tower, station, and list. Feng Chen spent the entire afternoon studying the situation in the booklet. He only fell asleep at night. The next day, Feng Chen went to the Divine Arts Building. This was an important place in the Zhou family. Only with the permission of the Zhou family patriarch could enter. Feng Chen had naturally obtained permission to enter. He was staying in the Zhou family as a disciple, so he could choose any divine art he wanted. There were 3 floors in the Divine Arts Building, but Feng Chen could only choose from the 1st floor. Upon entering the 1st floor, Feng Chen saw a large number of books. Each book represented a divine art. I only have one chance to choose a divine art that suits me, Feng Chen thought to himself. He majored in the sword principle and had the golden heart, so his first choice would be a sword principle divine art. After 15 minutes, Feng Chen eliminated most of the divine arts, and his gaze finally fell on the last floor of a row of bookshelves. There are 7 books, all of which were sword principle divine arts. However, Feng Chen had eliminated 4 books, leaving 3 books. It was a bit difficult to choose. Fire Demon Sword Art, Metal Sword Art, Distant Fire Sword Art. Of the 3 divine arts, 2 were of the fire element and 1 was of the metal element. Metal elemental divine spells are even more ferocious. However, it doesn't suit me, Feng Chen said to himself. Then he shook his head and rejected the idea of the metal sword technique. Although he possessed the law of metal, it was definitely not as powerful as the law of fire. The Fire Demon Sword Art and the Distant Fire Sword Art were both fire elemental sword arts. When the Fire Demon Sword technique was cultivated to the extreme, one could condense an extremely terrifying fire demon. As for the Li Fire swordsmanship, it was said that it could be combined with a formation, and its offensive power was astonishing. What swordsmanship should I choose? Feng Chen was somewhat hesitant. The departing fire sword principle and the fire demon sword principle were both very tempting to him. However, he could only choose one. After thinking for a long time, he finally made a decision. Fire Demon Sword Art. Feng Chen gritted his teeth and picked up the book of the Fire Demon Sword Art. The reason why he chose the Fire Demon Sword Art was because, when the latter was cultivated to the extreme, one could condense a terrifying fire demon. And the fire demon condensed from the undying flame would definitely be much more powerful. Walking out of the Divine Arts Building, Feng Chen cupped his hands towards the Guardian Elder and said, "Elder, I choose the Fire Demon Sword Art." The Guardian Elder frowned and shook his head. Although the Fire Demon Sword Art is very powerful, it has a drawback. It has been many years since a disciple chose the Fire Demon Sword Art. What drawback? Feng Chen asked curiously. The Fire Demon Sword Art is too domineering. It needs to be supplemented with the Fire Demon Mantra to be able to neutralize the domineering Fire Demon Sword Art. A long, long time ago, the Fire Demon Mantra was accidentally lost. So the Fire Demon Sword Art you have now is actually not complete. The Guardian Elder explained. Not complete. Feng Chen frowned and stared at the book in his hand. Within a month, return the original copy. You're not allowed to let anyone see it, the Guardian Elder said. Feng Chen was somewhat helpless, but he still nodded. After Feng Chen left, the Guardian Elder immediately transmitted a message to the Zhou family patriarch. Patriarch, that Feng Chen chose the Fire Demon Sword Art. Zhou family mansion, conference hall. Many elders, including the Zhou family patriarch, were present. The atmosphere was somewhat solemn. Patriarch, you saw it too. That brat is reckless. He actually chose the Fire Demon Sword Art. He is not worthy of our Zhou family investing in him. An elder spread his hands and said, "The Fire Demon Sword Art is incomplete. Without the Fire Demon Mantra, it is very likely that he will suffer from chi deviation. That brat is playing with fire, another elder said. I said before that our Zhou family does not need such weak martial artists. But Patriarch, you did not listen. Many elders were opposed to Fang Qin staying in the Zhou family. However, the Zhou family patriarch stood his ground and forced Fang Qin to stay. Now that Fang Qin had chosen the fire demon sword art, it made things difficult for him. Patriarch, if this brat suffers from chi deviation, our Zhou family's resources on him will be wasted. The elder said, I will not allow such a thing to happen. That's right. Let that brat get lost immediately. Our Zhou family wants geniuses, not mediocre people. In the conference hall, many elders were agitated. They were all opposed to Fang Qin staying. Seeing this, the patriarch sighed and finally made a concession. How about this? Give him 3 months. If he can enter the ancient list during this time, you can no longer have any objections. If he can't do it, I will personally make him leave. I will take full responsibility for any losses caused by this. The patriarch said. The patriarch's prestige in the Zhou family was still not bad. The elders could not say anything when he made such a concession. Okay, then we will see in 3 months. The great elder got up and left. After obtaining the fire demon sword art, he naturally began to cultivate. The current Fang Qin urgently needed an offensive divine art. Flipping through the chants of the fire demon sword art, Fang Qin closed his eyes slightly. The undying flame revolved around him, and the fire laws revolved within his body. Whoa! The golden heart also began to rapidly beat. The sword chi around Fang Qin's body rapidly increased. The cultivation of the fire demon sword art was beyond Fang Qin's expectations. He had originally thought that it would take some time, but after just circulating the chants once, he had comprehended most of it. For the entire morning, Fang Qin had been trying to condense a fire demon. However, he had failed almost every time. What's going on? Fang Qin frowned and carefully read the book. What went wrong? Fang Qin thought back to his cultivation process. There shouldn't have been any problems. But why was he still unable to condense a fire demon? Being unable to condense a fire demon meant that he was unable to use the fire demon sword art. Continue. Fang Qin did not believe it and continued to cultivate. After circulating the fire laws in his body, he decisively condensed a fire demon. Condense. Fang Qin shouted in a low voice and desperately condensed flames. However, the fire laws suspended above his head were sometimes condensing and sometimes spreading. It was impossible to control. What's going on? Fang Qin was very depressed. Dong the Golden Heart was beating rapidly, and the sound of sword Dao was incessant. It was like the sound of the great Dao shaking Fang Qin's heart. In an instant, Fang Qin's eyes blurred, as if immersed in the ocean of sword Dao. I see. Fang Qin muttered. He seemed to have suddenly understood at a certain moment. His palms quickly formed a seal, and the sword chi around his body intertwined. The moment the terrifying sword chi merged with the fire laws, a wild and domineering aura suddenly rushed over. In the sky, a fire demon about the same size as Fang Qin gradually took shape. This fire demon was completely condensed from flames, and in its body, there was an extremely terrifying sword chi. Fire demon. At the same time, Fang Qin opened his eyes, stared at the fire demon, and laughed loudly. Go. Fang Qin controlled the fire demon and bombarded the ground. Suddenly, a large hole appeared in the courtyard. So powerful, the fire demon crashed into the ground and gradually dissipated, leaving behind a scorching aura in the air. Looking at the large hole in the ground, Fang Qin smiled happily. The Zhou family mansion had restrictions, and under normal circumstances, it was difficult to break the ground. However, the fire demon was able to create a large hole. It was enough to show the fire demon's offensive power. Once the fire demon sword art is at the initial stage, it can easily crush a third-level Eternal Ancient Realm Martial Artist. As for a fourth-level Eternal Ancient Realm Martial Artist, the Fire Demon Sword art must be at the second stage. Fong Qin muttered to himself. Chapter 1684. Half a month later, Fong Qin achieved the second level of the Fire Demon Sword art. The Fire Demon Sword art had a total of 3 levels. Reaching the second level allowed Fong Qin's strength to reach a whole new level. Coupled with the 10,000 times amplification from the 5th level of the Sword Scripture, his power was astonishing. At this moment, Fong Qin stopped cultivating and walked out of the courtyard. He was going to take a look at the pseudo-heavenly Cycle Star Tower. After all, cultivation required actual combat as well as meditation. The pseudo-heavenly Cycle Star Tower was located in the center of the Zhou clan city. There was a tower that towered into the clouds. Arriving here, Fong Qin saw many Zhou family disciples. The pseudo-heavenly Cycle Star Tower was one of the Zhou clan's public resources. Many disciples would come here to cultivate. Is this the pseudo-heavenly Cycle Star Tower? Fong Qin's gaze fell on the tower. The tower gave him a sense of awe. At this moment, the Zhou clan disciples in the square also noticed Fong Qin. Fong Qin, isn't he the guy who was forced to stay behind by the clan leader? I heard that this kid's cultivation is only at the first level of the Eternal Realm. I wonder what the clan leader is thinking. Our Zhou clan doesn't have many resources. Why should we share them with an outsider? Some disciples in the crowd had a bad attitude towards Fong Qin. Suddenly, a Zhou clan disciple blocked Fong Qin's path. Kid, this place is not suitable for you. Leave quickly. Zhou Hongda's cultivation was at the 3rd level of the Eternal Realm. He was considered below average in the Zhou clan and was not on the ancient list. Why is it not suitable for me? Fong Qin asked. Because you're too weak. You'll be in danger if you enter the tower. Zhou Hongda sneered. Fong Qin could hear the mockery in his words. But I'm not afraid of being in danger. Fong Qin pretended not to notice. He shrugged and was about to enter the pseudo-heavenly Cycle Star Tower. However, he was stopped by Zhou Hongda. Kid, do you think I'm a decoration? Fong Qin ignored Zhou Hongda and continued walking towards the pseudo-heavenly Cycle Star Tower. Many Zhou clan disciples in the crowd ridiculed Zhou Hongda. Seeing this, the latter's face darkened. Fong Qin, I want to bet with you. Do you dare? Zhou Hongda asked coldly. Hearing this, Fong Qin stopped in his tracks. It just so happened that he lacked divine spiritual stones. Since you want to give me the divine spiritual stones, I will naturally be disrespectful. However, that will have to wait until I come out of the pseudo-heavenly Cycle Star Tower. After saying that, Fong Qin took a step forward and entered the pseudo-heavenly Cycle Star Tower. While with a flash of white light, the stars moved. Fong Qin felt a scorching aura coming towards him. It's like the vast starry sky. Fong Qin sighed. If the fake heavenly Cycle Stellar Tower was already so profound, then how strong would the real heavenly Cycle Stellar Tower be? According to Zhou Fa, the pseudo-heavenly Cycle Star Tower tests a martial artist's combat strength. I wonder how many levels I can reach. Fong Qin muttered to himself. The true heavenly Cycle Stellar Pagoda had 9 levels, and 9 was the extreme number. It was incomparably profound. As for the pseudo-heavenly Cycle Stellar Pagoda, only 4 levels were built due to the lack of strength. However, even 4 levels were enough to excite the Zhou family branch. When the pseudo-heavenly Cycle Stellar Pagoda was built, it caused a great sensation. Over the years, the pseudo-heavenly Cycle Stellar Pagoda had produced many experts for the Zhou family. The first level could only be entered by low-level Eternal Realm martial artists. The second level could only be entered by mid-level Eternal Realm martial artists. The third level could only be entered by high-level Eternal Realm martial artists. Finally, it was said that only true gods could enter the 4th level. In the first level, There were many phantoms that attacked from time to time. However, Fong Qin did not feel any pressure. He easily crossed the first level and arrived at the entrance of the second level. What a strong pressure, Fong Qin said to himself. Immediately, he activated the law of fire and the law of sword. The two types of law power intertwined and surrounded his body. Then he took out the middle grade divine artifact, the hidden star sword. Let's test the power of the fire demon sword technique. In Fong Chen's mind, the chant of the fire demon sword technique was quickly running. In the next moment, the fire demon condensed and slashed out. Dong! The earth trembled as the fire demon's full-strength attack exploded with shocking power. The phantoms guarding the entrance of the second level were instantly killed. Amazing! Seeing this, Fong Qin laughed excitedly. After the fire demon sword technique was amplified 10,000 times, its attack power had exceeded that of an ordinary fourth-level eternal realm martial artist. Let's go in and take a look. When he arrived at the second level, Fong Qin found it even more chaotic. Pucci! There were more and more phantoms, and their strength varied. Only in battle can I unleash my potential. In the following time, Fong Qin fought fiercely on the second level. An hour later in the outside world, Zhou Hongda sneered. Fong Qin, I hope you don't die in the pseudo-heavenly cycle stellar pagoda. It was not easy for Fong Qin to agree to the bet. This was a good opportunity to earn divine spiritual stones. He could not miss it. Zhou Hongda, you're really lucky. That's right, you've gotten such a good deal. This kid is fighting on the first level. He must be exhausted by the time he comes out. You're almost invincible. The surrounding disciples chuckled as they spoke. Zhou Hongda, only look at the results, not the process. Zhou Hongda was very confident in himself. Do you think this kid will enter the second level? Suddenly, someone said, I heard that Zhou Fa admires this kid a lot. Although his cultivation is only first-level eternal realm, he can still escape unscathed from a third-level eternal realm martial artist. As soon as this person spoke, he was ridiculed by others. Is there something wrong with your head? With his strength, he wants to enter the second level. Humph! If he enters the second level, I'll never come out of seclusion. There were 4 levels in the pseudo-heavenly cycle stellar pagoda, and there was a huge gap between each level. With Fong Chen's strength, it was obviously impossible for him to enter the second level. However, what they did not know was that Fong Qin easily entered the second level. After 2 hours, Fong Qin finally stopped fighting with satisfaction. In just 2 hours, I can faintly feel that I'm about to break through the bottleneck. Fong Qin smiled as he put away the star-hidden sword. Sure enough, one could only break through quickly in a frenzied battle. Today's harvest was pretty good. Enough was enough. Fong Qin withdrew from the pseudo-heavenly cycle stellar pagoda. His clothes were a bit disheveled. He cut a sorry figure. Everyone's gaze fell on Fong Qin, looking at his appearance. They all shook their heads. Even the first level was so difficult. No matter what, they could not allow such a person to remain in the Zhou family. Fong Qin, you piece of trash. You're already so strenuous in the first level. How are you going to fight me? Sneered Zhou Hongda. The first level. Fong Qin revealed a crafty smile. Why do you care what level I go through? Could it be that you're afraid and don't dare to fight me? Fong Chen's provocation had successfully infuriated Zhou Hongda. Brat, I was afraid you wouldn't dare, said Zhou Hongda. You really have a lot of nonsense. If I were you, I'd just admit defeat. Fong Qin continued. However, before we go up the stage, I want to ask you clearly how many divine spirit stones you plan on betting. If it's too little, I won't go up. Go ahead. Zhou Hongda will accompany you. Is that so? Then I'll bet 100 million divine spirit stones. Do you have that? Asked Fong Qin. Zhou Hongda's face flushed red. 100 million divine spirit stones? What big words. Do you have that much? Fang Qin spread his hands. I don't, but I can win it back from you. Zhou Hongda was even more furious at Fang Chen's contempt. Brat, I think you're tired of living, said Zhou Hongda. I have a total of 500,000 divine spirit stones that I've saved up over the years. Do you dare to bet? 500,000 low-grade divine spirit stones wasn't a small amount for an eternal realm cultivator. The reason Zhou Hongda dared to bet so much was because he knew he would definitely win. 500,000 is barely enough. I agree. All right, wait here. Zhou Hongda quickly left and returned 10 minutes later. Let's go. The elders have already agreed to our bet. Fang Qin nodded and walked side by side with Zhou Hongda to the gambling stage. A group of people also came to join in the fun. The elder in charge of the gambling stage was somewhat old and his face was dry. He asked the two of them if they were willing to bet. Their answers were the same. The wager is 500,000 low-grade divine spirit stones, said the elder. Take out your wager. I'll keep it for you. In truth, this was done because some disciples didn't have enough divine spirit stones and couldn't take it out after lying. Chapter 1685. The previous 1,100,000 low-grade divine spiritual stones were given to Little Mouse. However, just now, Fang Chen sent a voice transmission to the latter and took out 500,000 low-grade divine spiritual stones and handed it to the elder. The 1,000,000 low-grade divine spiritual stones here belong to whoever wins. The elder said, however, although this is a betting ring, I hope that you can stop before going too far. With the elder taking care of the divine spiritual stones, Fang Qin did not have to worry about Zhou Hongda reneging on the bet. Kid, I hope that you can still smile later. Zhou Hongda took the lead and walked onto the betting ring. Fang Chen followed closely behind and also stepped onto the betting ring. Remember my current smile. In a while, my smile will definitely be even more brilliant than this, Fang Chen said. Zhou Hongda was burning with anger. He wanted to teach this damned guy a lesson. Battle begin. With the elder's command, the battle on the betting ring began. In the betting ring, it was almost one-sided in favor of Zhou Hongda. Kid, I will end this battle as soon as possible. After saying that, a terrifying aura emerged from Zhou Hongda's body. Flame Law. Fang Chen did not expect that Zhou Hongda was also a sword cultivator. Moreover, he cultivated the distant fire sword principle that Fang Chen had given up. Distant fire sword principle. Fury of distant fire. Zhou Hongda gripped the divine artifact sword in his hand and grunted. The power of the laws of fire around him quickly fused into the sword. Whoosh! The distant fire sword light shot out. This distant fire sword principle is quite profound. Fang Chen looked at the distant fire sword light that was close at hand and finally made his move. However, he did not use the fire demon sword principle. Instead, he disappeared into thin air and the distant fire sword light's attack missed. Dong! The distant fire sword light hit the betting ring. Humph, can you escape? Zhou Hongda sneered at the sight. Soon after, he swung his god artifact, sword continuously, and pushed the Li Fire sword technique to the extreme. Countless Li Fire sword radiants formed a sword net in the sky. The sword net surrounded the betting ring and trapped Fang Chen within. Let's see where you can escape to. Zhou Hongda was full of confidence and attacked the sword net madly. However, Fang Chen's space-time book was even more mysterious. Suddenly, Fang Chen appeared behind Zhou Hongda. You're too weak. Hearing this, Zhou Hongda hurriedly turned around. What greeted him was an iron fist. Bang! Zhou Hongda's body was sent flying. Crack! The sword net in the sky was no longer under anyone's control, and it instantly shattered. The terrifying departing fire swordsmanship was so easily broken by Fang Chen. The disciples below the stage exclaimed in surprise. Even the elder was slightly startled. This kid's attainments in the Tao of space are very strong. On the fighting stage, after Fang Qin defeated Zhou Hongda with a single punch, he didn't give him any chance to recover. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Zhou Hongda in the blink of an eye. Then he wrapped his fists in undying flames and punched Zhou Hongda several times. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Zhou Hongda fainted. "Elder, can we announce that we have taken over?" At this moment, Fang Qin turned his head and looked at the elder. The audience was silent. All the disciples stared at Fang Qin with their mouths agape. "This is too violent." A pair of iron fists knocked Zhou Hongda out. "Oh my God, is this kid a beast? He's too strong," everyone exclaimed. After a slight shock, the elder recovered and said with a smile, "Fang Qin has won this battle. The god spiritual stones belong to Fang Qin." After putting away the 1,000,000 god spiritual stones, Fang Qin was ecstatic. It was faster to earn god spiritual stones through the battle. However, he also knew that he had met an idiot like Zhou Hongda this time. Who knew what kind of powerful character he would meet next time? Fang Qin turned around and left gracefully, leaving behind a shocking back view. The news of Fang Qin knocking Zhou Hongda out spread in the Zhou clan city. Many of the younger generation disciples were talking about it. When the Zhou clan's patriarch heard it, he smiled. However, there were still some people cursing Zhou Hongda for being stupid and kicking an iron plate. At Fang Chen's residence, Zhou Fa hurried over. "Brother Fang, congratulations," said Zhou Fa with a smile. "You got 500,000 low-grade god spiritual stones all of a sudden. How can I refuse someone who gave it to me for free?" said Fang Qin. "Brother Fang, with your strength, you should be able to enter the ancient list. Why don't you give it a try?" asked Zhou Fa. Fang Qin shook his head. He still had his own thoughts. For the time being, he didn't want to enter the ancient list. Seeing this, Zhou Fa no longer asked, "Brother Fang, apart from congratulating you, I also have something to tell you," said Zhou Fa. "I'm going into seclusion to attack the Eternal Realm." Fang Qin nodded. He was very clear about Zhou Fa's potential. If he could reach the Eternal Realm, his strength would definitely increase greatly. "I hope you can succeed," said Fang Qin. Ghost Dragon Gate. During this time, Gui Zi's life had been like a roller coaster. After learning that he had obtained a priceless treasure, the entire Ghost Dragon Gate had been very friendly to him. At that time, they had all treated him as the successor of the Ghost Dragon Gate. However, when he woke up and said that he hadn't obtained the priceless treasure, the Ghost Dragon Gate's attitude had changed. The attitude of the Ghost Dragon Gate's upper echelon had changed. Although they didn't show it, Gui Zi could clearly sense it. "Damn it, who stole the priceless treasure? If I find out, I'll make you beg for death." Gui Zi clenched his fists. The Ghost Dragon Gate had also analyzed the situation, but in the end there was no conclusion. Gui Zi was furious. He wanted to personally take back the honor that belonged to him. "Just wait. I'll definitely obtain the green vine elixir in 3 years. At that time, I'll see who still dares to treat me like this," said Gui Zi. Unlike the Ghost Dragon Gate, Green He City's upper echelon was furious. That was because all the disciples who had entered the sacred Dragon Mountain range had been annihilated. They could accept the deaths of other disciples, but Lu Hang's death was something they couldn't accept. Green He City's master had personally given the order to find Lu Hang's killer at all costs. The next day, Zhou Hongda furiously went to find Fang Qin. "Brat, you cheated!" roared Zhou Hongda. The elders were watching the entire time. "Whether or not I cheated is not up to you," said Fang Qin indifferently. He couldn't be bothered with Zhou Hongda. "Humph, if you hadn't been running, I'd have long since suppressed you." Even now, Zhou Hongda still hadn't realized the difference between the two of them. What could Fang Qin say to such a person? "Fang Qin, I challenge you once more. Do you dare accept?" asked Zhou Hongda. Fang Qin smiled. "Do you have divine spirit stones?" If you don't make a fool of yourself." His words left Zhou Hongda speechless. 500,000 low-grade divine spirit stones was Zhou Hongda's entire wealth. He was unwilling to lose to Fang Chen. "Don't force me," threatened Zhou Hongda. "If you don't have divine spirit stones, don't bother me." Fang Chen waved his hand. "Fang Chen, you'll regret this." Zhou Hongda flung his sleeves and left. The night was quiet. In Zhou Xiang's courtyard, Zhou Hongda was recounting how he had been humiliated by Fang Chen. "Trash! You can't even deal with a first-layer Eternal Realm piece of trash," cursed Zhou Xiang. "You didn't even investigate the situation, and you dared to bet 500,000 low-grade divine spirit stones? Are you an idiot?" Seeing Zhou Xiang's anger, Zhou Hongda hurriedly asked, "Brother Ge, is Fang Chen pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger?" "You idiot!" Zhou Xiang shook his head, feeling helpless against Zhou Hongda. "Fang Chen's potential is very strong. The patriarch thinks highly of him and kept him," said Zhou Xiang. "However, due to the objections of many elders, the patriarch made a concession. If Fang Chen can't enter the ancient list in 3 months, he will be kicked out." "Oh," Zhou Hongda was surprised. "What you need to do now is to harass him every day for the next 3 months and prevent him from cultivating in peace." Zhou Xiang smiled mysteriously. "If he can't cultivate, how will he be ranked on the ancient ranking in 3 months? If he can't enter the ancient list, he will naturally be kicked out." Zhou Xiang continued, "If he's not a disciple of the Zhou clan, how can he escape from our hands in our territory?" Zhou Hongda gave him a thumbs up. "Brilliant, truly brilliant." Zhou Hongda flattered. "Brother Ji's move, without drawing blood, is too brilliant. As long as Fang Chen is kicked out, there will be plenty of ways to kill him." Thinking of this, Zhou Hongda was very excited. Chapter 1686. In the following days, Fang Chen had been cultivating the Fire Devil sword technique. However, ever since he lost the bet, Zhou Hongda would often come looking for trouble. At first, he would come every other day, but gradually he would come several times a day. Every time Fang Chen was cultivating, he would be interrupted by Zhou Hongda. This situation made Fang Chen extremely angry. "Fang Chen, you bastard. If you don't hand over my 500,000 low-grade divine spiritual stones, I will harass you every day." Zhou Hongda stood at the entrance of Fang Chen's courtyard and sneered. In the courtyard, Fang Chen suddenly stood up, a trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Humph! Don't forget that this is the Zhou clan, not a place for you to behave atrociously," Zhou Hongda said. Fang Chen walked towards Zhou Hongda step by step. The anger on his face gradually disappeared and was replaced by a sinister smile. "Idiot, if I were you, I wouldn't do such a boring thing," Fang Chen said. "Fang Chen, don't play this game. If you don't give me the low-grade divine spiritual stones, I will never let you off," Zhou Hongda said angrily. Of course, asking for the low-grade divine spiritual stones was one of the reasons. The other reason was to delay Fang Chen's cultivation. "Do you think I don't dare to touch you?" Fang Chen asked. "Do you dare?" Zhou Hongda. Just as Fang Chen and Zhou Hongda were confronting each other, Zhou Fei appeared. Zhou Fei's aura was completely different from before. Not long after his seclusion, he had broken through to the everlasting realm. Moreover, he had reached the 2nd-level everlasting realm, and his combat strength was comparable to a 3rd-level everlasting realm cultivator. Zhou Fei's breakthrough caused the Zhou clan to become lively. Many elders, including the patriarch, were very happy. They seemed to see the hope of the Zhou clan's rise. In their eyes, Zhou Fei's potential was not inferior to Zhou Feiyang, who was ranked 1st on the ancient list. Zhou Fei exuded a cold aura as he walked in front of Zhou Hongda. "Zhou Hongda, as a disciple of the Zhou family, do you not find it shameful to do such a thing?" said Zhou Fei coldly. "Zhou Fei, Just take care of yourself. What qualifications do you have to talk about me? Zhou Hongda said. Boom! A vast aura instantly erupted from Zhou Fei's body. Seeing this, Zhou Hongda could not help but take a few steps back. His eyes widened as he looked at Zhou Fei. You broke through. He knew better than anyone what Zhou Fei's breakthrough meant. At this moment, he had the thought of retreating. Why haven't you scrammed yet? Zhou Fei said with an ashen face. She didn't like Zhou Hongda at all. When the latter heard this, he glared at Fang Qin and turned to leave. Brother Fang, are you okay? Zhou Fei asked. Fang Qin shook his head, indicating that he was fine. The reason why Zhou Hongda came to find trouble with you is most likely because he wants to disturb your cultivation so that you won't be able to enter the ancient ranking for the next 3 months, Zhou Fei said. Unable to enter the ancient list within 3 months. Brother Fang, I was just about to tell you about this matter. Although my father and I did our best to keep you here, the elders strongly opposed it. In the end, my father made a concession. If you can't enter the ancient list within 3 months, there's nothing he can do. After hearing Zhou Fei's words, Fang Chen's face gradually darkened. If that was really the case, then Zhou Hongda's intentions were truly vicious. With Zhou Hongda's courage, he definitely wouldn't dare do something like this. There should be someone behind him who wants to deal with me. Fang Chen was wise and had thought of many things. No matter what, I believe in Brother Fang. Zhou Fei had a lot of trust in Fang Chen. Brother Fang, you should cultivate as quickly as possible so that you can enter the ancient list as soon as possible. The ancient list? Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the sky. Zhou Fei's exit from seclusion had caused a sensation in the Zhou family. However, Fang Chen also received a piece of news. The Fang family's mission hall had issued a 5-star mission. The Fang family hadn't issued a 5-star mission for a long time. It attracted the attention of many disciples, and they all rushed to the mission hall. Brother Fang, let's go to the mission hall. Zhou Fei found Fang Qin and hurriedly said. A 5-star mission represented the most dangerous mission in the Eternal Realm. Zhou Fei was also very curious about what this mission was. Let's go, Fang Qin said. After a while, the two of them arrived at the mission hall. The place was already overcrowded. Many disciples were looking at the words on the mission board. The 5-star mission is here. Fang Qin followed the gaze and landed on the mission board. All the missions issued by the mission hall were on the mission board. The missions marked with 1 star represented a 1-star mission. This was the simplest mission, and at the same time, it was also the mission with the lowest reward. There were many missions on the mission board, but most of them were 2 or 3 stars. There were also very few 4-star missions. At the bottom of the mission board, there was a mission with 5 stars. This mission was incomparably dazzling. An unknown creature has appeared in the cold sky or vein. Its strength is estimated to be at the high level of the Eternal Realm. The mission requirement is to kill it. This was the entire content of the 5-star mission. The cold sky or vein was one of the Zhou families or veins. A high-level Eternal Realm unknown creature is actually issued as a 5-star mission? What's going on? Zhou Fei was somewhat puzzled. This mission was definitely not as simple as it seemed. At this moment, Fang Qin accepted the mission in front of everyone's eyes. What, is this kid crazy? With his strength, accepting a 5-star mission will definitely kill him. If he wants to die, no one can stop him. This time he's dead for sure. In the crowd, Zhou Hongda coldly watched all of this with a mocking smile on his face. Accepting a 5-star mission was a road to death. Even the geniuses on the ancient list didn't dare to casually accept a 5-star mission. Where's the 5-star mission? Just a moment after Fang Qin accepted the 5-star mission, several figures walked over. The appearance of these people caused a sensation in the mission hall, because they were all in the top 10 of the ancient list. Look, it's the top 10 of the ancient list. Heavens, even the 5th on the ancient list, Zhou Qin, is here. Look, the 4th on the ancient list, Zhou Fengyang, is also here. Could it be that he also wants to accept a 5-star mission? With Zhou Fengyang and Zhou Chen in the lead, several disciples in the top 10 of the ancient list arrived in front of the mission board. However, they discovered that the 5-star mission had already been accepted. Who accepted the 5-star mission? Asked Zhou Qin. Could it be Brother Feiyang and the others? Asked Zhou Fengyang. Brother Qin, it's this reckless brat who accepted it, someone in the crowd shouted. Immediately, Zhou Chen, Zhou Fengyang, and the others' gazes fell on Fang Qin. You accepted a 5-star mission. Zhou Chen walked over. Fang Qin nodded. Is there a problem? Your name is Fang Qin. It was Zhou Fa who brought you back. Cancel the mission. Accepting this mission is suicide, said Zhou Fengyang indifferently. He had a lofty appearance, as if he didn't care about anything. Yes. Fang Qin frowned slightly. At this moment, the 9th on the ancient list, Zhou Tongyu, opened his mouth. Brother Qin and Brother Fengyang want to accept this mission. Can you let him go? Zhou Tongyu was very tactful. However, Fang Qin didn't even think about it. He directly refused. Do you know the consequences of refusing us? Asked Zhou Qin. Within the Zhou family's younger generation, other than a few peak heavenly geniuses, no one dared to disobey them. But this reckless outsider actually dared to refuse them. I, Zhou Fengyang, am interested in a 5-star mission, said Zhou Fengyang. There was a trace of threat in his words. Seeing this, Fang Qin shook his head. You. Zhou Chen was just about to explode in anger when a bell-like voice rang out. It was obvious that the only female disciple in the top 5 on the ancient list, Zhou Xishuan, had arrived. Zhou Xishuan was dressed in white. She looked like an otherworldly fairy. She was in the prime of her youth and had a beautiful figure. As soon as she appeared, she attracted everyone's attention. It's Zhou Xishuan, whispered people in the crowd. Zhou Xishuan had a charming smile on her face. She gracefully walked over to Fang Qin's side. She blinked and looked at Zhou Fengyang's group of 3. No matter what, you're still in the top 10 of the ancient list. How can you bully a newcomer? Xishuan were not bullying him. Zhou Tongyu awkwardly smiled. This brat overestimated himself. He accepted a 5-star mission. We're saving him, said Zhou Qin. Zhou Fengyang also said, Xishuan, could it be that you're also interested in this 5-star mission? Chapter 1687. The Dark Knight Golden Bat was quite famous among divine beasts. Although the Dark Knight Golden Bat wasn't very strong, it was enough to cause trouble for some Eternal Realm cultivators. The Dark Knight Golden Bat's weakness was its ribs. Ghost Flame frowned when he saw the wound. He wondered if it was a coincidence or if the Zhou family knew about the Dark Knight Golden Bat's weakness. Ghost Flame couldn't make up his mind. Ghost Flame, what are you thinking about? Asked Gui Ba. The Dark Knight Golden Bat is injured. Should we attack? Gui Ba thought for a moment and shook his head. Don't act rashly for now. Our goal is to kill as many of the Zhou family's younger generation as possible. We can't act rashly, said Gui Ba. Quickly heal the Dark Knight Golden Bat and let it explore. Gui Ba and Ghost Flame were in charge of this mission. They used the Dark Knight Golden Bat as bait to kill the Zhou family's disciples. However, the Dark Knight Golden Bat was injured when it noticed that someone had come. They didn't know how many people had come or how strong they were. After deciding, Ghost Flame started to heal the Dark Knight Golden Bat. At the same time, in the Cold Sky Mine, Boss, the Dark Knight Golden Bat escaped, said the little mouse regretfully. Fang Qin shook his head. Did you feel that someone was controlling the Dark Knight Golden Bat? Someone was controlling it? The little mouse hadn't thought about this problem. Now that he heard it, it seemed very likely. Boss, what should we do now? Asked the little mouse. Don't change. This 5-star mission isn't simple. Let's be careful, said Fong Chen. In the following time, Fong Chen and the little mouse continued to explore the Cold Sky Mine. The Cold Sky Mine was huge. The Zhou family had been mining it for countless years, but they still hadn't finished mining it. For the little mouse, being in the Cold Sky mineral vein was simply too blissful. It could eat cold sky ores in big mouthfuls. One man and one mouse went deeper into the Cold Sky Mine. The deeper they went, the colder they felt. "Boss, why did it suddenly become so cold?" The little mouse was surprised. Logically speaking, although the ores in the Cold Sky or vein contained an icy aura, it was still very cold. However, it was not enough to make Little Mouse and Fong Chen feel cold. However, when he came to this area, he suddenly felt very cold. Fong Chen even activated the law of fire, and the undying flames surrounded his body to resist the cold. "Something's wrong." Fong Chen felt that something was wrong. "Boss, do you think there will be a primordial ancestral stone?" Suddenly, Little Mouse's eyes lit up as it asked. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. Ordinary Frost Heaven ores would definitely not contain a strong frost aura. And now, the frost aura they were feeling, the ultimate Arctic frost, might really be from the primordial ancestral stone. It's very likely. Let's go look for it. Thinking of this, Fong Chen and the little mouse quickly went to search. Following the cold aura in the air, he quickly moved through the complicated tunnels. After about an hour, Fong Chen and the little mouse found a cold pond. "Boss, it should be here." Little Mouse was very excited. The ultimate Arctic frost aura was surging out from the cold pond. This cold pond was not very big, and there was a cold aura flowing inside. Layers of light floated on the surface of the cold pond. If not for the protection of the undying flames, it would be impossible to get close. The temperature in the cold pond is very low. Can you withstand it? Fong Chen asked. The little mouse nodded. "I have a way. Let's go in and take a look." With a whoosh, the little mouse dived into the cold pond. Then it quickly dived down and sent a message to Fong Chen, saying that it saw the primordial ancestral stone. "Boss, I'm devouring the primordial ancestral stone." The little mouse sent a message. Hearing this, Fong Chen nodded and smiled. Then he dived into the cold pond. The surrounding water immediately invaded his body. Fong Chen's body could not help but tremble. "I can make use of the water in the cold pond to improve my law of ice," Fong Chen thought to himself. Then he closed his eyes and the law of ice instantly spread out. The law of ice was the representation of the ultimate Arctic frost. Although the water in the cold pond was not the ultimate Arctic frost, it was already very powerful. After all, the cold pond nurtured the primordial ancestral stone. However, as time passed, the temperature in the cold pond was also gradually rising. Fong Chen guessed that this should be related to the little mouse devouring the primordial ancestral stone. After a while, he put away the law of fire and wholeheartedly accepted the baptism of the water. His mastery of the law of ice was also increasing rapidly. 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars. In the blink of an eye, the law of ice was raised to 7 stars. At this time, Fong Chen could completely withstand the cold aura in the cold pond. The law of ice of 7 stars can instantly freeze weak martial artists. Fong Chen thought to himself. Fong Chen tried to dive down. Splash! The water in the cold pond surged. The deeper he dived, the more he felt the pressure increase. However, with the law of ice surrounding him, he quickly saw the little mouse. In front of the little mouse, the primordial ancestral stone stood quietly. The little mouse was wholeheartedly absorbing the primordial ancestral stone. Dong! All of a sudden, the golden heart began to beat rapidly. Fong Chen's expression changed slightly, and he immediately sensed it carefully. The golden heart's beating speed was very irregular. Could there be something at the bottom of the cold pond? Fong Chen muttered to himself. Then, Fong Chen came to the bottom of the cold pond. There was nothing here other than the primordial ancestral stone. Fang Chen was very curious as to why the golden heart was beating. Splash! Just as Fang Chen was searching carefully, he suddenly felt a dazzling light. He instantly turned around and quickly walked towards the place where the dazzling light was shining. A stalk of grass was swaying in the water. The dazzling light was being emitted from the grass. Fang Chen carefully observed the grass. It was an ice attribute grass. He stretched out his hand and opened the grass. He was surprised to find a resplendent ring in the grass. Spatial ring. Fang Chen's heart stirred. He thought it was a spatial ring and quickly picked it up. However, after picking it up, he discovered that it wasn't a spatial ring at all. If it's not a spatial ring, then what is it? Fang Chen was very puzzled. There's a very small hole in the front of the ring. Fang Chen inadvertently discovered a small hole in the ring. He gently stroked the hole with his palm. Bang! All of a sudden, a terrifying aura erupted from the small hole. This gave Fang Chen a fright. However, his aura quickly dissipated. Fang Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the ring. He finally understood. This ring wasn't a spatial ring, but it was able to store energy. This little dot is the switch. Fang Chen nodded, his face full of smiles. To be able to store energy, it was at least a divine artifact. Good stuff. If I can store this extreme ice aura, it will definitely be able to have an unexpected effect when fighting against enemies, Fang Chen said with a smile. At this time, the little mouse had already swallowed the entire primal ancestor stone into its body. How is it? Fang Chen asked. Boss, I feel very refreshed. Once I completely digest it, I should be able to break through. The little mouse smiled. That's right, boss. What is that ring in your hand? Fang Chen fiddled with the ring. I found it at the bottom of the cold pond. It's a divine artifact ring that can store energy. Store energy? The little mouse was a bit surprised. Fang Chen quickly arrived at the location of the primal ancestor stone. There was water here that was completely different from the water in the cold pond. This was frigid heaven water, the water that gave birth to the primal ancestor stone. This water was extremely cold. It could instantly freeze a martial artist's primordial spirit. Even Fang Chen didn't dare to rashly approach it. Boss, you want to put them into the ring? The little mouse understood Fang Chen's intentions. I want to try. Fang Chen opened the ring, and the frigid heaven water began to pour into the ring. In just a moment, the ring was filled. At the same time, the Dark Knight Golden Bat's injuries were more or less healed. Damn it, I wasted an ancient firmament pill, said Ghost Flame unhappily. Ancient firmament pills were extremely precious. In order to heal the Dark Knight Golden Bat, he had reluctantly used one. Chapter 1688. This time, Ghostfire started to be cautious. The Dark Knight Golden Bat was injured, and he lost an ancient heaven pill. No matter what, he had to get it back from the Zhou clan. Ghostfire controlled the Dark Knight Golden Bat and silently entered the depths of the Cold Sky Mine. At this time, Fang Chen and Little Mouse were planning how to lure out the person behind the Dark Knight Golden Bat. Boss, are you going to use the cold sky water to deal with the Dark Knight Golden Bat? Little Mouse asked. Fang Chen shook his head. There's no need for the cold sky water to deal with the Dark Knight Golden Bat. I'm going to use it to deal with the person behind the scenes. But how are we going to find the person behind the scenes? Besides, even if we find the person, how can we guarantee that we can defeat him? Little Mouse asked. It wasn't that Fang Chen hadn't thought about this. On the contrary, he only made such a decision after much deliberation. If the person behind the scenes was powerful enough, he wouldn't have controlled the Dark Knight Golden Bat to explore. He would have directly attacked Zhou Donghuang. Or there was another possibility. This 5-star mission was actually a chance to target the younger generation of the Zhou clan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have wasted so much time. No matter which one it was, Fang Chen already had a plan in his mind to deal with it. However, I want to know how much you know about the Dark Knight Golden Bat. Fong Qin looked at Little Mouse. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Therefore, if he wanted to capture the Dark Knight Golden Bat, he had to know enough about it. Little Mouse checked his inherited memories and said after a while, Boss, the Dark Knight Golden Bat clan is very powerful in the realm of the gods. However, the one we dealt with before was still underage, so it was very weak. Also, only underage Dark Knight Golden Bats can be controlled by humans. Little Mouse continued, Adult Dark Knight Golden Bats will activate the ancient divine beast bloodline in their bodies. This bloodline is very special and can protect the Dark Knight Golden Bat clan from being controlled. Once a human forcefully controls a Dark Knight Golden Bat, the ancient divine beast bloodline will explode, Little Mouse said. Hearing this, Fong Qin nodded. Therefore, if you want to have a powerful helper like the Dark Knight Golden Bat, you have to keep it in captivity when it is still young. After listening to the Little Mouse's explanation, Fong Qin realized something. He quickly asked, You said that only underage Dark Knight Golden Bats can be controlled. Is there a way to control Dark Knight Golden Bats in your inherited memory? Little Mouse chuckled. Boss, you've asked the right person. The Little Mouse patted its paws and said, There really is a way to control the Dark Knight Golden Bats in my inherited memories. Then can you control it? Fong Qin continued to ask. I can give it a try. Fong Qin was overjoyed. It would be even better if he could control the Dark Knight Golden Bat. Just as Fong Qin was speaking, Little Mouse suddenly frowned and said in a low voice, Boss, the Dark Knight Golden Bat is approaching. Follow the plan. Whoosh! Fong Qin's figure disappeared into the cold sky or vein. Little Mouse also hid in the crevices of the ore. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Knight Golden Bat appeared. It floated in the air and looked down, looking for Fong Qin. Fong Qin hid in the void and quickly approached the Dark Knight Golden Bat. When he reached its side, Fong Qin decisively activated the law of illusion. Buzz! The wild law of illusion swept out in an instant. The Dark Knight Golden Bat sensed it and fell into an illusion. The law of illusion had reached the 7-star realm and was even more powerful. Although the Dark Knight Golden Bat in front of him was not weak, it could not resist at all. Attack! With Fong Qin's order, Little Mouse quickly rushed out and began to control the Dark Knight Golden Bat. Hurry up, Fong Qin urged. The law of illusion could only trap the Dark Knight Golden Bat for a short time. Moreover, if he did not want to be discovered by the mastermind behind the scenes, he had to control it as fast as possible. Little Mouse's body emitted a rich purple light, and then it crazily drilled into the Dark Knight Golden Bat's body. The Dark Knight Golden Bat could not struggle at all in the dream. It was like a walking corpse. After a minute, Little Mouse grinned and said, Done! Seeing this, Fong Qin removed the law of illusion. The Dark Knight Golden Bat flapped its wings and floated in front of Little Mouse. Success! Fong Qin was overjoyed. Little Mouse was also very happy. Will the mastermind find out? Fong Qin was still a little worried. He was afraid that he would alert the mastermind. Little Mouse shook its head and said, Don't worry, boss. I used the unique method of the divine rats. I won't be discovered at all. That's good. Control the Dark Knight Golden Bat to find the mastermind behind the scenes, Fong Qin said. Under Little Mouse's control, the Dark Knight Golden Bat flew towards the other side of the cold sky or vein. Little Mouse and Fong Qin hid in the void and followed closely behind. At a certain location, Ghostfire and Gui Ba were waiting for news from the Dark Knight Golden Bat. Ghostfire, what's going on? Gui Ba asked impatiently. Wait a little longer. The Dark Knight Golden Bat is still searching. Just as Ghostfire finished speaking, the Dark Knight Golden Bat flew back. It's back. I wonder if it found the Zhou family's disciples. Gui Ba said happily. Ghostfire and the Dark Knight Golden Bat communicated. At that moment, Fong Chen and the little mouse could see everything clearly in the void. Ghost Dragon Sect's disciples. Fong Chen recognized Ghost Fire and Gui Ba's clothes. There was a black flame on their chest. That was the symbol of the Ghost Dragon Sect. Boss, the Ghost Dragon Sect must want to use this opportunity to kill the Zhou family's disciples. Little Mouse said, "The two of them are stronger than me. We can't act rashly." Fong Chen said to himself. He was thinking of a solution. "Boss, use the cold sky water." After thinking for a long time, Fong Chen turned his head and asked, "Can you stop one of them in a short time?" "Yes. You stop one, and I'll use the cold sky water to attack the other. How about it?" Fong Chen said. Little Mouse nodded. Ghost Fire and Gui Ba were communicating. Suddenly, a purple spear appeared out of nowhere and shot towards the Ghost Fire. Ghost Fire's expression changed. He immediately controlled the Dark Knight Golden Bat to block it. But who would have thought that the Dark Knight Golden Bat would turn around and attack him? Poochie Ghost Fire was scratched by the Dark Knight Golden Bat's claws, and then stabbed by extreme piercing. In an instant, Ghost Fire's body crashed into the wall. "You're courting death." At the same time, Gui Ba roared angrily and prepared to attack, but he was stopped by Little Mouse, who was prepared. "Your opponent is me." Little Mouse used its innate ability and joined forces with the Dark Knight Golden Bat to stop Gui Ba. Damn it! Ghost Fire, who had fallen to the ground, was furious. Splash! But at this moment, Fong Chen appeared behind him and opened his ring. Rumble! Extremely cold water gushed out in an instant. The cold sky water wrapped around Ghost Fire in the blink of an eye. Ah! Ghost Fire let out a miserable cry. The cold sky water was freezing his primordial spirit. His body was numb. Poochie! Fong Chen took out the Hidden Star Sword and used the Fire Demon Sword technique. The huge Fire Demon slammed into Ghost Fire's body. But Fong Chen was worried that Ghost Fire would counterattack, so he activated the Dark Demonic Wheel. Boom! A vast power emerged from the Dark Demonic Wheel. The dark aura instantly drowned Ghost Fire. His counterattack became weaker and weaker. In the end, his body fell to the ground. His primordial spirit was frozen by the cold sky water, coupled with the continuous attacks of the Fire Demon's sword technique and the Dark Demonic Wheel. He was on the verge of death. "You're really tenacious." Walking to Ghost Fire's side, Fong Chen used all his strength and punched his head. Crack! Ghost Fire's head shattered and he died instantly. Ghost Fire. Seeing this, Gui Ba bared his teeth and roared angrily. Fong Chen glanced at Gui Ba, and his figure flashed and quickly disappeared. A moment later, he returned. Rumble! The cold sky water gushed out from the ring again. He had just left to absorb the cold sky water in the cold pond. The space in the ring was not big enough. After using it, he had to store it again. "You're courting death." Gui Ba's eyes were scarlet red, and he attacked wildly. Chapter 1689. In fact, with Ghost 8's strength, he would not be afraid of Fong Chen in a one-on-one fight. However, the godly rat of heaven devouring was not to be underestimated. In addition to the terrifying frosty sky water, Ghost 8 was eventually suppressed. His primordial spirit was injured. The frosty sky water invaded his mind and froze his primordial spirit. Dazzling attacks quickly emerged from Fong Chen's body. The second level of the Fire Demon Sword art was perfectly displayed. The huge Fire Demon Shadow held a huge flaming sword and slashed at Ghost 8's body. The two opposite laws of water and fire acted on Ghost 8 at the same time, tormenting him. "I want you to die." Ghost 8 was already struggling to fend for himself, but he was still threatening. He was burning his primordial spirit and using a forbidden technique. Space-Time Book. As a space-time martial artist, when Fong Chen used the space-time book, the space-time true intent instantly spread out. At the same time, the layer of gray aura attached to the space-time true intent gradually emerged. Hiss! After not seeing it for so long, the gray aura attached to the space-time true intent once again shocked Fang Chen. When this layer of grayish aura enveloped Gui Ba, it instantly corroded half of his body. Damn it, what is this? Ghost 8's heart was filled with shock. He tried his best to resist, but he could not stop the gray aura's invasion. It has become stronger again. After using it this time, Fang Chen's heart was also incomparably shocked. The grayish aura was beyond his imagination. It was simply too shocking. What is going on? Fang Chen frowned and pondered. Crash! Little Mouse used its third special ability, assimilation, to fight with the half-crippled Ghost 8. In a short while, Little Mouse completely killed Ghost 8. Whoosh! After retracting its aura, Little Mouse looked at its boss, who was deep in thought. Yes, boss seems to be in an epiphany. Fang Chen's body was surrounded by the space-time true intent, and his aura was rapidly increasing. The space-time true intent was a supreme true intent. Rumble! A deafening sound came from Fang Chen's body. The true meaning of time and space had undergone a huge change. The murky aura attached to it had become even denser. At this moment, Fang Chen's cultivation had also made a breakthrough. Within his Qi Sea, the long river of laws surged. Second level of the eternal ancient realm. Fang Chen opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Congratulations, boss. Little Mouse said with a laugh. Fang Chen nodded, still thinking about the true meaning of space-time. Dong! Suddenly, the cold sky mind trembled, as if it was about to collapse. What happened? The little mouse panicked. Fang Chen, who was deep in thought, was also a little dazed. He looked around with a serious expression. What a powerful aura! Fang Chen felt his essence, spirit tremble. This aura was even stronger than the frosty sky water. Not good. A powerful creature has appeared. Run! Fang Chen shouted and took the little mouse into the space-time. However, a large hand appeared out of thin air and grabbed the void. It directly pulled Fang Chen's body out and held him in its hand. Crash! Fang Chen's body disappeared into thin air. The cold sky mine returned to its calm state as if nothing had happened. In the depths of the cold sky mine, it seemed to be an independent space. However, Fang Chen could feel that there was a powerful space-time aura in this space. What's going on? Fang Chen was shocked. Who was the big hand that grabbed him? Could there be an expert hiding in the cold sky mine? Crash! The sound of iron chains ringing woke Fang Chen up. He turned his head and was instantly shocked. In this space, there was an old man with disheveled hair. His qi and blood were dried up, and he was in a sorry state. Most importantly, his hands and feet were chained up. Who is he? Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he carefully stared at the old man chained up. He was guessing whether the big hand just now was the old man's doing. Senior. Fang Chen cupped his hands and called out to the old man with disheveled hair. Buzz! The old man suddenly raised his head, and a faint light shot out from his eyes. A ripple appeared around him. His eyes fell on Fang Chen. Being stared at by the old man's fiery eyes, Fang Chen's body involuntarily took a few steps back. Senior, did you bring me here just now? Fang Chen asked aloud. The old man's withered face showed a smile of approval, and then he said yes. The old man's voice was very hoarse, probably because he had been locked up here for a long time. Fang Chen could feel that the old man's body contained a terrifying aura. Why was such a powerful warrior locked up here? Could it be that there was something special in this cold sky mine? A series of questions appeared in Fang Chen's mind. He stared at the old man, waiting for him to speak. Yes, I was the one who brought you here. The old man nodded. Senior, who are you? Why are you locked up here? Asked Fang Chen. The old man's body moved, and the chains rattled. Little brat, Let me ask you, are you willing to help me? The old man didn't answer Fong Chen's question. Help? How can I help you? I'm chained up here by the star steel chains. I can't use my strength, said the old man. Fong Chen directly shook his head. What kind of joke was this? The star steel was too hard. With his strength, there was no way he could break it. Senior, you want me to break the star steel chains? The old man sneered. With your little strength, how can you break the star steel? Then, Fong Chen suspiciously asked, Do you see the 5-pointed star on the right? Asked the old man. Fong Chen turned his head and saw a circle drawn on the ground. There was a 5-pointed star inside the circle. This circle was faintly emitting a trace of light. This is a formation. What you need to do is comprehend it and then activate it. Then I'll be able to escape, said the old man. Fong Chen was a bit hesitant. This formation was too complicated. He definitely wouldn't be able to comprehend it in a short time. Others might not be able to comprehend it, but you can. The old man trusted Fong Chen very much. Senior, why do you trust me so much? Fong Chen didn't understand. This formation is related to space-time. Not only do you possess the true meaning of space-time, but you've also come into contact with the laws of space and time. It'll be of great help to you in comprehending this formation, explained the old man. Fong Chen's heart shook. The old man said he had come into contact with the laws of space and time. Could it be that the gray aura attached to the true meaning of space-time was the laws of space and time? Senior, you're saying... The old man knew what Fong Chen wanted to ask, so he directly answered. Kid, in the entire divine realm, very few people can skip the laws and directly comprehend the laws, said the old man. In the entire universe, there were only 6 kinds of laws. These 6 types of laws, each one of them was supreme and unsurpassed. Previously, when Fong Chen was fighting on the cold sky or vein, he had seen the entire process. That was why he had captured him here. The gray aura attached to the true meaning of space-time is more complicated. It's mixed with the laws of space and time. The old man said in a hoarse voice, but this doesn't mean that you'll definitely be able to comprehend the laws. After all, coming into contact and comprehending are 2 different things, and the gap between the 2 is too big. However, your potential is the strongest I've ever seen. I have high hopes for you, said the old man. At this moment, Fong Chen finally understood. He also felt that it was inconceivable. He didn't think that he would unknowingly come into contact with the laws of space and time. Trying hard to suppress the excitement in his heart, Fong Chen looked at the old man with a burning gaze. Comprehending this formation can be considered a good thing for you. If you can comprehend this formation, there will be few in the eternal realm who can match you. The old man's words made Fong Chen's blood boil. His gaze fell on the 5-pointed star. Intuition told him that the old man should be very strong. A formation that could trap the old man must be an extremely heaven-defying formation. However, in Fong Chen's heart, there was a trace of doubt. Senior, Junior saved you. You won't repay kindness with enmity, right? Fong Chen voiced his worries. The old man sneered. Humph, I can't be bothered to make a move on a rookie like you. However, in order to dispel Fong Chen's worries, he made a martial oath. If you can comprehend this formation, you have the qualifications to become a brother of the Frost Dragon Spirit King, said the old man. Chapter 1690. The 5-pointed star shone brightly. It was surrounded by a dark golden circle. Fong Chen stared at the array and vaguely sensed a unique aura. This formation is strange, Fong Chen said to himself. He walked into the circle and sat cross-legged in the middle of the 5-pointed star. Buzz! Suddenly, a blinding light appeared and engulfed Fong Chen. Kid, I hope you can comprehend it, the Ice Dragon Spirit King said hoarsely. He had been trapped here for a long time. So long that he had forgotten what time was. He thought he would spend the rest of his life here, but who would have thought that such a monstrous genius would appear? Usually, there were martial artists coming to the ice dragon mine. However, most of them were miners. Even if they were brought here, they could not comprehend the formation. The reason why he chose Fang Chen was because he had the true meaning of time and space. The true meaning of time and space was a peerless true meaning. In the God realm, true meanings were almost negligible. However, only those supreme experts knew about it. True meanings were the foundation. If one's foundation was solid, one's future achievements would not be bad. Many martial artists in the God realm pursued the pinnacle of strength, but neglected the most fundamental thing. Most importantly, the Ice Dragon Spirit King discovered that Fang Chen had touched upon the laws of time and space. If he could really comprehend these two laws, it would be amazing. Each of the 6 laws had its own unique characteristics, and this kid had touched upon 2 of them at once. The Ice Dragon Spirit King thought highly of Fang Chen because the formation that trapped him used the laws of space as its core. Sitting cross-legged on the 5-pointed star, Fang Chen closed his eyes. His mind was filled with the dense aura of the formation. What a mysterious formation! As Fang Chen looked deeper, he was even more shocked. This formation was very mysterious, much more so than his book of time and space. It was impossible to understand the structure of the formation in a short time. Fang Chen was not in a hurry. He knew that this was a very good opportunity to hone himself. Just as Spirit King Hanlong had said, if he could comprehend this array, he would be invincible in the eternal realm. In the following time, Fang Chen devoted himself to comprehending the array formation. The structure of formations in the God realm was very different from those in the lower realm. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh in admiration when it came to the establishment of the array's core and base. When he was in the lower realm, he was an 8-star divine formation master. His attainment in the art of formations was second only to the 9-star divine formation master, Emperor Zissou. The Tao of formations is incomparably vast. Fang Chen was immersed in the sea of array formations. In fact, strictly speaking, the construction of every formation would more or less have some connection with space. Fang Chen started from this aspect. First of all, he had to thoroughly understand the details of the formation. Only then would one be able to comprehend it. This would save a lot of time. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The deadline for the 5-star mission had arrived. However, Fang Chen had not returned. There was no news of him at all. This made Zhou Fa extremely anxious. Of course, there were also many people who were gloating. For example, Zhou Hongda and Zhou Xiang'a. There were also Zhou Tongyu, Zhou Chen, Zhou Fengyang, and the others who were in the top 10 of the ancient list. When the 5-star mission's deadline passed, Zhou Fengyang rushed to the mission hall impatiently. The deadline had passed, but Fang Chen had not returned. This meant that the mission had failed. I want to accept the 5-star mission, Zhou Fengyang said directly. In a short while, the staff had settled everything. At this time, Zhou Qin and Zhou Tongyu also arrived one after another. However, when they saw that Zhou Fengyang had already accepted the mission, they felt helpless. Brother Fengyang, you're too fast. Yes, Brother Fengyang. Have you been eyeing this 5-star mission all this time? Although the 2 of them felt helpless, they still had smiles on their faces. Fang Chen, that trash, a mere 1st-level 10,000 ancient realm, dares to accept a 5-star mission? He's courting death. Zhou Fengyang said, but I'm different. When I, Zhou Fengyang, take action, let alone a 5-star mission, I can complete even the most difficult mission. Zhou Fengyang was extremely confident in his strength. On the same day, he left the Zhou clan city and went to the Cold Sky mineral vein. In the patriarch's study, Zhou Fa's face was somewhat solemn. He glanced at his father, who was sitting quietly on the armchair, reading a book. Father, I believe that Brother Fang is definitely not dead, Zhou Fa said in a deep voice. Although many people in the Zhou clan said that Fang Chen had already died. Zhou Fa did not believe it. So, the patriarch raised his eyelids and asked. Zhou Fa clenched his fists and said, I want to go to the Cold Sky mineral vein and check it out personally. Hearing this, the patriarch put down the book in his hand and looked at Zhou Fa with his dark eyes. You don't have to worry about this matter. Cultivate well. It only took Zhou Fengyang one day to return from the Cold Sky mineral vein. He carefully checked the Cold Sky mineral vein and did not find any traces of unknown creatures. In fact, he even wanted to see if Fang Qin had died there. But he was disappointed. He did not see any bones. After Zhou Fengyang returned, he informed the patriarch of the details of the Cold Sky mineral vein. In the end, after a discussion, the patriarch decided to give Zhou Fengyang a reward. Zhou Fengyang's face was full of smiles. Little did he know that this reward should have been Fang Chen's. Zhou Hongda and the others' faces were full of excitement. Damn guy! Who told you to be so arrogant? In short, most people in the Zhou clan believed that Fang Qin had died. Only Zhou Fa was very firm in his thoughts. He believed that Fang Qin should have encountered something. Brother Fang, I will wait for you at the Zhou clan's residence. The Cold Sky mineral vein returned to normal. But no one knew that Fang Qin was actually under the Cold Sky mineral vein. After a month, Fang Qin roughly understood the structure of the formation. He also clearly felt that the true meaning of space and time had undergone a great change while he was comprehending the formation. The great aura attached to it had become even denser. If what the Ice Dragon Spirit King said is true, and this gray aura is a law, then it shouldn't take long for me to grasp it. Fang Qin was secretly delighted. In the divine world, as long as a martial artist in the eternal realm could grasp the law, their future achievements would not be too low. At a certain moment, Fang Qin opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. The profoundness of the formation is truly breathtaking. However, after a month, I finally have a preliminary understanding of the construction of the formation, Fang Qin said to himself. After understanding the structure of the formation, the following comprehension was much easier. A corner of the five-pointed star was filled with a powerful aura. This was the result of a month's effort. Once all 5 corners were filled, it would be the day of success. Bound by the star steel, the Ice Dragon Spirit King's withered face revealed an appreciative smile. Kid, you can use this opportunity to comprehend the law. The Ice Dragon Spirit King said, when you fill the 3rd corner with energy, I will give you my insights. Many thanks, Senior. Fang Qin cupped his fists in thanks, then continued to comprehend. The true meaning of space and time circled around him, the gray aura constantly absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. At the same time, the energy of the 2nd corner of the 5-pointed star was gradually increasing. This formation has nothing to do with time. Instead, it has a lot to do with space, Fang Qin said to himself. The expert who created this formation is truly powerful. The formation was extremely complex, but Fang Qin was diligently sorting it out. Half a month later, the 2nd corner was filled with energy. By this time, Fang Qin was already proficient in comprehending the formation. It was much easier than he had imagined. Voila! Fang Qin's understanding of formations had unknowingly reached the peak of 9 stars. He was only 1 step away from breaking through the bottleneck. However, Fang Qin was not careless. The more critical the moment, the more cautious he had to be. The ethereal aura of the array Tao filled his body. It was as if he was in an ocean of array Tao, the waves rolling and surging. His body was like a boat, and his Yuan spirit was carried on the boat, surging with the waves. It seemed like the boat could capsize at any time, but it was gradually moving forward. What is a formation? What is the array Tao? 2 questions appeared in Fang Qin's mind. Every realm had a different answer to these 2 questions. Chapter 1692. Gui Ji suspected that Fang Qin had something to do with Gui Hua and Gui Ba's death. Based on this miner's condition, he should be in the cold sky or vein, unless he is dead. Complicated and confusing. Gui Ji increasingly believed that there was something fishy about this matter. Search carefully. Gui Ji coincidentally went around the miner and shuttled through the vein. Not long after, Gui Ji discovered the cold pond deep within the vein. And this is. Gui Ji came to the cold pond with a surprised expression. The water in the cold pond was incomparably cold. This is cold sky water. The primordial ancestral stone must be inside. Gui Ji was excited. He immediately spread out his divine sense and began to search for the primordial ancestral stone. However, after searching for a while, his expression gradually turned solemn. There is no primordial ancestral stone. Gui Ji muttered to himself. Could it be that someone beat us to it? Gui Ji was searching on the surface, while Feng Qin was comprehending the array formation underground. After stepping into the transcendent realm, Feng Qin quickly discovered the profoundness of this array with the help of the spatial law. Focusing on comprehending it in less than 3 days, Feng Qin gradually grasped all the array bases of this array. There are a total of 365 array bases. Feng Qin said in his heart, although there were many array bases, what shocked Feng Qin was that these array bases were completely integrated into the void. Ordinary people would not be able to find them, which also meant that it would be very difficult for someone to break this array. The spatial law is truly profound. Although it was only the spatial law, it was enough to help Feng Qin comprehend the array. 2 months after coming to the cold sky or vein, Feng Qin finally comprehended the array, universe, heaven, and earth, one by one. At a certain moment, Feng Qin suddenly opened his eyes. The array he was in burst out with a brilliant light. At the same time, the spatial law in his body also instantly appeared and integrated into the array. In his mind, the array's circulation path was reflected. So that's how it is. Feng Qin's face was filled with an excited smile. This array was too profound. After it was set up, it was isolated from the outside world, as if it was a whole of its own. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if it wasn't for the fact that the space inside the formation was too small, it would be comparable to a space of its own. In this formation, the person who set up the formation is the absolute controller, Feng Qin said with a smile. The array formations intertwined with each other, forming a space. In this space, there were no other laws, only the spatial laws. Unless one's strength was so great that one could forcefully break through it, there was no way one would be able to do so. This was because this formation seemed both real and illusory. You can't even find the array base and the control center of the array, so how are you going to break the array? After a few minutes, Feng Qin gradually absorbed all the information about the array formation in his mind. Then he waved his hand, and the wrinkles of the laws appeared, and the array immediately disappeared. The pentagram exploded with a dazzling light before finally leaving the ground and entering Feng Qin's body. The circle that enveloped the 5-pointed star instantly shattered and dissipated. Ha ha ha! I, the Frost Dragon Spirit King, have finally seen the light of day again. In an instant, the Frost Dragon Spirit King raised his head and roared. He clenched his fists and used all his strength to pull. Immediately, the star steel chain clanked. Then it was forcefully pulled out of the wall. The array formation was removed, and the Frost Dragon Spirit King was completely free. A vast amount of power surged around him. Is that divine power? Feng Qin's gaze was fixed on the Frost Dragon Spirit King. A terrifying power surged out from his body. This power shook Feng Qin's heart. If he guessed correctly, this was true divine power. Only a true god could possess divine power. Crash! The powerful star steel chain was directly shattered by the Frost Dragon Spirit King. The Frost Dragon Spirit King, who had been suppressed for countless years, finally erupted. A majestic aura surged from his body. The aura around him rapidly increased, as if he was about to break through. So strong. Fong Qin quickly retreated, feeling his primordial spirit tremble. After being suppressed for countless years, the Frost Dragon Spirit King's state of mind underwent a great transformation. Now he was breaking through. Breakthrough! The Frost Dragon Spirit King roared, waving his hands, and the indestructible star steel chain was forcibly broken. From this, it could be seen how strong the Frost Dragon Spirit King was. What kind of realm is this? In the blink of an eye, the Frost Dragon Spirit King completed his breakthrough, and his aura suddenly rose to the peak. Just the aura emanating from his body was enough to make Fong Qin tremble. Even the Zhou family patriarch did not feel such a terrifying aura. Too strong. Fong Qin said to himself. Divine power surged, crazily drilling into the Frost Dragon Spirit King's body. His aura underwent a great change, as if he had shed his cocoon and been reborn. The underground cave trembled. After a long time, the Frost Dragon Spirit King's aura gradually stabilized. He opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light shot out. Young friend, thank you for this time. The Frost Dragon Spirit King was already happy to have escaped, and now that he had broken through to a higher realm, he was extremely happy. His attitude toward Fong Qin had also undergone a great change. Senior, I've already said that if you can comprehend this formation, you have the qualifications to be my brother. If you don't mind, how about you call me Big Brother Frost Dragon? The Frost Dragon Spirit King waved his hand. Fong Qin was inwardly delighted. Such an expert naturally had to be befriended. Big Brother, Frost Dragon. Fong Qin cupped his fists. The Frost Dragon Spirit King laughed heartily. If not for Fong Qin comprehending the formation, he would not have been able to escape. Big Brother Frost Dragon, what realm are you at? Fong Qin asked. You don't know? The Frost Dragon Spirit King asked with astonishment. Fong Qin shook his head, indicating that he did not know anything about the realms above the immemorial realm. The Frost Dragon Spirit King explained, It's not a secret. You'll know sooner or later. The life and death realm means transcending life and death. As for the immemorial realm, it means eternal immortality. The Frost Dragon Spirit King continued, In truth, that's for the lower realms. True people of the God world don't care about the immemorial realm at all. Only by breaking through to the immemorial realm can you be called a true god. The Frost Dragon Spirit King continued, What is a god? A god is a true god, not a mortal. At that time, your entire person will transform. A god. Fong Qin muttered. Gods are divided into 3 realms. Soul transformation, true God and divine spirit. The soul transformation realm, as the name implied, was to shed one's mortal body and become a true God. During that process, one would reach the soul transformation realm. The soul transformation realm was able to control the divine energy in the air and absorb it for their own use. At the peak of the soul transformation realm, the nascent soul would transform into the true God realm. In the divine spirit realm, as long as one didn't provoke others, there was almost no danger. They could survive. These 3 realms did not have 9 minor realms. There were only early, mid, late, and peak. Cultivators of these realms were called true gods. So that's how it is. Fong Qin's heart trembled. He hadn't expected there to be 3 realms for true gods. Right now, he was still a long way away from the divine transformation realm. Brother, although you're only in the immemorial realm, as I said, once you control that formation, you'll be invincible under the immemorial realm, said the Frost Dragon Spirit King. However, you haven't fully mastered it yet. Don't let your guard down. Fong Qin nodded. Big Brother Hanlong, are you a divine spirit expert? According to Fong Qin's guess, the Zhou clan's patriarch should be a soul transformation or true god. However, Fong Qin was more inclined toward the true god realm. After all, he was the patriarch of a clan. 88. Oh, before I met you, I was indeed a divine spirit. However, As soon as I escaped, the emotions that had been suppressed for countless years suddenly erupted. I broke through the bottleneck and became a heavenly god. The Frost Dragon Spirit King chuckled. Are heavenly gods above true gods? Asked Fong Qin curiously. The Frost Dragon Spirit King nodded, but didn't explain in detail. The heavenly god realm is still too far away from you. What you need to do now is become a true god. As for heavenly gods, they're still too far away. In the divine world, heavenly gods could be considered powerful. Even in the entire northern region of the extreme south, there wasn't a single heavenly god. When a heavenly god was angered, millions of corpses would fall. Chapter 1693. In the divine world, there were plenty of eternal realm experts, younger than Fong Qin. However, the Ice Dragon Spirit King was certain that Fong Qin's potential was extremely high, ignoring everything else. Just the fact that Fong Qin had managed to comprehend the Law of Wrinkles while in the eternal realm was already shocking. Furthermore, it contained the laws of time and space. That wasn't something an ordinary person could do. The Ice Dragon Spirit King had a very high opinion of Fong Qin. It was only a matter of time before he became a god. After talking so much, I still don't know your name, said the Ice Dragon Spirit King. Fong Qin. Brother Fong, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I don't know how long I would have been trapped here, laughed the Ice Dragon Spirit King. The Ice Dragon Spirit King was truly grateful to Fong Qin. At the same time, he viewed Fong Qin as a brother. After chatting with Fong Qin for a while, he brought Fong Qin out of the cave. Big Brother Ice Dragon, you still haven't told me how you got trapped here, said Fong Qin curiously. It's a long story. I'll tell you later. The Ice Dragon Spirit King clearly didn't want to talk about such sad matters. In the blink of an eye, the Ice Dragon Spirit King brought Fong Qin to the Ice Dragon Spirit King's mine. Teleportation. Fong Qin stared at the Ice Dragon Spirit King. 1 second they were in the cave, and the next they were here. Wasn't that a bit too exaggerated? Seeing Fong Qin's confusion, the Ice Dragon Spirit King explained, "This isn't teleportation. The divine world's law suppression is too strong. Heavenly gods are unable to teleport. If you're fast enough, it'll give people the impression that you're teleporting. Heavenly gods are unable to teleport." Fong Qin was shocked. "You won't be able to come into contact with that for now. You'll understand in the future," said the Ice Dragon Spirit King. While the Ice Dragon Spirit King and Fong Qin were talking, Gui Ji came over. When he saw Fong Qin, his gaze turned icy. "Brat, as expected, it's you," said Gui. Seeing Gui Ji, Fong Qin was also stunned. "Gui Hua and Gui Ba should have died at your hands, right?" Gui Ji noticed that Fong Qin's cultivation was in the second level of the Eternal Ancient Realm, so he relaxed. He concluded that this person must have used some kind of trick to kill Ghost Fire and Ghost 8, or perhaps he had a helper. "That's right, I killed them." When Fong Qin said this, he didn't hide the killing intent in his eyes. "Since that's the case, you can go die as well." Gui Ji said coldly, "Where did this trash come from? You dare touch my brother? Are you tired of living?" Frowned the Ice Dragon Spirit King. "Who do you think you are? You dare to interfere in my Ghost Dragon Gate's matters?" Sneered Gui Ji. He didn't care about the Ice Dragon Spirit King at all. He couldn't sense the Ice Dragon Spirit King's aura, so he thought it was just a minor. "I've never heard of the Ghost Dragon sect. If you piss me off, I'll wipe you all out," said the Ice Dragon Spirit King. He wasn't joking. He really had the ability to do so. How could a mere Ghost Dragon Gate provoke a heavenly god? However, Gui Ji didn't think so. "Old thing, I'll deal with you after I kill him," said Gui Ji. The Ice Dragon Spirit King was about to attack, but Fong Qin stopped him. "Brother Hanlong, I want to try the Cosmos Formation," said Fong Qin. The Ice Dragon Spirit King nodded. "Brat, you're courting death." Gui Ji's expression was sinister, and a wild black aura surged out of his body. He was only at the 4th level of the 10,000 Ancient Realm, but he was able to defeat Liu Hang, who was at the 5th level of the 10,000 Ancient Realm. A mere 2nd level of the 10,000 Ancient Realm was trash in his eyes. Go to hell! Gui Ji clenched his fists and punched at Fang Chen's head. Crash! In an instant, Fang Chen flicked his finger, and a vast aura of formation Dao filled the air. In the blink of an eye, the cosmos formation was complete. Gui Ji was trapped in the cosmos formation, and the world spun around him. He felt like he was isolated from the outside world. What kind of formation is this? At this moment, Gui Ji felt fear. Brat, if you have the guts, then fight me fair and square. What's the point of using a formation? But Fang Chen ignored him. He controlled the Qiankuan array formation to attack Gui Ji. Without the slightest bit of resistance, Gui Ji's body was sliced apart by the cosmos formation like tofu. Bang! Gui Ji died. What a monstrous formation! Although he had been prepared, he was still shocked. The cosmos formation was too powerful. It could create a space of its own. Under the 10,000 Ancient Realm, few people could break it. Killing Gui Ji was too easy. Brother Fang, you still haven't used the cosmos formation's full power. You have to comprehend it, said the Ice Dragon Spirit King. I know. Fang Chen nodded. The Ice Dragon Spirit King brought Fang Chen out of the Ice Sky Mine. Originally, the Ice Dragon Spirit King had planned to bring Fang Chen back to his territory, but something happened along the way. Brother Fang, I have some urgent matters to attend to. I'll be leaving first. I'll come find you when I have time. With that, the Ice Dragon Spirit King disappeared without a trace. Fang Chen shook his head and continued on his way. Although he had been trapped for 2 months, his strength had undergone a heaven-shaking change. Even if he encountered the number 1 on the ancient rankings, Zhou Feiyang, he wouldn't fear him. I wonder how the Zhou family is doing. He had originally planned on having the Ice Dragon Spirit King bring him to the Skybone Palace, but now it seemed that his plan had failed. But that didn't matter. He would first return to the Zhou family and think about what to do next. Within the Zhou family city, in these 2 months, the Zhou family had long since forgotten Fang Chen. The Zhou family members continued to live their lives step by step. Every day, Zhou Fei would come to the back mountain and stand on the bluestone for a while. Standing there, he could clearly see the city gate. He didn't believe Fang Chen had died. He was waiting for Fang Chen to return. On this day, as usual, Zhou Fei once again came to the bluestone. Brother Fang, I know you're still alive, said Zhou Fei, but it's been 2 months. Why haven't I heard from you? Zhou Fei's mind was filled with thousands of thoughts, but at this time he saw a person enter the city gate. A moment later, Zhou Fei was overjoyed. Brother Fang, I knew you were still alive. Ha ha ha. Zhou Fei was overjoyed and immediately rushed over. In front of the city gate, Fang Chen had just returned. The Zhou family members already knew about it, especially Zhou Hongda. The moment he received the news, he was furious. Didn't that damned guy die in the Ice Sky Mine? How did he return safe and sound after being missing for 2 months? Zhou Hongda immediately rushed to the street. Not long after, he encountered Fang Chen. The two of them looked at each other. Zhou Hongda's eyes were ice cold. Fang Chen, you still dare to return? Zhou Hongda icily asked. Why wouldn't I dare return? Fang Chen spread his hands. You accepted a 5-star mission, but there's no news from you. We suspect that you're colluding with some unknown life form. Tell us the truth, or I'll personally capture you and bring you to the Patriarch, said Zhou Hongda. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately understood. Zhou Hongda was hostile to him. He wanted to use this matter to get rid of him. Zhou Hongda, if you want to deal with me, then just say it. Why beat around the bush like this? Fang Chen saw through Zhou Hongda's scheme. Zhou Fei's expression became awkward. A trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes. Fang Chen, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm just eradicating an outsider for the family. Zhou Hongda's aura rose. He was prepared to attack. As long as I kill this brat, even the patriarch won't be able to blame me, thought Zhou Hongda. At that time, if the patriarch wanted to punish him, he would say that he suspected Fang Chen of plotting something and wanted to capture him. But because he had resisted, he had accidentally killed him. He had even thought of the right words. Fang Chen, surrender. Zhou Hongda roared and immediately launched a fierce attack at Fang Chen. In just a short moment, many of his clansmen had already rushed over. Seeing Zhou Hongda's attack, everyone shook their heads. Fang Chen most likely wouldn't be able to resist. Zhou Hongda, stop! In the distance, Zhou Fa madly rushed over, roaring furiously. But it was useless. Zhou Hongda's attack was about to land on Fang Chen's body. Zhou Hongda was secretly delighted. It was as if he could already see Fang Chen dying under his attack. But just at this moment, a change occurred. In front of everyone's gazes, Fang Chen simply punched out. Bang! After a loud explosion, Zhou Hongda's body fell to the ground. He vomited blood and his aura withered. Fang Chen patted the dust off his hand and indifferently said, Zhou Hongda, you're too weak. Chapter 1694. When Fang Chen first came to the Zhou family, Zhou Hongda was still able to exchange blows with him. Only a short time had passed, but Fang Chen's strength had risen to a shocking level. No matter what, Zhou Hongda was still a third-level, 10,000 ancient realm martial artist. However, when facing Fang Chen, he was actually sent flying with a single punch. Furthermore, he directly lost consciousness. Even Zhou Fa, who was rushing over, was stunned on the spot. Zhou Fa was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. He quickly arrived beside Fang Chen and said with a smile, Congratulations, Brother Fang. Your strength has greatly increased. For the past few months, he had been convinced that Fang Chen was definitely not dead. But now it seemed that not only was Fang Chen not dead, but he had also obtained some kind of opportunity that had greatly increased his strength. While Zhou Fa and Fang Chen were chatting, the surrounding disciples were all shocked. When Zhou Xianga arrived, he was shocked to find Zhou Hongda lying unconscious on the ground. Damn it! Zhou Xianga clenched his fists, his heart filled with anger. Everyone in the Zhou family knew that Zhou Hongda was Zhou Xianga's subordinate. Fang Chen had brazenly attacked Zhou Hongda. This was simply a slap to his face. Zhou Xianga narrowed his eyes, and a trace of cold aura emerged. He wanted this disrespectful fellow to receive the punishment he deserved. Fang Chen, you casually attacked a disciple of the Zhou family in the city. How should you be punished? Zhou Xianga asked coldly. His eyes emitted a terrifying light as he stared at Fang Chen. However, the latter didn't seem to care. Zhou Hongda attacked first. Fang Chen said indifferently. Zhou Fa nodded and explained, Yes, I can prove it. If Zhou Hongda hadn't been so aggressive, Brother Fang wouldn't have attacked. You're full of nonsense. Zhou Hongda only suspected that Fang Chen was disloyal to the Zhou family, so he wanted to capture him. But this person is vicious and merciless. What qualifications does he have to stay in our Zhou family? Sneered Zhou Xianga. He glared angrily at Fang Chen, wishing he could kill him right there and then. However, he had plenty of ways to deal with Fang Chen, so he didn't need to do it himself. What kind of logic is this? If Zhou Hongda wants to kill me, why can't I resist? Fang Chen retorted mercilessly. Zhou Hongda only wants to capture you. Why would he want to kill you? Zhou Xianga said. Fang Chen sneered. Everyone here saw that Zhou Hongda's attack was extremely fierce and domineering. He obviously wanted to take my life. Did he expect me to just stand there and let him attack me? What a joke. A dignified disciple of the Zhou clan is actually saying such idiotic words. Fang Chen continued domineeringly. If the one on the ground was me, would you, Zhou Xianga, stand up for me? In the end, you're just shielding Zhou Hongda. To the side, Zhou Fei was silent, but his attitude was enough to make everything clear. He supported Fang Chen and stood on Fang Chen's side. If you, Zhou Xiang'e, truly believe that, then why must you attack and kill me now? Fang Chen's eyes were filled with ridicule. It wasn't that he was looking down on Zhou Xiang'e, but the latter's strength was simply not enough to enter his eyes. Zhou Xiang'e could be considered extremely famous amongst the Zhou family's disciples. Furthermore, he had also entered the ancient ranking. Although he was only at the bottom of the ancient ranking, that was enough to explain his strength. He had never been humiliated like this by a weak martial artist. The current Zhou Xiang'e was extremely furious. Brat, do you know the consequences of infuriating me? Zhou Xiang'e's expression was gloomy as he gnashed his teeth. I don't. Fang Chen shook his head. Fang Chen's indifferent expression had thoroughly infuriated Zhou Xiang'e. The latter's aura fluctuated. Today, Zhou Hongda will seek justice for me. Zhou Xiang'e made his move. He clenched his fists and his aura rose to the peak. However, Fang Chen's words nearly caused him to faint from anger. Zhou Xiang'e, you're too weak. I disdain to fight with you. Fang Chen shook his head. He had never thought of fighting with Zhou Xiang'e. Brat, you're courting death. Zhou Xiang'e roared. However, at this moment, the martial artists on the street opened up a path. Several experts on the ancient ranking, led by Zhou Fengyang, appeared. What arrogance! Zhou Tongyu, 9th on the ancient ranking, sneered. When these experts appeared, Zhou Xiang'e forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. He immediately cupped his fists and said, Brother Fengyang, please seek justice for me. Soon after, Zhou Xiang'e told Zhou Fengyang the ins and outs of the matter. Of course, it was inevitable that he would embellish the story. Although Zhou Fei wanted to defend himself, he was stopped by Fang Chen. This kind of defense was useless. Just let them say what they wanted. A moment later, Zhou Fengyang coldly glanced at Fang Chen after listening to Zhou Xiang'e's description. It was this guy who had snatched his 5-star mission. Zhou Fengyang was a person who held grudges. He had always resented Fang Chen in his heart. Now he finally found an opportunity. Fang Chen, you broke the Zhou family's rules. You should accept the Zhou family's punishment, Zhou Fengyang said indifferently with an arrogant look. Zhou Fengyang, you're one of the top 5 experts on the ancient ranking. How could you say such idiotic words? I'm really worried about your intelligence, Fang Chen mocked. Being mocked by Fang Chen, Zhou Fengyang was naturally angry. Since you don't know what's good for you, there's no need for our Zhou family to treat you with courtesy. If I attack you, you'll definitely think that our Zhou family is bullying the weak. After saying that, Zhou Fengyang looked at Zhou Xiang'e and said, Xiang'e, you know what to do. Brother Fengyang, don't worry. I'll definitely capture this bastard, said Zhou Xiang'e. Zhou Fengyang nodded. If he resists, you can kill him on the spot. Zhou Xiang'e was secretly delighted. He walked step by step towards Fang Chen. Brat, obediently allow yourself to be captured. Otherwise, Zhou Xiang'e, won't be lenient. In the face of Zhou Xiang'e's threat, Fang Chen directly closed his eyes. Trash like you isn't qualified to talk to me. What had happened on the street had already reached the ears of the upper echelons of the family. In the clouds, the Zhou family's patriarch and many other elders were watching this scene. Patriarch, the deadline has passed. This kid still hasn't entered the ancient ranking. Should we honor our original promise? Asked one of the elders. That's right. Patriarch, you can't purposely protect him just because he's friends with Feng Er. The patriarch shook his head. Haven't you noticed that Fang Chen's strength has increased by a lot? Zhou Xiang'e is an expert on the ancient ranking. No matter what, we'll talk about it after this battle. The patriarch continued. If he can defeat Zhou Xiang'e, it means that he has the strength to enter the ancient ranking. Naturally, he can stay in our Zhou family. Sweeping his gaze over the elders, the patriarch asked, Do you have any objections? Of course not. As long as he can defeat Zhou Xianga, it means that he's a genius. So what if our Zhou family uses our resources to nurture him? That's right. If he wins this battle, I'll shut my mouth. Many of the elders expressed their opinions. On the street below, when Zhou Xianga saw Fang Qin close his eyes, he became even more furious. Go die. Zhou Xianga used the Zhou family's divine technique. A wild aura suddenly erupted from his fist. This aura was like a startled swan as it rapidly shot towards Fang Qin. Kid, let's see how you're going to block it. Zhou Xianga's killing intent was stirred. This attack contained his strongest attack. He was confident that if Fang Qin was hit, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. At that time, he would be at his mercy. Kid, keep pretending. Zhou Xianga thought that Fang Qin knew that he was no match for him, so he simply closed his eyes and pretended. Rumble. The terrifying light instantly arrived in front of Fang Qin. Too weak. Fang Qin shook his head impatiently as a voice rang out from his mouth. Then he suddenly threw out a punch. Shadows of fists appeared in front of him. These shadows of fists overlapped with each other like lightning and bombarded the terrifying light. Dong! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. When the fist shadows collided with the terrifying light, a strange scene happened. The fist shadows smashed the terrifying light with an unstoppable force. Then, it landed heavily on Zhou Xianga's body. Bang! Zhou Xianga's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Blood splattered across the sky. The street was silent. Everyone stared at the scene with their mouths agape. Chapter 1695. Too weak. After sending Zhou Xianga flying, Fang Qin didn't forget to finish him off. He shook his head innocently, as if Zhou Xianga had asked for it. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xianga was enraged. However, there was also a trace of fear in his heart. How can he be so strong? Zhou Xianga couldn't believe it. If defeating Zhou Hongda was a fluke, then defeating him was definitely not a fluke. Zhou Xianga was well aware of his own strength. Although he was at the bottom of the ancient ranking, even some of the disciples ranked higher than him didn't dare to provoke him. But this person had sent him flying with a single punch. For a moment, Zhou Xianga's face burned. He wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Zhou Fengyang and the others' expressions finally became serious, but they still didn't care about Fang Qin. Brat, you've repeatedly attacked my Zhou family's disciples. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? In their eyes, Zhou Xianga was just trash. To be able to enter the top 5, Zhou Fengyang's strength naturally couldn't be underestimated. Acting all high and mighty. Seeing Zhou Fengyang's attitude, Fang Qin was very unhappy. Let alone Zhou Fengyang. Fang Qin didn't even fear first place Zhou Fengyang. The Qianquan formation was his trump card, just as the Frost Dragon Spirit King had said. Once he comprehended this formation, it would be hard to find a match in the Eternal Realm. So Fang Qin didn't put Zhou Fengyang in his eyes at all. Fang Qin, you've gone too far. Zhou Tongyu glanced at Zhou Fengyang. He knew it was time for him to stand up. His aura was berserk. He was using his aura to pressure Fang Qin. Do you also want to be like him? Fang Qin said coldly as he pointed at Zhou Xianga, who was lying on the ground. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Zhou Tongyu sneered. At this moment, Zhou Xishuan, who was ranked 3rd on the ancient rankings, arrived. No matter where she went, she would attract everyone's attention. Zhou Tongyu, you are ranked 9th on the ancient ranking. If you attack Fang Qin like this, you will have an unfair advantage, Zhou Xishuan said in a sweet voice. Fairy Xixian, you've seen it too. This person is boundlessly arrogant. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll think that our Zhou family is truly afraid of him, said Zhou Tongyu. Xishuan, don't worry about this matter. Today, you must teach him a good lesson. Let him know that he is not the one who has the final say in the Zhou clan, Zhou Fengyang said. Zhou Xishuan shook her head lightly as a wisp of helplessness appeared on her pretty face. After that, she said, Fang Qin defeated Zhou Xiang'a, so he can be considered a genius on the ancient rankings. He has the qualifications to stay in the Zhou clan and enjoy the resources and treatment of the Zhou clan. We still have to work hard together in the future. You're hurting our relationship by doing this. Sad. Zhou Fengyang obviously couldn't agree with Zhou Xishuan. Xixian, don't worry about this. I will bear all the consequences. Zhou Fengyang spat out some harsh words and no longer paid any attention to Zhou Xishuan. She helplessly glanced at Fang Qin before sighing. Brat, attack. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Zhou Tongyu's aura shook the heavens as he walked step by step towards Fang Qin. Suddenly, Fang Qin's voice broke the silence of the street. Why should I fight you? Sneered Fang Qin. Why you broke the Zhou family's rules. You should be punished by the Zhou family, said Zhou Tongyu sternly. Humph, don't think I don't know the Zhou family's rules. You're still too inexperienced if you want to bully me, Fang Qin. Fang Qin continued. However, since you want to fight, I, Fang Qin, definitely won't refuse. But just as Fairy Xixian said, this kind of battle is too hurtful. What do you want? Asked Zhou Tongyu impatiently. In a word, the gambling arena. Fang Qin knew that Zhou Tongyu had taken the bait. He directly said, If you don't dare, I won't force you. Why wouldn't I dare? I'm only afraid of cowards like you. Zhou Tongyu's head was hot, and he didn't care about anything else. Furthermore, he didn't believe that he would lose to Fang Qin, so he agreed without hesitation. All right, then I'll see you on the gambling arena. Fang Qin disappeared from the street after saying that. Seeing this, Zhou Tongyu followed, closely behind. The spectating disciples all moved to the gambling arena. Within the clouds, several elders wanted to stop them, but they were stopped by the Patriarch. Patriarch, since Fang Qin has already entered the ancient ranking, there's no need for them to fight. That's right. No matter who is injured, it will be a loss to our Zhou family. Furthermore, Fang Qin has only defeated Zhou Xiang'a. He has no chance of winning against Zhou Tongyu. We must stop them. However, the Patriarch shook his head. Are you all able to see through Fang Qin? Hearing the Patriarch's words, the crowd looked at each other, not knowing what to say. However, they still shook their heads. Fang Qin was too mysterious. It was as if there was a layer of protection around him. Even though they were gods, they were unable to see through him. This child is too mysterious. I want to use this opportunity to see through him. The Patriarch's words made the elders feel relieved. A burning look appeared in their eyes. That was because they also wanted to know how strong Fang Qin's true fighting strength was. Come, let's go to the gambling arena. The gambling arena was packed with people. Fairy Zhou Xishuan was leading the crowd. Many Zhou family disciples were standing in the gambling arena. On the gambling arena in the center, Fang Qin and Zhou Tongyu were facing each other. Speak. What's the wager? Asked Fang Qin. What he cared about the most was the wager. Everything else was nonsense. Zhou Tongyu extended his hand and spread his 5 fingers. I heard that you won 500,000 low-grade divine spiritual stones from Zhou Hongda, said Zhou Tongyu. Without waiting for Fang Qin's reply, he continued, Then we'll increase the wager to 1 million low-grade divine spiritual stones. What do you think? Of course, if you don't dare to bet, you can kneel, kowtow, call me grandfather 3 times, and then hand over the 1 million low-grade divine spiritual stones with both hands. Then I can spare your life. Zhou Tongyu's high and mighty appearance was very displeasing. As one of the top 10 on the ancient ranking, he could receive a certain amount of divine, spiritual stones every month. Thus, to them, 1 million low-grade, divine, spiritual stones was not enough to hurt them. I'll add 1 million low-grade, divine, spiritual stones. Before Fang Qin could say anything, Zhou Fengyang had already spoken. The moment he opened his mouth, Everyone was intimidated. Only the top 5 experts on the ancient ranking could casually add 1 million low-grade, divine, spiritual stones. Fengyang, isn't this a bit unfair? Zhou Xishuan spoke again, fighting for Fangchen. Zhou Fengyang chuckled. Xishuan, since you're so indignant for him, why don't you add a wager to his wager? After hearing Zhou Fengyang's words, Zhou Xishuan really did add more. Since you're so happy, I'll play with you too. I'll also add 1 million low-grade, divine, spiritual stones to play, said Zhou Xishuan with a smile. Everyone's heart trembled at Zhou Xishuan's words. No matter who won or lost, the other party would have to lose 2 million divine, spiritual stones. This was not a small sum. Everyone's gaze fell on Fangchen. Now, they were only waiting for him to agree. Fangchen cupped his fists to Zhou Xishuan and thanked her. Thank you for your trust in me, Fairy Xishuan. I believe you won't lose out on this investment. Zhou Xishuan pursed her lips and smiled. She did not take it seriously. Fangchen, do you dare to agree or not? Hurry up. Zhou Tongyu couldn't wait any longer. Zhou Tongyu, are you in such a hurry to give me divine spiritual stones? Asked Fangchen. You want to win my divine spiritual stones? Are you sure you're not dreaming? Zhou Tongyu looked at Fangchen like he was an idiot. 1 million low-grade, divine, spiritual stones were about to be his. He couldn't help being happy. Fangchen shook his head and smiled. There were many idiots in the world, but idiots who didn't know their own situation deserved to die. You should be glad that we're not mortal enemies. Otherwise, whether or not you'd be able to stand here alive would be a question, said Fangchen. There was no fear on Fangchen's face. On the contrary, he was calm and confident in himself. Weaklings only know how to talk big, sneered Zhou Fengyang. Talking big is just a momentary pleasure. The result is something they can't accept, said Zhou Qin. Chapter 1696. People who liked to talk big. He, Zhou Fengyang, had seen countless of them. Most of them were the younger generation. Their mentalities were not good, and they had not been tempered. They were not clear about the fickleness of the world. And those true powerhouses or the older generation had long been worn down by time. They also truly understood the Tao of survival and would not talk nonsense. In Zhou Fengyang's eyes, Fangchen was an out-and-out trash. He thought that just because his cultivation increased by 1 level, he could challenge the top 10 geniuses on the ancient list. What a joke! Getting into the ancient list is nothing. But to get into the top 10, you need real talent. Zhou Tongyu will tell you the gap between you two, Zhou Fengyang said with a cold smile. On the gambling stage, Fangchen's words successfully infuriated Zhou Tongyu. If not for the judge not saying to start, Zhou Tongyu would have long rushed over. Zhou Tongyu's face was flushed red. His eyes were wide open as he glared at Fangchen. Elder, can we start? Zhou Tongyu could no longer tolerate Fangchen's arrogant attitude and wanted to immediately trample the other party underfoot. Since you've stepped onto the gambling stage, you have to follow the rules. The elder said, take out all of your bets. I'll take care of them. Voila! Zhou Fengyang and Zhou Xishuan waved their hands. 2 spatial rings with 1 million low-grade divine spirit stones flew into the elder's hands. Humph! Zhou Tongyu snorted coldly and took out 1 million low-grade divine spirit stones. Then he looked at Fangchen with a provocative gaze. The latter spread his hands and said, let the elder keep it first. It will return to me later. Fangchen's words were full of disdain for Zhou Tongyu. Fangchen, you're courting death. Zhou Tongyu could not bear it and suddenly blasted out a punch. However, he was stopped by the elder in time. Zhou Tongyu, if you break the rules, I'll directly announce that you've lost this gambling fight, the elder said with some displeasure. He was in charge of the gambling stage. If Zhou Tongyu did not abide by the rules, it was going against him. He naturally could not sit by and do nothing. Elder, This child has insulted me time and time again. I can't take it anymore. Zhou Tongyu was burning with anger. Suppressing his anger, he said in a low voice, "Elder, please announce the start of the competition." The elder nodded and then explained some things about the rules of the competition. Finally, following the elder's command, Zhou Tongyu's body shot toward Fang Chen like a cannonball. Kill! A strange aura appeared around Zhou Tongyu. This is the illusion law. Seeing this, Fang Chen grinned. In terms of understanding of the laws of illusion, he was 100 times clearer than Zhou Tongyu. Let me see how far you can push me. Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and displayed the Fire Devil sword technique. Swoosh! The scorching power of the law of fire instantly emerged. Under the brandishing of the star-hidden sword, it quickly condensed into a huge fire devil. A flaming sword appeared in the fire demon's hand. The fire demon wielded his flaming sword and slashed at Zhou Tongyu with a powerful force. Dong when the two collided, the fighting ring shook. In the clouds, the faces of the patriarch and the others turned grave. He actually mastered the Fire Devil sword technique. The patriarch's heart skipped a beat. He knew better than anyone that the mantra of the Fire Devil sword technique was lost. It was incomplete. Ordinary Eternal Realm martial artists could not suppress the scorching flames of the Fire Devil sword technique. What a genius! Even though the Fire Devil sword technique is incomplete, he still managed to cultivate it to the second level. Who knows, he might give us a surprise. At this moment, many of the elders were looking forward to Fang Chen creating a miracle. In the fighting ring, Fang Chen took a few steps back. Zhou Tongyu's cultivation is at the 6th level of the Eternal Realm. It will be difficult for me to deal with him without using the formation, Fang Chen said to himself. However, he was confident that he could deal with Zhou Tongyu. Boy, if this is all you have, then admit defeat. Zhou Tongyu sneered and launched a violent attack. Crash! Fang Chen did not fight Zhou Tongyu head-on. Instead, he used the space-time book. The space-time true intent spread out, and the laws became more and more solid. Fang Chen's concealment technique was amazing. Zhou Tongyu could not detect him when he hid in the void. What kind of concealment technique is this? Zhou Tongyu, who was bombarding the area, was startled and looked around. He will definitely sneak up on me. After a short while, Zhou Tongyu calmed himself down. He seemed to be attacking wildly, but he was actually waiting for Fang Chen to appear. Sure enough, a few breaths later, Fang Chen appeared. You're courting death. Zhou Tongyu was already prepared. He gathered all the strength in his body and punched out. Bang! His punch had missed. Fang Chen's figure disappeared again. In the following period of time, Fang Chen constantly used the unpredictable space-time book to conceal himself. After a short while, Zhou Tongyu became impatient. Elder, if he keeps dodging, the battle will not continue. Zhou Tongyu said to the elder. The elder also felt it and said, Fang Chen, according to the rules, if you are still dodging in an incense stick's time, you lose. Crash! As soon as he said that, Fang Chen appeared. I was just playing with you. Fang Chen grinned. Is that so? Zhou Tongyu rushed towards Fang Chen. Swoosh! Fang Chen's wrist shook, and a majestic aura of the array Dao emerged from his body. In an instant, countless rays of light appeared out of thin air and entered the gambling arena. Then, countless rays of light shone and shone again. Suddenly, a universe formation appeared. Fang Chen floated in midair and looked down as he said softly, Let's talk after you break this formation of mine. Zhou Fengyang and the others were all surprised by the appearance of the cosmos formation. What kind of formation is this? Zhou Fengyang asked. Zhou Xishuan's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Fang Chen curiously. In the clouds, the patriarch was shocked. They were all gods, and their primordial spirits were extremely powerful. They could tell at a glance that this formation was extraordinary. This formation has its own space. It's very mysterious, the patriarch said. I didn't expect Fang Qin to be a formation genius. He's amazing. Once this formation is out, no one on the ancient ranking is his match. Yeah, I vaguely feel that this formation's strongest power has yet to be unleashed. If it goes all out, it will be invincible in the Aeon realm. The elders looked at Fang Qin with burning eyes. They had really found a treasure this time. A martial artist in the second-level Aeon realm had mastered such a powerful formation. Ha ha ha. Many elders laughed heartily. In the gambling arena, inside the universe formation, Zhou Tongyu felt as if he was in another world, completely isolated from the outside world. Moreover, a terrifying killing power could attack him at any time. Fang Qin, do you dare to fight me head-on? Zhou Tongyu roared. Inside the gambling arena, everyone was dumbfounded as they watched all this. Only Zhou Fengyang and Zhou Qin were pale. The time it took an incense stick to burn was soon over. Fang Qin did not use any killing moves. He only trapped Zhou Tongyu. Elder, should we announce the result? Fang Qin asked with a smile. The patriarch nodded and announced Fang Qin's victory. Then, Fang Qin removed the formation and released Zhou Tongyu. The first thing Zhou Tongyu did was attack Fang Qin, but he was stopped by the elder. Zhou Tongyu, you've lost. Elder, he cheated by using a formation to trap me. It doesn't count, Zhou Tongyu said anxiously. The elder shook his head. When you're fighting an enemy, they won't care about that. Besides, Fang Qin is a formation master. There's nothing wrong with using a formation against you. You have to thank Fang Qin for showing mercy. Otherwise, even if you didn't die, you would be half crippled. Zhou Tongyu was even angrier when he heard the elder's words. He lowered his head in humiliation. Elder. The elder waved his hand, and a total of 4 million low-grade, divine, spiritual stones flew into his hand. CCC Pavilion C. Fang Qin took the stones and looked at Zhou Xishuan. Fairy Xishuan, I didn't disappoint you, right? Here are your 2 million low-grade, divine, spiritual stones. Fang Qin threw 2 million to Zhou Xishuan. Zhou Xishuan's face was full of smiles. Fang Qin's methods were beyond her expectations. What an unexpected guy, Zhou Xishuan said to herself. Fang Qin stood on the gambling arena and looked down at Zhou Fengyang and Zhou Qin. Chapter 1697. On the gambling stage, Fang Qin's attitude was extremely arrogant. He was deliberately infuriating Zhou Fengyang and Zhou Qin to make them fight him. But he had clearly underestimated Zhou Fengyang's patience. He glared at Fang Qin, clenching his fists. His heart was burning with fury, but in the end he managed to endure it. That was because he wasn't sure if he could really break Fang Qin's formation. Humph, you're arrogant now. After saying that, Zhou Fengyang turned and left without the slightest hesitation. Zhou Qin also left. As for the defeated Zhou Tongyu, no one paid any more attention to him. Seeing that no one wanted to fight, Fang Qin put away his Qinkuan formation and walked off the gambling stage with a mischievous smile. Zhou Xishuan took light steps and arrived in front of Fang Qin. Young Master Fang's strength is truly unfathomable, said Zhou Xishuan. Fang Qin smiled indifferently. Fairy Xishuan's praise is too much. If young Master Fang has the time, would you be willing to come to my courtyard for a chat? Asked Zhou Xishuan. Fang Qin could sense the envious gazes coming from all around him. Many burning gazes looked at Fang Qin. Zhou Xishuan was the Zhou family's fairy maiden. She was as beautiful as a flower and had many fans in the Zhou family. However, Zhou Xishuan normally never got close to any man. Who would have thought that she would take the initiative to invite Fang Qin to her courtyard for a chat? Who knew how many people would be envious of her? How could I refuse Fairy Maiden's invitation? If I have the time, I will naturally pay a visit to Fairy Maiden, said Fang Qin. Then I'll wait for young Master Fang. There was a smile on Zhou Xishuan's pretty face as she slowly left the arena. For a moment, Fong Qin became the focus of the gambling arena. Within the clouds, including the Patriarch, many of the higher-ups were very satisfied with Fong Chen's performance. How was it? Didn't I say that this child's potential was very high? My Zhou family's investment in him was worth it. The Patriarch smiled. Back then, he had stood his ground against all opposition and forced Fong Qin to stay. Now that this kid could easily defeat Zhou Tongyu, it could be said that he had gained face for him. To be able to enter the top 10 of the ancient ranking in a few months' time, in the history of the Zhou clan, only the ancient clan had such a genius. It had been a long time since a genius had appeared in his Zhou clan's branch. In recent years, only Zhou Fa had appeared. The Zhou family had great expectations for him. This gambling fight, Fong Qin earned 1 million low-grade divine spirit stones. In addition to the 6 million divine spiritual stones he had previously, he now had a total of 6 million divine spiritual stones. However, during this period, the little mouse had eaten 100,000 yuan, so there were only 5 million yuan left. In the courtyard, Fong Qin sat on the stone bench. Opposite him, the little mouse squatted. "Boss, how are the ant eggs?" The ant eggs were a trump card. If they could breed a royal ant, they might be able to become an ant emperor in the future. "There's not much improvement," Fong Qin said. "Boss, try injecting some energy into it and see if it has any reaction." Following the little mouse's suggestion, Fong Qin injected his energy into the ant eggs. Hiss! After the ant eggs absorbed his energy, there was no change. "There's no change." Fong Qin shrugged and then shook his head. "Boss, the ant eggs need divine energy. Try putting in a divine spiritual stone and see if it can absorb it," said the little mouse. As a heaven-devouring divine mouse, he had inherited memories and knew many secrets. Fong Chen's eyes brightened. Following the little mouse's suggestion, he placed the divine spiritual stone beside the ant eggs. A strange situation occurred. The ant eggs sensed the divine energy coming from the divine spiritual stone and began to tremble. "There's movement." Fong Chen was very excited. He continued to stare at the ant eggs. In just a moment, the divine energy within the divine spiritual stone was completely absorbed by the ant eggs. "There's not much change, but I can confirm that it can absorb the divine spiritual stone," said Fong Qin. "If it's nurtured by the divine spiritual stone, can it be nurtured before?" "The more energy the ant eggs absorb, the shorter the nurturing time will be," said the little mouse. After discovering this point, Fong Qin put down a piece of divine spiritual stone at once. Huff! Huff! After a few breaths, the divine spiritual stone completely disappeared. "That's too fast." Fong Qin continued to place more divine spiritual stones beside the ant eggs. The ant eggs were madly absorbing the divine energy within the divine spiritual stones. During the process, some subtle changes occurred. Finally, after absorbing about 10,000 divine spiritual stones, the ant eggs stopped absorbing divine energy. "It should be saturated," said Fong Qin. Then he stared at the ant eggs. There's a faint golden light on the surface of the ant eggs. Although it was very subtle, Fong Qin still caught it. This discovery made Fong Qin very happy. After the ant eggs absorbed the divine energy within the divine spiritual stones, they underwent a change. This meant that the divine spiritual stones were helpful to it. "Boss, this is great. As long as we have enough divine spiritual stones, we will be able to nurture it quickly." The little mouse was also very happy. He was still looking forward to having an ant queen as a partner in the future. Earn divine spiritual stones. With his current strength, there were no big challenges in the Zhou family. The only thing he had to do was to earn divine spiritual stones. The next day, Fong Qin came to the pseudo-heavenly cycle star tower again. The last time he entered the tower, he entered the 2nd level. This time, Fong Chen's target was the 4th level, which was the highest level. Whoosh! He entered the pseudo-heavenly cycle star tower easily and quickly passed through the first level to reach the second level. Continue. Fong Chin did not even look back as he entered the third floor. After entering the third level, Fong Chin felt a trace of pressure. He immediately set up a universe formation. Rumble. Countless attacks were blocked by the Chinkuan formation. It's too easy. Seeing the universe formation, Fong Chin could not help but sigh. The Tao of formations was indeed vast and mysterious. Before this, he would never have thought that he would have such a formation. The universe formation is already so strong. I wonder how strong the formations above it are. Fong Chin guessed that the stronger formations should be able to learn the mountains and rivers after being set up. Such a powerful formation was not something he could come into contact with at the moment. As I become more proficient in using it, my control of the universe formation will also become more and more proficient. Fong Chin was very happy. Just like that, he easily passed through the third level. Arriving at the entrance of the fourth level, Fong Chin encountered a huge challenge. At the entrance of the fourth level, there was a creature emitting a powerful aura. This creature had 8 hooves and 6 heads. So strong, there seems to be divine power circulating on its body. The 8-hooved creature opened its bloody mouth and bared its fangs and claws at Fong Chin. Human, if you want to enter the fourth level, you have to pass through me. The 8-hooved creature spoke in human language. Do I just have to defeat you or trap you? Asked Fong Chin. Humph. With your current strength, you think you can defeat me? Ridiculous. The 8-hooved creature was very confident in itself. Eternal realm warriors, as long as you can trap me, you pass. The 8-hooved creature laughed. Its gong-sized eyes looked down at Fong Chin. Kid, let's begin, said the 8-hooved creature. It would be difficult to defeat the 8-hooved creature, but it would be too easy to just trap it. Although he had not completely mastered the universe formation, it was enough to trap the 8-hooved creature. Moreover, the 8-hooved creature was only infinitely close to becoming a god, but not a true god. Divine power circulated around its body, but it could not truly control it. Seeing the fierce 8-hooved creature, Fong Chin was not afraid. Big guy, I will definitely enter the fourth level. With that, Fong Chin charged at the 8-hooved creature. The creature did not care about Fong Chin at all. It suddenly stretched out its 8 hooves and grabbed at Fong Chin. Suddenly, Fong Chin felt space distort as a great pressure attacked him. Fortunately, I have the universe formation. Otherwise, I would not have been able to block the 8-hooved creature's attack, said Fong Chin. Crash! Fong Chin used the space-time book to dodge the 8-hooved creature's attack and quickly set up the universe formation. Big guy, have a taste of my formation. Stupid human, you want to trap me with a mere formation? Sneered the 8-hooved creature. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the universe formation was set up. It formed a self-contained space, completely isolating the 8-hooved creature from the outside world. At this time, the 8-hooved creature's expression changed greatly. What formation is this? Roared the 8-hooved creature. Big guy, how is my formation?